Chapter 26-27. Not bad. Late Heavenly God Realm. You're quite capable to survive my palm strike. The young man in blue said quietly. He seemed to be interested in Zhou Xian. Zishi was even more shocked. Even he could not see through this mid-divine king realm expert. This young man was indeed extraordinary. Zhou Xian was also on high alert. This young man was actually a mid-divine king realm expert. However, Zishi and Bai Qi had to take him seriously. Even if Zhou Xian used his dragon transformation, he would not be able to gain the upper hand against that young man's palm strike. Who the hell are you? Zhou Xian said. This young man was mysterious. He did not even know where he came from. You lowly clans are not qualified to know about my existence. The young man in blue was still as arrogant as ever. He took a step forward, causing the wind and thunder to rumble. This fella is really arrogant. Dong Huang Taiji's eyes turned cold as he glanced at Murong Yunru, Long Xinghua and the others. He then attacked together with the other two experts from the Nine Dragon Palace towards the young man in blue. Wait! Zhou Xian shouted. However, it was too late. Dong Huang Taiji and the others were pushed back by the young man in blue. They all suffered different degrees of injuries. The two experts from the Nine Dragon Palace were killed on the spot. Long Xinghua's face turned gloomy as her injuries were not light. Dong Huang Taiji and Murong Yun were on the verge of death. Damn it! Zhou Xian flicked his finger and 3 spirit-severing life-prolonging pills were thrown into Dong Huang Taiji and the others' mouths. The 3 of them ate the spirit-severing life-prolonging pills and recovered quite a bit of their strength. After all, it was an immortal-grade pill. Not bad. Giving away immortal-grade pills like candy. You're really generous. The young man in blue said. Everyone then realized that Zhou Xian had given away 3 immortal-grade pills with just a flick of his finger. Dong Huang Taiji felt inferior to Zhou Xian. Thank you. Long Xinghua looked at Zhou Xian with gratitude. Scram. The blue-clothed youngster struck out with his palm. This time his target was surprisingly Zhou Xian. Zhou Xian retreated. His complexion was gloomy and terrifying. True dragon's palm. Zhou Xian once again blocked the blue-clothed youth's palm. However, he hurriedly retreated. It seemed that his strength was not equal to his desire. However, it wasn't that Zhou Xian was no match for the blue-clothed youth. Rather, he knew that he was still far from having to risk his life against the blue-clothed youth. Since you can take 2 of my palms, let's see how you deal with the 3rd one. Profound Formation Thunderclap Palm. Chu Tianchu's pupils shrunk as she stood in front of Zhou Xian. She was holding a white jade folding fan and clashed with the blue-clothed young man. She was pushed back by the blue-clothed young man, but she managed to block the devastating palm strike. Edited by Lifer Fingerfox. What a good Xian Formation Thunder Palm. What brings you guys here? This is just a small thunder rush. See, is it worth the Battle God clan's attention? Chu Tianshu said silently. The palm strike just now seemed to be evenly matched. However, she was slightly injured. This blue-clothed youngster was terrifying. Battle God clan? Zhou Xian was shocked. Do Hongming was a member of the Battle God clan. Could it be that this fella came here to seek revenge? To think that there are people who know their stuff. Hand it over. I don't want to kill the innocent. Killing some trash will only dirty my hands. Only the strong deserve to die in my hands. Battle God clan Do Ling. Who are you? You must be extraordinary to be able to see through my profound formation thunderclap palm. The blue-clothed youngster smiled. His smile was mellow, but in everyone's eyes he was a devil from hell. A nobody. Chu Tianshu said. Battle God clan? Is he really from that clan? Li Jingdong and Feng Xingli looked at each other and took a deep breath. As the 2 strongest sects in the Chilean boundary, they knew about the existence of the Battle God clan. Dong Huang Zhuqing and Long Xiaotan were also shocked. The Battle God clan was an ancient clan. They usually wouldn't get involved in the disputes of the secular world. Their attitude was that they disdained to be associated with the common people. The Battle God clan was an existence that was on par with the Luo God clan. They were one of the ancient God clans. Their background was not something that a small boundary could contend against. Here's the thing. Zhou Xian looked at Li Jingdong and the others with greedy eyes. He was also shocked by the blue-clothed youngster, Do Ling. He knew that this fella had an extraordinary background. Therefore he didn't need to keep the spine with him. It was a great crisis for him. Everyone was pointing their spears at him. Jiang Chen wanted to throw this hot potato away. Moreover, Li Jingdong and the others would definitely not let this matter go. This was the most important thing for him. He would only be able to reap the benefits when the dogs bite each other. Since Dou Ling was so interested in the spine, Jiang Chen might as well take advantage of the situation and give him the spine. At that time he would become the target of everyone. That's right. A wise man submits to circumstances. You should have done this earlier. Dou Ling took the spine with a slight smile on his face. However, I still don't intend to let you lowly fellas go. Especially since you dare to covet my ancestor's item. Give me the jade box in your hand and I might let you die with a complete corpse. Dou Ling faced Bai Qi. At the moment when their eyes met, there were bright sparks in their eyes. You want the jade box in my hand? Dream on. Bai Qi harumphed coldly. He was not as weak as Jiang Chen in front of the arrogant Dou Ling. Since you insist on courting death, I will fulfill your wish. Dou Ling looked calm as he approached Bai Qi. Both of them started a terrifying battle. Logically speaking, Bai Qi was not weak as he was the formation demon that even the Chilean region feared. However, he was only a mid-divine king. He was at a disadvantage in the battle with Dou Ling. Dou Ling managed to force Bai Qi to the point where his face turned pale and he was exhausted. Guys, what are you waiting for? This guy is too arrogant. He will kill all of us. This is our only chance. If I die, you guys won't be able to live for long. Li Jingdong, Feng Xingli, what are you guys waiting for? Looking at Bai Qi's miserable appearance, Jiang Chen smiled. He was happy to watch from the sidelines. Li Jingdong and Feng Xingli were different. If Bai Qi was defeated, they would not have a good time. Plus, they would not let that young man take away such a good item. So what if he was from the Battle God clan? Who would dare to spread the news if they killed him here? Moreover, he was not going to let any of them go. Mr. Bai, we are here to help you. Chapter 26-28. Li Jingdong, Li Jingnan, Feng Xingli, Feng Xingzhen, the four mid-divine king realm experts closed in on Dou Ling. The five of them instantly pushed Dou Ling back and surrounded him. Even Dou Ling looked solemn. It's good that you've come. I also want to see what kind of true experts you have in your corner of the world. Dou Ling smiled proudly as he charged forward with a sharp gaze. Let's go deeper, looks like there's nothing good here. You're right. Lei Peng looked at the battle between the elders and Dou Ling. Even the five of them couldn't do anything to Dou Ling. We're wasting our time here. Why don't we go look for the real treasure? In Hun said. The three of them looked at each other and quickly went deeper. Chu Tianshu squinted her eyes as she saw the movements of the three of them. Many of the people around her also had an indifferent attitude as they followed closely behind. When Yin Hun and the other two entered deeper into the palace, they were also prepared to fight at any time. It's so lively, even the Battle God clan is here. Looks like there's going to be something good in the Thunder Rush Sea this time. A wild, deafening laugh rang out. An eagle flapping its wings instantly turned into a human. He had a hooked nose and a skinny figure. However, his eyes were as deep as the stars in the sky. He gave off a strong demonic aura and his feathers were extremely sharp. Kid from the Battle God clan, if you hand over that spine bone in your hand, I might be able to help you destroy all of them. What do you think? Dream on. Dou Ling looked at the eagle in disdain and said coldly. Looks like it's not just the 10 great sects this time. There are many hidden forces that have their eyes on the Thunder Rush Sea. Jiang Chen said. This fella should be the strongest expert of the Thunder Rush Sea, Ying Chen. Legend has it that he's already at the late Divine King realm and possesses a trace of the Heavenly Rock's bloodline. He's extremely fast, ordinary late Divine Kings can't even catch his shadow. Zishi said. It's Ying Chen. Dong Huangzhuqing said in a deep voice. Long Xiaotan's eyes turned cold. In the past he was almost killed by Ying Chen. If it wasn't for Dong Huangzhuqing's help, he would have died. Enemies are bound to meet on a narrow road. Long Xiaotan took a step forward with a serious look in his eyes. He would definitely not let go of this opportunity. To think that he had endured humiliation all those years ago and escaped from his hands. Now they actually met again in this Thunder Rush Sea. Needless to say, this was the teasing of fate. Dong Huangzhuqing pressed on Long Xiaotan's shoulder tightly. He could feel the rage and anger deep inside Long Xiaotan's heart. Brother Long, don't let your emotions affect your decisions. Long Xiaotan let out a bitter laugh. He even looked a little sad. Xiao Yu, the person who killed you is right in front of me, but I can only look at him. I can't accept this, I can't accept this. Long Xiaotan was extremely sad. Back then his beloved woman was killed by Ying Chen's sharp claws. Now that he recalled that scene, it was extremely tragic. Although Long Xiaotan had survived, he still couldn't forget the torment he had suffered for so many years. He always remembered it. There was a voice in the depths of his heart telling him, "You must never forget this deep hatred." An eagle that has become a spirit dares to call itself a master? What a joke. Dou Ling sneered. He was extremely disdainful towards Ying Chen. Then let's see how you're going to be played to death by these guys. Ying Chen's eyes were like lightning as he sneered, watching Dou Ling fight against the 5 experts as if he was watching a show. However, Dou Ling's strength was not without reason. Even the 5 experts could not suppress Dou Ling. On the contrary, they fell into Dou Ling's trap. Dou Ling set up a formation, and once the formation was formed, Bai Qi and the other 4 experts became his puppets. Just a bunch of ants. What can they do to me? Dou Ling was insufferably arrogant. In the maze formation, Dou Ling was fighting 5 people at once, completely suppressing Bai Qi and the others. They couldn't retaliate at all and could only take a beating. Even the formation demon Bai Qi couldn't see through Dou Ling's formation and was trapped by it. Although Bai Qi looked calm, it didn't mean that he could break through the formation. Brother Z, go and help the elders of the other 2 sections. After all, we'll be implicated if they lose. Jiang Chen said to Zishi. Zishi pondered for a moment and nodded silently. Jiang Chen was right. Dou Ling might not let them go if they were defeated. Moreover, their combat strength was not that different. It was not enough to change the outcome of the battle. Dou Ling's expression became solemn as Zishi took action. A late Divine King expert like Zishi was not someone to be trifled with. Even Dou Ling had to be careful against him. Zishi held the silver spear in his hand, and the spear shaft was bright red. With a shake of the spear, it pierced through the horizon. Dou Ling's formation started to tremble at this moment. Bai Qi and the other 4 felt Zishi's help and started to retaliate. Dou Ling was powerful, but it was a little difficult for him to fight against 5 people in Zishi. How about now? Battle God Clan is just Esu. Looks like the Battle God Clan is just a bunch of useless people. They can't be compared to the glory of the ancient Battle God Clan. Ying Chen shook his head and continued to mock Dou Ling. Smelly old eagle, you'll be the first one I kill after I kill them. Dou Ling turned around and his blue robe fluttered. However, he was sent flying by Zishi. Ying Chen, watch my blade. Long Xiaotan couldn't hold back his anger and charged towards Ying Chen. At this moment, Dong Huangzhuqing sighed. Looks like Long Xiaotan was blinded by hatred. You dare to provoke me? You're courting death. Ying Chen roared and his feather flashed, forcing Long Xiaotan to retreat. I was wondering who it was. Turns out it's just a rotten fish that escaped from my hands. Hee. How disappointing. Ying Chen sneered. Bastard. I'll use your blood to pay for Xiao Yu's soul. A debt of blood must be paid with blood. Long Xiaotan attacked again. However, he was not the late Divine King Ying Chen's opponent at all. He was defeated by Ying Chen in just 2 rounds. Love is a chivalrous man. Jiang Chen looked at Long Xiaotan silently. He knew that Long Xiaotan was a man who hated evil as if it was his own enemy, not to mention Jiang Chen's deep hatred towards him. Such an infatuated man should die on the battlefield even if he had to die. Chapter 26-29. Go and look for the treasures, leave this to us. Remember, don't embarrass our Scorpio sect. My Dusk Cloud sect does not raise useless people. Since you're the prodigies of our sect, I believe you all understand the current situation. All of you go. The elders of the various sects dismissed their disciples and stayed behind. A total of more than 10 elders joined hands to fight against Ying Chen. They weren't helping Long Xiaotan, they were helping themselves. Long Xiaotan had some feelings, but Ying Chen didn't have any leeway. You bunch of lunatics, I haven't even settled the score with you and you're already biting me. I'll let all of you die here today. Since you've come to the Thunder Rush Sea, you'll all become corpses at the bottom of the sea. Ying Chen let out a long cry. He fought against 10 of them alone. He was truly powerful. More than 10 divine kings from the 10 great sects could not make Ying Chen bow down to them. I'll definitely take my revenge today. Long Xiaotan's eyes were filled with hatred. He had already surpassed his own strength to fight with his life on the line. Even if he were to die, he would live for his own glory. Jiang Chen looked at Long Xinghua, Dong Huang Taiji and the others and said, It's useless for us to stay here, at least we won't be at a disadvantage now. Let's go and see what's inside. The other three also expressed their agreement. The three of them quickly caught up with the previous group and headed deeper into the Divine Dragon Palace. I can feel an enormous energy, it seems to be deeper. He Cha squinted his eyes and smiled brightly. I can feel it too. It seems to be the treasury of the Ice Sea Divine Dragon Palace. Lei Ping said. How can we return empty-handed after entering a treasure mountain? Yin Hun revealed a long-lost smile. The three of them took the lead and charged a few thousand meters ahead. In the depths of the palace, layers of foundation stones were shattered. A huge treasury appeared in front of everyone. There were countless divine origin stones, countless of them. There were countless rare and wondrous herbs. Some of them had long withered, while others were still blossoming with divine splendor, verdant and glistening. There were also some that were even slowly growing. There were 9 whole corals at the bottom of the sea, daffodil seaweed that could detoxify 100 poisons, spiritual objects everywhere. This truly was a treasure trove. Golden light shone brilliantly, dazzling the eyes with a dazzling lineup. Countless divine weapons, countless divine weapons, countless heavenly divine weapons. Some of them had lost their luster, but some were still as sharp as before. There were countless medicinal pills with pill fragrance that refreshed one's mind. There were countless top-grade medicinal pills, and there was no lack of immortal-grade treasures. Just looking at them made one salivate. Yin Hun and the other two were dumbfounded. Such a huge treasure vault was probably even bigger than the treasure vault of their sect that had been passed down for thousands of years. Shock, other than shock, there was more shock. This really is the Dragon Clan's treasure. This is the first time I've seen so many treasures. I'm going to be rich. I'm going to be rich. These things are all ours now, I want that heavenly divine weapon battle armor, I want it. That bottle of immortal-grade medicinal pills is mine. After Yin Hun, Jiang Qin and the others also entered the treasure vault. The moment the treasure appeared, even Jiang Qin was shocked. Even though he had a lot of treasures with him, compared to the treasure vault in front of him, it was like comparing a grain of rice to a bright moon. This is really testing one's willpower. Jiang Qin said in his heart. The shock came from the bottom of his heart, but so did the greed and extravagance. Jiang Qin shook his head abruptly and realized that he was almost bewitched by the treasure. He was completely immersed in it and couldn't pull himself out. The treasure was like a gigantic mirror, sucking people deeper and deeper into it. In the end, he would fall into eternal slumber and become a part of the treasure. Thinking about this, Jiang Qin's heart could not help but tremble. It's too terrifying. It's invisible. It's 1,000 times better than a formation. Jiang Qin could see that this was not an illusion, but it was much scarier than an illusion. The desire and greed could suck one's soul into it. One would be enslaved by greed for the rest of one's life, and eventually become a pile of bones. They could only see the boundless treasure vault, but they could not see the countless bones in it. In Jiang Qin's eyes it was even more shocking. If it was not for his extraordinary soul strength, Jiang Qin might not be able to walk out from it so easily. Jiang Qin looked at the people around him. Their faces were filled with greed, as if they couldn't wait to put all these treasures into their own pockets. No one was an exception because in front of so many treasures, their hearts had been completely conquered. Who could look down on the world and ignore these treasures? However, facing this scene that seemed like a formation yet not a formation, like an illusion yet not an illusion, Jiang Qin was secretly startled. There were many treasures, but only a few of them could move his heart. Most importantly, the skeletons on top of the treasures warned him that these things would not be easily obtained. Let's keep the divine origin stones and heavenly divine tools first. Jiang Qin kept all the high-grade divine origin stones into his pouch. More than 10 heavenly divine tools were also kept by him. Although they were all damaged to varying degrees, Jiang Qin believed that it would not be difficult for him to heal them. The only origin divine tool was a conch. Jiang Qin did not expect that conch to be so terrifying. It was not easy to refine it into an origin divine tool. There were also countless rare herbs. Jiang Qin only picked the best ones. Anything that was damaged would be thrown away by Jiang Qin. He didn't care about them at all. After Jiang Qin looted the treasures, he did not expect that Donghuang Taiji would be the first one to come out from the illusion of greed. Donghuang Taiji looked at Jiang Qin. He did not feel that what Jiang Qin did was wrong. He was just shocked that Jiang Chen had come out from the illusion of greed earlier than him. This is not an illusion, but it's better than an illusion. Because everyone's heart of greed is different. As long as there is desire and greed, one's soul will be sucked into it. Jiang Chen said, "In my heart there is only martial Dao. I, Donghuang Taiji, will become the strongest expert in the history of the Eastern Emperor sect and break through the divine martial Dao." Donghuang Taiji said. His eyes were extremely sharp. When he looked at the endless treasures again, his heart was as calm as still water without any desire. Chapter 26:30. Congratulations, Brother Taiji. You've broken through to the Divine King realm. Jiang Chen said with a smile. How? Why didn't the lightning tribulation appear? Donghuang Taiji looked up and murmured. It should be because of the Ice Sea Divine Dragon Palace. He could avoid the heavenly lightning, that's why you didn't receive the lightning tribulation. Jiang Chen explained. I see. Donghuang Taiji looked at Jiang Chen not with gratitude but with a terrifying battle intent. Ah, I'm not your enemy now. If you want to fight, I'll fight with you after we get out. Jiang Chen shook his head helplessly. Donghuang Taiji is really obsessed with cultivation. He only cares about the divine martial Dao. Battle is the only Dao in his heart. It's a deal. When Donghuang Taiji turned his head, he realized that even Murong Yun-er had fallen into it. Wake up. Donghuang Taiji grabbed Murong Yun-er's shoulder and shouted. However, his shout woke everyone up. Only 8 of them fell to the ground. At this moment, Jiang Chen finally understood that the souls of these 8 people had been devoured by this invisible treasure. They were already addicted to it and couldn't pull themselves out. How did this happen? Taiji? Murong Yun-er grabbed Donghuang Taiji's hand and said. It's all right. Donghuang Taiji's chivalrous side made people feel warm. Xinfang he shuddered as if he had just woken up from a dream. He looked at the people around him in shock. Some of them fell down not knowing what happened. Some of them looked terrified. There were less than 10 of them left. The treasure was still in front of them but none of them dared to move. Hecha was sweating profusely. If it wasn't for Donghuang Taiji's shout, he might have fallen into it forever. However, because of this he became more careful. Silver Soul Lei Ping, they saw boundless wealth but they couldn't see the bottomless abyss. What a lucky survivor. Li Peng was extremely excited. The 8 people who had already fallen to the ground had their souls sucked away, leaving behind only their stinky skin. Not long after they would also become a pile of bones. How could this be? It's too scary. Why did all these people fall in the treasure trove? Could it be that even if they die they have to die here? I feel like I've gone through a cycle of life and death. Sweat dripped down everyone's face. Only Jiang Chen and Donghuang Taiji were calm. Even so, they were still looking at the wealth in front of them after they woke up. Since I'm already here, I can't come here for nothing. Someone took a step forward and began to collect the treasures. Xinfang he was also not polite and quickly began to collect the treasures, taking as much as he could. Everyone present was looking for treasures that were more worthy of them taking action. Jiang Chen took a step forward and stood in front of Xinfang he. What do you want? Xinfang he glared at Jiang Chen and said. You should know better than me. Jiang Chen smiled. I don't understand what you're talking about. I don't want to quarrel with you. If you're not going to do anything, don't disturb me. Xinfang he was infuriated. He did not want to quarrel with Jiang Chen now because he wanted to take all the treasures for himself. Really? I would like to see if you have the capability to do so. Xining sect, aren't you unhappy with me? What a coincidence, I am unhappy with you too. Jiang Chen stepped on the divine tool in front of Xinfang he and looked at him provocatively. Don't think that I don't dare to touch you. If it wasn't for your luck, would I have been defeated by you? You're overestimating yourself. Today I'll kill you first. Xinfang he strode towards Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen remained calm and smiled. Just as Xinfang he was about to reach him, he finally moved. Like a dragon emerging from the sea, his fists were cold and overbearing. Jiang Chen's punches landed on Xinfang he's chest. Xinfang he wanted to retreat but it was already too late. Jiang Chen's attacks landed on him one after another. Xinfang he didn't even have the strength to resist. He had completely become Jiang Chen's tool to vent his anger. Fist after fist, Xinfang he couldn't do anything to Jiang Chen even with his divine skill. Jiang Chen smashed Xinfang he's body. At that moment, even He Cha and the rest looked at Jiang Chen with interest. This guy is so bloody. It's refreshing to hear this from you, Lei Ping said in surprise. He Cha was not as kind as Jiang Chen. He was also the kind of person who would never show mercy to his enemies. He was exactly the same as Jiang Chen. He Cha's attitude towards Jiang Chen was similar. The moment Jiang Chen retracted his fist, everyone had a whole new level of respect for him. Shen Fenghe couldn't believe that his flesh and bones would be torn apart by Jiang Chen's punches even at the moment of his death. This kind of scum deserves to die, Jiang Chen said coldly. Lei Ping couldn't help but look at Jiang Chen again. This fellow was really in the limelight. He did not show any sign of cowardice in the Elder's battle. Moreover, he was able to kill a half-step divine king with his bare hands. He was indeed worthy of being taken seriously. He Cha sneered and looked at Jiang Chen with disdain. No matter how powerful he was, he only killed a half-step divine king. There's still a gap between him and a real divine king. Jiang Chen looked at Shen Fenghe. Killing him was just for some peace. So what if he's dead? It's not a big deal. Disciples are forbidden to kill each other here. Aren't you afraid of starting a war? He Cha looked at Jiang Chen coldly. I, Jiang Chen, do not need to explain my actions to others. Jiang Chen's arrogance made everyone look at him in a new light. However, He Cha's eyes were filled with disdain. Seems like he's a troublemaker, Yin Hun said faintly, but he did not join the battle. Shen Fenghe was dead, his death was worthless. His death was not shocking at all, no one cared about it. Other than Jiang Chen, Donghuang Taiji, Murong Yunru, Long Xinghua, Yin Hun, Wei Chongqing of the Muyun sect and Xiegui of the Scorpio sect. Other than Jiang Chen and Murong Yunru, the rest were all divine kings. However, Yin Hun and the others were obviously stronger than them. Jiang Chen found an ancient parchment scroll at the edge of the treasure vault, at a place where no one was paying attention to. It felt familiar, and when he held it in his hand he realized that it was actually a map. Rushing thunder diagram. Jiang Chen's heart skipped a beat. Another rushing thunder diagram. He already had 2 rushing thunder diagrams. However, he did not know the secret of the rushing thunder diagram. Until now, Jiang Chen's biggest gain was this rushing thunder diagram. Although he did not know the value of the rushing thunder diagram, he believed that once he found all of them, it would be something that others would never be able to achieve. Chapter 2631. Meet the Dragon Ball again. Chapter 2630. Dragon Ball again. Qianxia, is this Ice Sea Divine Dragon Palace Qianxia's Divine Palace? Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. If this was Qianxia's Divine Palace, then Qianxia must have died here. Otherwise, Jiang Chen would not leave the endless treasures alone. But where was Qianxia? Qianxia was an ancient fierce beast, one of the 9 sons of the dragon. He was comparable to Yazi, Suanni, Tao Tai and other invincible fierce beasts. Even ancient divine beasts could not withstand a single blow from them. Qianxia was even more terrifying than Tao Tai. Jiang Chen knew how terrifying Tao Tai was, so he was extremely afraid of Qianxia. He was sure that Qianxia must have died here. The words on the tombstone were already blurred, but Jiang Chen was extremely shocked when he saw it. It was as if the tombstone was erected yesterday. Ancient fierce beast, if it was really Qianxia's divine palace, then it was definitely a big gain. Jiang Chen was most concerned about the Dragon Ball in Qianxia's body. On the Zulong Tower there were 9 depressions and one of the Dragon Balls was embedded in it. Jiang Chen believed that the other 8 depressions could also contain the Dragon Balls. At that time the Zulong Tower would definitely be upgraded. The terrifying energy of the Dragon Balls was the combination of the energy of ancient fierce beasts. The Dragon Balls of the Dragon Clan were known as the world's enemy treasures. If the Dragon Balls were to appear, countless people would definitely go crazy. Jiang Chen thought of the Conch Origin Soul Tool and guessed that this should be Qianxia's divine palace. Qianxia was gentle and powerful, but he did not like worldly disputes. His biggest hobby was music. Perhaps only Qianxia could collect a conch as an Origin Soul Tool. After Jiang Chen and the others collected a large number of treasures, they found an even more dazzling existence in front of them. It was right under the treasures. Jiang Chen also discovered this, and he was the first to sense the existence of the shining light. Seemed to be the Dragon Ball. Jiang Chen was at the forefront. Lei Ping did not hesitate and ran side by side with Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen used the Great Void technique several times to shake off Lei Ping and grab the dazzling Dragon Pearl. They really are Dragon Balls. Jiang Chen's heart skipped a beat. He recognized the Dragon Ball as he had obtained one before, so he was extremely sensitive to it. Especially after holding the Dragon Ball in his hands, Jiang Qin could feel the endless energy within the Dragon Ball. Even an ultimate god expert would be shocked to the point their jaws would drop, right? Good kid, you're quite fast. Hand over the thing in your hand. Lei Ping said in a deep voice. Why should I give you what's mine? Jiang Qin smiled. Since he had obtained the Dragon Ball, he would never hand it over. He was confident that no one could do anything to him in this space. You're playing with fire. Lei Ping looked at Jiang Qin coldly. Come and take it if you want it. Jiang Qin ignored everyone. Kid, you've been an eyesore for a long time. You're still acting so righteous after snatching something. Hehe, if I don't teach you a lesson today, you'll never know how many eyes I have. He Cha was already rushing towards Jiang Qin. This fellow was in the limelight and now he dared to snatch something from them. Yours? Why don't you come and try to snatch it? Jiang Qin held the Dragon Ball tightly and faced He Cha's attack fearlessly. Both of them were on par with each other. Jiang Qin was a late heavenly god, yet he fought against He Cha, who was an early divine king. Such a powerful fella. No wonder you're so confident. Lei Ping said faintly. Jiang Qin and He Cha exchanged blows without holding back. Jiang Qin had already shown He Cha what a true expert was with his physical strength. Plus, he didn't even use his dragon transformation. Sending a half-step divine king flying with a single punch was no joke. 3,000 Rakshasa palm. He Cha's palms were linked together as he flew. A violent palm wind whistled through the air, causing the surrounding air to surge. Divine origin energy poured out like a flood. Jiang Qin remained unmoved as he unleashed the 5 elemental combat dragon seal. He Cha and He Cha both retreated. He Cha's eyes became extremely cold. Little bastard, I don't believe that this He Cha can't do anything to you. He Cha clenched his hand and a 3-pronged demon trident appeared in his palm. Brat, eat my trident. The divine weapon in He Cha's hand was a heavenly divine weapon. The trident whistled through the air, emitting a powerful pressure that forced Jiang Qin to take a few steps back. Under its sharpness, it was invincible. Jiang Qin sneered as he held the heavenly dragon sword in his hand. The roar of a dragon was peerless and peerless. The sword hummed and trembled. The mightiness of the heavenly dragon sword was much more terrifying than the 3-pointed ghost trident. Sword and trident intertwined, ice and fire collided. Jiang Qin roared in rage. Under the dragon transformation he pushed He Cha back. The heavenly dragon sword was like a hot knife cutting through butter. Under the dragon transformation, Jiang Qin became even more ferocious. He Cha was finally defeated. But at this moment Yin Hun could not stand it anymore. Big brother, what are you waiting for? Before He Cha could finish his words, Yin Hun had already arrived. The silver blade in his hand was like a ray of light, clashing against Jiang Qin's blade. Both of them retreated, none of them willing to give in to the other. Brat, you're quite powerful. Unfortunately, you're fated to die here today. Yin Hun said while caressing the silver blade in his hand. It was also a heavenly divine tool demon blade that had tasted countless blood. You're not the only one who said this. But those people are already dead. Jiang Qin and Yin Hun He Cha looked at each other. Their auras surged. Even though it was 1 against 2, they still showed their might. Killing Luo sect. Do you really think that there's no one in my Eastern Emperor sect? Donghuang Taiji harumphed. He took a step forward and stood next to Jiang Qin. Although he was defeated by Jiang Qin and treated Jiang Qin as his enemy, he would not stand on the wrong side in front of a big fight. Thank you. Jiang Qin smiled. Eastern Emperor sect? Hehe. Interesting. Looks like you've just broken through to the Divine King realm. A guy who just broke through to the Divine King realm dares to fight me? Yin Hun looked at Donghuang Taiji in disdain. In his eyes, Donghuang Taiji was not on the same level as him. I'll leave him to you, He Cha. Alright. I might not be able to defeat that brat, but do you think I can't defeat you? He Cha launched a heavy punch and fought against Donghuang Taiji. He became more arrogant. The anger that he felt from being suppressed by Jiang Qin was released at this moment. Chapter 2632. Yin Hun looked at Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin would not be courteous to him. Jiang Qin, who had transformed into a dragon, held the heavenly dragon sword in his hand and wanted to compete with the heavens. Although Yin Hun was strong, he could not do anything to Jiang Qin. Falling light blade. 9 rays of ultimate blade light pierced through the void. Jiang Chen's sword shadow was ethereal and illusory. His sword of solitude swept across the void and was not at a disadvantage at all. Sword breaks the void, heaven's will. Both of them retreated again, but Yin Hun was obviously in a worse state. Jiang Chen's late heavenly god strength had made the killing Luo sect's genius disciple nervous. Yin Hun's figures descended again, surrounding Jiang Chen and attacking his back. 9 phantom wolves. The 9 figures changed their positions and Yin Hun suddenly lost his target. When his attack landed on an afterimage, Jiang Chen moved. His heavenly dragon sword slashed towards Yin Hun with the momentum of the autumn wind sweeping the fallen leaves. Yin Hun turned his head and his expression changed drastically. He retreated continuously, but the sharpness of the sword qi still left a deep scar on his face. Yin Hun's mouth trembled slightly as he slowly raised his head. "Lad, you forced me to do this. Too weak." Jiang Chen shook his head as if he was talking about something normal. Rakshasa ghost seal. Yin Hun suddenly rose from the ground and formed a seal with his hand. It was similar to the 5 elements and 8 trigrams, but it looked more like a sacrificial ritual. Jiang Chen squinted his eyes. The Rakshasa ghost seal in Yin Hun's hand arrived in an instant. Majestic shadows pierced through the void as if they wanted to devour Jiang Chen. The surroundings were filled with a cold and murderous aura. Buddha's radiance. Jiang Chen struck out a seal and merged with the Rakshasa ghost seal. Golden and black rays intertwined with each other. Yin Hun was defeated once again and was forced to retreat by Jiang Chen. The terrifying Rakshasa ghost seal was actually broken by Jiang Chen so easily. Yin Hun's face was as red as a pig's liver. He gritted his teeth as blood stained his face. Killing Rakshasa sect is only SO. Jiang Chen shook his head. On the other side, the battle between Donghuang Taiji and He Cha did not disappoint Jiang Chen. Although Donghuang Taiji had just broken through to the Divine King realm, his potential was extraordinary. He Cha could not break through Donghuang Taiji's defense even though he was extremely strong. Now it's my turn. Eastern Emperor Limitless Art. Donghuang Taiji attacked fiercely with the Eastern Emperor Limitless Art, forcing He Cha to take a few steps back. Lei Ping knew that if he continued to remain silent he would be helpless. Jiang Chen's strength was extraordinary, and now it seemed that they had indeed underestimated him. Thunder Palm. Lei Ping struck out 3 palms consecutively. Thunder and lightning streaked across the sky, forcing Jiang Chen to retreat. Jiang Chen's heavenly dragon sword cut through the 3 thunderbolts but failed to kill Yin Hun. Lei Ping had already appeared in front of him. Jiang Chen, don't forget that you're from the Eastern Emperor sect. Killing Yin Hun will only bring you harm. You have to think thrice before you act. Lei Ping said. I don't need you to tell me what to do. Jiang Chen did not give Lei Ping any face. So what if he was a genius disciple of the heavenly profound sect? If Jiang Chen did not like him he would kill him as well. I would like to see how powerful you are. Yin Hun, let's join hands and kill this bastard. Otherwise we won't have a good time. Yin Hun nodded silently and soared into the sky. The 2 of them fought Jiang Chen alone. Jiang Chen's expression was calm. However, Lei Ping and Yin Hun did have some ability when they joined hands. After all, they were the 2 genius disciples of the Killing Luo sect and Heavenly Profound sect. However, Jiang Chen did not show any weakness. The 2 of them were completely controlled by Jiang Chen and lost their initiative. The battle between Jiang Chen and the 2 of them was in full swing. However, at this moment the entire treasure vault seemed to be trembling. Everyone's facial expression changed drastically and stopped fighting. However, it was already too late for them to avoid it. Everyone and the treasure vault had a 180-degree turn. They were buried under the boundless treasure vault and were almost crushed to death. This was not good news at all. Jiang Chen and the rest quickly regained their senses and realized that their surroundings were different from before. Warrior's Gate. Everyone's gaze landed on the 4 words in front of them. To be exact, there was a gate under the treasure vault, the Warrior's Gate. Could the legend be true? Lei Ping murmured. What legend? Yin Hun asked. Legend has it that under the Thunder Rush Sea there was a huge country. Its former glory was on the Thunder Rush Sea, and there is a portal that allows one to enter a different dimension, called the Warrior's Portal. Legend has it that this country was once prosperous. If it wasn't for the fact that the Thunder Rush Sea's tides didn't recede and engulfed it, I reckon that there would have been even more legends, and their names would have been passed down for hundreds of generations. As for the Warrior's Gate, it existed forever. Even if the Great Kingdom was destroyed, the Warrior's Gate would still be there. However, after the kingdom was destroyed, it became an eternal mystery. Lei Ping said in a low voice. Everyone looked at the gray giant stone gate. There were lines of cryptic inscriptions on it, making people unable to understand them. Those words were suitable for a legend. The rough appearance of the inscriptions seemed to have been eroded by the wind and sand for countless years, filled with vicissitudes of time. On top of the Warrior's Gate, there was a drawing of a majestic dragon soaring in the 9 heavens. There was also a blurry silhouette, and the eyes of the dragon were always staring at the silhouette. Is there really a different space behind the Warrior's Gate? Or is there some unspeakable secret? Jiang Chen squinted his eyes. He did not know what kind of legend was behind it, but the Warrior's Gate had become a mystery in everyone's heart. No one dared to take a step forward. They were all worried about the secret behind the Warrior's Gate. I don't believe that there are demons and monsters behind the Warrior's Gate. Wei Chongqing of the Mu Yun sect sneered and walked towards the Warrior's Gate. The Mu Yun sect pushed the Warrior's Gate fiercely, but the Warrior's Gate did not open. Count me in. Xiaga of the Scorpio sect also rushed towards the Warrior's Gate. The 2 great Divine King Realm experts joined hands and used all their strength to push the Warrior's Gate open slowly. A faint light shot out from the Warrior's Gate. Only by squinting one's eyes could one see it clearly. It seemed to be a broken world. A burst of cold wind sounded. Wei Chongqing slowly took a step forward. Suddenly, a shadow of a divine dragon penetrated through Wei Chongqing's body and turned into nothingness. Wei Chongqing also slowly fell down. His entire body turned into sand and was blown away by the strong wind that was slowly blowing. Chapter 26:33. I'll lead the charge. Under the Warring States period, only death awaits. For the will of the king, charge. The god of war is invincible. Victory, the ultimate victory. Countless ear-splitting sounds appeared in the center of the brave Warrior's Gate. Wind and thunder flickered in the illusory and pale space. The surging waves were accompanied by a majestic heavy rain. Fierce warriors holding golden spears in their hands seemed to have descended from the sky. They stepped out of the brave Warrior's Gate. Those warriors had golden feathers on their heads and silver armors on their bodies. They rode on red horses and held halberds in their hands. Their eyes were red as if they could pierce through the heavens and earth. Their roars were thunderous and earth-shattering. Hundreds and thousands of warriors were like a magnificent army, their iron hooves trampling on the ground. It was terrifying. What's hiding behind the Warrior's Gate? No one knew. But the Warrior's Gate made everyone feel that it was a rare scene of a battlefield. It was full of blood and battle songs were resounding. On the armors there were blades and swords, spears and blood, but there were no tears. Terrifying. These are the ones that came out from the Warrior's Gate. Li Ping took a deep breath. He was shocked by the scene in front of him. I'm afraid there's a powerful world behind the Warrior's Gate. Yin Hun's voice was solemn and trembling. Because they might become the sacrifice of the Warrior's Gate. I've never seen such a terrifying aura in my life. Long Xinghua murmured. That kind of shock and fear made her scalp numb. Kill. Kill. The battle cries were still shaking the heavens and the earth. Jiang Chen and the others could feel a great pressure. The group of brave warriors had all rushed out of the Gate of Warrior. Wherever they passed, not even a blade of grass could be seen. Murong Yunner was the first to bear the brunt of the attack. Although it was just an illusion, those battle souls had the combat strength of a late heavenly god. Adding the resentment that they had accumulated for thousands of years, Murong Yunner's soul was almost shattered by the aura when the army rushed out of the Warrior's Gate. Careful. Dong Huang Taiji wielded his blade and stood in front of Murong Yun. However, the terrifying charging force of the countless fighting souls sent both Dong Huang Taiji and Murong Yunner flying away. Both of them were severely injured. How is this the Warrior's Gate? This is clearly a world of battle souls that contains countless battle souls. Jiang Chen's expression was stern as he stared at the scene in front of him. In the blink of an eye, the countless fighting souls had already started to run amok in the space of the underground treasure. Such a terrifying fighting soul world, I'm afraid it will make people extremely afraid. I've never heard of it before. Heicha's expression changed, because they might have to face the chaos of the fighting spirit world. Taiji, Murongyun, held Donghuang Taiji's hand tightly. Donghuang Taiji's expression was extremely ferocious as he was pierced through by 3 fighting souls just now. The pain was as terrifying as his bones and flesh being torn apart. Murongyun's tears fell like rain, even the corner of her mouth was filled with blood. However, at that moment, if Donghuang Taiji did not act in time, Murongyun would have died. The two of them hugged each other tightly. Donghuang Taiji's figure also moved Jiang Qin. This is true love. Catch. Without hesitation, Jiang Qin threw 100 energy recovery pills to Donghuang Taiji. Donghuang Taiji was shocked. The value of 100 energy recovery pills was self-explanatory. More importantly, at this moment, these 100 energy recovery pills meant that he would have an endless recovery power. He was like an undefeatable god of war. Jiang Qin threw another bottle of energy recovery pills to Long Xinghua. Long Xinghua's eyes were filled with shock and excitement. Her beautiful eyes flickered with affection. This kindness was as deep as the sea. Go all out. These fighting souls are not simple. Jiang Qin shouted in a low voice. Dozens of battle souls rushed towards him. They were roaring and roaring, shaking the void and crushing everything in their way. The warrior's gate continued to expand. The number of fighting souls was terrifying. He might not be afraid if there were 10 of them, he might be able to handle 100 of them. But what if there were 1,000 or 10,000 of them? Even if Jiang Qin used the 5 elemental trigram fire formation to protect himself, he could not stop these fighting souls. Each and every one of the fighting souls were galloping like tigers. The feathers on their heads were domineering. They looked like strong yaks, like angry King Kong. Their aura was unparalleled and suffocating. The 5 elemental trigram fire formation continued to rise. However, Jiang Qin still could not stop the impact of the fighting souls. Jiang Qin could only defend himself. At this moment, thousands of fighting souls were galloping. The most terrifying one was Long Xinghua. Almost half of the fighting souls were rushing towards her. Long Xinghua was overwhelmed. Even though she was able to stand firm against these late heavenly god realm fighting souls, the impact of the fighting souls still made Long Xinghua feel suffocated. Wave after wave, even Jiang Qin sighed inwardly. Most of the battle souls seemed to have locked onto Long Xinghua. Divine Dragon Soul Manipulation Art. Long Xinghua used the Divine Dragon Soul Manipulation Art to fight against the fighting souls. Her sword was like a dragon, roaring and sweeping across the battlefield. Who knew that those scarlet-eyed fighting souls would become even more ferocious? Long Xinghua kept eating the energy recovery pills that Jiang Qin gave her, but it was still useless. The frenzied fighting souls rushed towards Long Xinghua like a moth flying into a flame trying to kill her. Hundreds and thousands of fighting souls were annihilated together with Long Xinghua. At that moment, the Azure Dragon stopped moving and Long Xinghua was devoured by the fighting souls. Damn it! Jiang Qin frowned. At this moment he had to save her. Donghuang Zhuqing and Long Xiaotan were sworn brothers. The Eastern Emperor sect and the 9 Dragon Palace were on good terms. Jiang Qin could not just stand by and watch. Roar! Jiang Qin roared in anger. Under the dragon transformation he was like a dragon emerging from the sea. This fella is really impressive. He's just a late heavenly god, but he's the one with the most strength among us. Yin Hun said with a gloomy expression. The fighting souls in front of him kept attacking his defense. He was getting more and more exhausted. After Jiang Qin used the dragon transformation, especially the roar of the dragon, all the fighting souls swarmed towards Jiang Qin. The ferocious and terrifying fighting souls were like thousands of horses galloping, as if they wanted to drown Jiang Qin. Chapter 26-34. Jiang Qin protected Long Xinghua. If it wasn't for him, Long Xinghua would have been dead by now. But even so, she was still severely injured. Her pretty face was pale and bloodless. She was protected by Jiang Qin and was on the verge of death. A divine king realm expert couldn't even withstand a single blow from these fighting souls. No one would have thought that these tens of thousands of battle souls would possess such an unparalleled aura. As they charged forward, they were invincible. Interesting. To think that all of these fighting souls are attacking Jiang Qin. Beautiful. Yin Hun said with a gloomy expression. At this moment he finally heaved a sigh of relief. At this moment Jiang Qin had become the focal point of all the fighting souls. All of them were attacking Zhou Xian without any leeway. Damn it. That was so close. I almost said goodbye to this world. Cha said with lingering fear. If it wasn't for Zhou Xian becoming the focus of all the fighting souls, they wouldn't have such an easy time. Shit. If this continues, Zhou Xian will definitely die. Donghuang Taiji was extremely anxious. However, Zhou Xian was drowned by the thousands of battle souls. Zhou Qian's figure could not be seen at all. Thousands of battle souls, divine king experts, were all crushed in front of them. There was no room for negotiation. Long Xinghua never thought that Zhou Xian would risk his life to save her even though she had a normal relationship with him. Moreover, he had put her in an irrecoverable situation. Even though Long Xinghua had a heart of stone, she couldn't remain calm at this moment. That majestic figure was deeply imprinted in her mind. Long Xinghua was a peerless genius of the Nine Dragon Palace. At this moment she had to rely on someone else to survive. This made her feel extremely bitter. Who would have thought that the fighting soul world would teach them a lesson? The Thunder Rush Sea was definitely not a good place. Motherfucker, why are you all attacking me? Zhou Qian gritted his teeth, but it was useless. Zhou Qian faced the endless stream of fighting souls from all directions. He was neither happy nor sad. However, even the 5 elemental trigram fire formation could not stop the attack of these fighting souls. Zhou Qian was also facing a formidable enemy. The heavens have opened their eyes. This kid is finally asking for humiliation. This fighting spirit world will be his grave. Lei Peng sneered. At this moment, Zhou Qian was being devoured by thousands of spirits. Even if he was an hierarch expert, he might not be able to escape from this calamity. Because the aura of these late heavenly god realm fighting spirits was enough to crush everything. This is called retribution. Haha, the result of trying to be a hero is death. If you want to play the hero and save the damsel in distress, you should first consider your own strength. Cha did not forget to ridicule Zhou Qian. Now those battle souls had completely drowned Zhou Qian. Why can't a good person live longer? Murong Yun gritted her teeth and grabbed Donghuang Taiji's hand. Now they could not see Zhou Qian's figure anymore. The man who protected them from the wind and rain could not return to the past anymore. Murong Yun suddenly felt that the world was desolate and impermanence. Zhou Qian. Long Xinghua's eyes almost popped out of her eye sockets as she screamed. In front of her, Zhou Qian was engulfed by countless fighting souls and disappeared. Divine Golden Bell. Zhou Qian used the Eastern Emperor Bell as the base of the Divine Golden Bell and used the God-sealing prohibition for the first time. Sure enough, although the Eastern Emperor Bell's dreadfulness could not be fully unleashed, the Divine Golden Bell was able to protect Zhou Qian perfectly. No matter how many fighting souls were attacking the Divine Golden Bell, they could not break it at all. Because the Divine Golden Bell was the foundation of the Eastern Emperor Bell. It was an actual existence and was not created by the Eastern Emperor Limitless Art. Zhou Qian's Divine Golden Bell was incomparable to the Eastern Emperor sect's Divine Golden Bell. The difference between the two was like heaven and earth. Success. This Divine Golden Bell is really powerful. It should be able to withstand the attack of a hierarch realm expert. Zhou Qian was confident. The surrounding fighting souls wanted to engulf him, but Zhou Qian did not know what to do. Why do these fighting souls want to go against me? Even the fighting souls that attacked Donghuang Taiji, Lei Peng and the others changed their target and attacked him. Zhou Qian could not figure it out, but he knew that there must be something wrong. Although Zhou Qian managed to block the fighting souls outside the Divine Golden Bell, it was still extremely difficult for him to break through the Divine Golden Bell. These damn fellas. Zhou Qian could not help shaking his head. Suddenly Zhou Qian was shocked. He thought of the Great Yu Soul forming light in his hand. Although the Great Yu Soul forming light was not fully restored, it should be mostly restored. At this moment, why not take out the Great Yu Soul forming light and try to suppress these fighting souls? Zhou Qian took out the Great Yu Soul forming light from the myriad Qi cauldron. In an instant the surrounding fighting souls became quiet. Zhou Qian could feel that the Great Yu Soul forming light seemed to be able to suppress these fighting souls. Good stuff. This Great Yu Soul forming light is interesting. Keep it. The Great Yu Soul forming light shone brightly and thousands of starlight shot out from the light. Wherever the starlight passed, all the fighting souls were sucked into the Great Yu Soul forming light. Thousands of fighting souls were shocked by the Great Yu Soul forming light. Although the great soul-forming light did not subdue these fighting souls quickly, Jiang Qin clearly understood how terrifying the great soul-forming light was. Moreover, the light from the great soul-forming light was becoming more and more dazzling. Good fella. Let me see how powerful you are. It seems that my efforts in nourishing the weapon soul in the myriad chi cauldron were not in vain. Jiang Qin smiled confidently. Thousands of fighting souls were sucked into the great soul-forming light. At this moment, the great soul-forming light became incomparably excited. The great soul-forming light had already reached the level of an essence divine tool. Moreover, it was an extremely terrifying one. Moreover, the great soul-forming light had yet to be completely repaired. Under the nourishment of the myriad chi cauldron and the thousands of fighting souls, Jiang Qin believed that the great soul-forming light was much more terrifying than what he had imagined. However, as long as the great soul-forming light was not restored, Bai Yunfei's soul would never be reborn. However, Jiang Qin believed that that day was not far away. Jiang Qin swept across the universe, unparalleled and unparalleled. Millions of war souls were nothing to him. Thousands of fighting souls, what can they do to me? Jiang Qin looked at the sky with disdain while holding the great soul-forming light in his hand. His gaze was like a torch that was as bright as the stars in the sky. Everyone was dumbfounded and their expressions changed. Yin Hun and Lei Peng were all trembling in fear. Chapter 26:35. How are you going to fight against me? Dou Ling said coldly. His eyes were filled with killing intent. Don't be too arrogant. So what if you're from the Battle God clan? This is the Thunder Rush Sea, the Qilian region. Do you think you can overturn this place? Li Jingdong said proudly. He was not afraid of Dou Ling at all. The battle between them was getting more and more intense. The Li Jingdong brothers, Feng Xingli and Bai Qi, had completely suppressed Dou Ling. Dou Ling did not even have a chance to fight back. Even Li Jingdong was curious about what kind of technique made him so confident. Accept your death, Dou Ling. Feng Xingli approached Dou Ling again. The 5 mid-divine king realm experts fought against Dou Ling. However, Dou Ling looked calm without a trace of panic. Trash like you are worthless in my eyes. Dou formation technique activate. Wind and cloud transformation Maha immeasurable. Dou Ling's eyes were filled with anger as he looked at the heavens. The moment the Dou formation technique was used, the wind cloud spiritual absorption formation that he had set up was activated. The 5 of them were shocked. Who would have thought that Dou Ling, who was completely suppressed by them, could still turn the situation around? Moreover, the difference between heaven and earth had left them with no chance to defend themselves. Feng Xingli and Li Jingdong, who were in the wind cloud spiritual absorption formation, were shocked. The boundless spiritual absorption force seemed to be sucking away their souls, causing them to suffer unbearable pain. Their bodies were twisted and their faces looked hideous. The intense pain was more unbearable than having their bodies torn apart. Bai Qi was the most relaxed one among them. However, under the Dou formation technique, even a formation expert like him could not fight back at all. He could only hug himself. Fortunately, I have the soul-suppressing rock. Otherwise, I would have been sucked to death by your spirit-absorbing formation. Bai Qi had a lingering fear in his heart. While he was resisting the wind cloud spirit-absorbing formation, he was thinking about how to escape. At this moment they had completely lost the initiative. What made Bai Qi feel despair was not Dou Ling's strength but his Dou formation technique. Under the amplification of the Dou formation technique, the wind cloud spirit absorbing formation was no longer the same as before. Bai Qi knew that he could also set up this spirit absorbing formation. However, with the amplification of the Dou formation technique, even if Bai Qi's strength was 2 levels higher than Dou Ling's, he might not be a match for him. Although Bai Qi coveted it very much, this was the secret of the Battle God clan. Moreover, the horror of the Dou formation technique was far beyond his imagination. The Dou formation technique was the supreme existence of the formation. This point Bai Qi understood from the moment he started to learn the formation. Can't I just run if I can't beat you? Bai Qi held the spirit-suppressing stone in his hand. He had found this spirit-suppressing stone in a place where a powerful person had passed away. The spirit-suppressing stone could stabilize a formation and was not affected by the formation. It could be considered a rare treasure. It had the effect of being immovable in all 8 directions. Even in the face of the wind cloud spirit absorption formation with the help of the Dou formation technique, it was not affected at all. Damn it. This guy is too scary. He has set up this formation unknowingly. We can't escape. Feng Xingli's expression changed and his voice trembled. He could not help but cover his head. His face was completely distorted. He had been seriously injured by the wind cloud spirit-absorbing formation. Li Jingdong was the same. He felt the fear of death. At that moment, no matter how many tricks they had, they could not turn the situation around. Mr. Bai, please save our lives, Li Jingnan said in a deep voice. His eyes were full of pleading. Compared to them, Bai Qi was more normal. At least the wind cloud spirit-absorbing formation did not defeat him. Alright. Bai Qi's eyes lit up, but he did not care. He found the wind cloud-absorbing spirit array's life gate and entered it alone. In an instant he disappeared without a trace. It was already not easy for him to escape. It was no different from a fool's dream. Moreover, Bai Qi knew that if he wanted to save them he would have to die here. Bastard. This guy ran away. No. I don't want to die. I can't die. The Tianxian sect will not let you go, Do Ling. You will be punished by the heavens. The Killing Luo sect swears to kill you. The four of them were sucked dry by the wind cloud absorbing spiritual formation and turned into dried corpses. Everyone looked at Do Ling and took a deep breath. Do Ling frowned. This guy actually found the life door of the wind cloud spirit absorbing formation and escaped. Moreover, he did it with the help of the Do formation technique. Not bad. It was a pity that the jade box was still in his hands. However, he only wanted this spine. This was his true goal. This was the relic of his ancestor. Do Ling did not even look at it. He walked towards the depths of the formation. He could feel a strong and overbearing aura coming from the depths of the formation. This guy from the Battle God clan is too scary. Dong Huangzhuqing looked solemn. Do Ling's figure had disappeared. Their side was also in a terrible situation. More than 10 of their elders were killed. Now only he, Long Xiaotan, Jin Yingqi, Chu Tianshu and the young city lord Zishi were left. Apart from Zishi, all of them were severely injured. The rest of the elders were killed as well. As for Yingchen, he was already on the verge of death. Long Xiaotan's eyes were bloodshot. He charged forward countless times, risking his life to injure Yingchen. Under the siege of so many experts, Yingchen was finally defeated. All of you deserve to die. All of you deserve to die. Yingchen wailed. He knew that he would definitely die if he continued to fight. Yingchen had no choice but to fly up to the sky. However, how could Long Xiaotan let him leave alone? Now that he could avenge Xiao Yu, Long Xiaotan would not hesitate to sacrifice his life to do so. Wanna leave? Humph. It's not that easy. Ask me if I'm willing to do so first. Long Xiaotan was extremely determined. He clenched his teeth and his eyes were filled with radiance. With an imposing manner, he soared into the sky and clashed with Yingchen, who was soaring into the sky. Brother Long. Dong Huangzhuqing's heart sank. He could feel Long Xiaotan's determination. He's probably going to perish together with Yingchen. You lunatic. Don't drag me along if you want to die. Yingchen felt a deep sense of fear. Long Xiaotan was determined to self-detonate as he tangled with Yingchen. The two of them soared into the sky. The moment they reached the peak of the canyon, Yingchen's face was covered with blood and sweat. Killing you can avenge me, Xiao Yu. I, Long Xiaotan, am satisfied. Ah. Yingchen flew across the sky and Long Xiaotan chased after him. Finally, Long Xiaotan self-destructed and perished together with Yingchen. Chapter 2636. Brother Long. Dong Huangzhuqing's pupils shrunk and his face became extremely gloomy. Dong Huangzhuqing had expected this to happen, but he did not expect it to happen so soon. Especially when Long Xiaotan decided to self-destruct in order to perish together with Yingchen. Dong Huangzhuqing's heart became cold and indifferent. Even though Yingchen had died, he had killed countless experts. The experts of the 10 great sects were all killed. Even Feng Xingli and his brothers were not spared. Do Ling's strength was undeniable. Among them, only Dong Huangzhuqing, Zishi and Chu Tianshu were left. Dong Huangzhuqing was speechless facing Long Xiaotan's death. Perhaps this was his true destiny. When Long Xiaotan died fearlessly, he no longer had any regrets. Everyone has to die. It could be as light as a feather or as heavy as Mount Tai. His death is worthy of everyone and it's a worthy death. Otherwise, if we let Yingchen escape, even if he's alive, he'll just be a corpse. What's the difference between him and a walking corpse? Chu Tianshu's words deeply provoked Dong Huangzhuqing. Dong Huangzhuqing smiled bitterly. He was too stubborn. No one knew better than him that Long Xiaotan's death should be celebrated. That guy from the Battle God clan has gone in. Let's not waste any more time. Jiang Qin and the others are still inside. Sco. Things might change if we delay. Zishi said solemnly. He was the calmest one among them. Moreover, Jiang Qin and the others might be in the most dangerous situation right now. Jiang Qin's expression was extremely solemn as he looked at the gigantic shadow that was constantly shrinking and enlarging. In the blink of an eye, it had already appeared above the warrior's gate. On the back of the giant shadow there were 8 claws that could be clearly seen. Like a long whip, it was filled with power. His huge eyes were wide open as he took a step forward. In the entire underground space he had already disappeared. The entire underground space seemed to be trembling. Such a terrifying octopus. That guy's aura has already reached the peak of the mid-divine king realm. Most importantly, we don't know what's behind him. Is this a sea monster? This is the first time I've seen one. This 8-armed octopus is not simple. Why is his target only Jiang Qin? Even Jiang Qin was complaining incessantly. Who would have thought that this big guy wouldn't care about the others and would directly attack Jiang Qin? Why? Jiang Qin gritted his teeth in anger, but he had no way of knowing. You have the aura of the dragon tribe on you. Kill the dragon tribe without mercy. The 8-tentacled octopus monster said in a deep voice. Its 8 arms had completely blocked Jiang Qin's path. Jiang Qin had no choice but to avoid it. The 8-tentacled octopus monster was too powerful. If it wasn't for the great soul-forming light, Jiang Qin would have been defeated by it. Jiang Qin and the 8-tentacled octopus fought fiercely for a long time, but they could not do anything to it. Even if it was a fighting soul and not its actual body, it was still abnormally strong. There must be an unparalleled treasure behind the warrior's gate. We can't wait any longer. Yin Hun said. That's what I was thinking. Let this guy fight with the octopus monster slowly. We can reap the benefits from it. Lei Peng sneered. Instead of fighting with Jiang Qin and the others, they might as well leave first. They had a premonition that there must be a treasure behind the warrior's gate. Then what are we waiting for? Let this guy die here. Heicha said coldly. Jiang Qin was being suppressed by the 8-tentacled octopus monster. In Heicha's eyes, Jiang Qin would definitely die. Rumble. After a loud sound, Dou Ling broke through the shackles and jumped into the space of the underground treasure. His cold eyes swept across everyone, sending chills down their spines. Oh no, the elders are probably dead. Yin Hun's face turned ugly. Dou Ling's appearance meant that he had gotten rid of the elders. This showed that Dou Ling was not someone to be trifled with. This fella is too terrifying. I've long heard that the Battle God clan is a peerless clan. I'm afraid that the few elders are all dead now. Lei Peng was also anxious. Now that they've lost the protection of the elders, it would be hard for them to move a single step. Especially Dou Ling and Jiang Qin, they're not easy to deal with. Heicha suddenly had an idea. His eyes lit up and he shouted, "The Dragon Ball is in his hands." Heicha pointed at Jiang Qin, causing Dou Ling's attention to fall on Jiang Qin. Even though he knew that Heicha and the others were trying to protect themselves, he still aimed at Jiang Qin. Hand over the Dragon Ball. Dou Ling stared at Jiang Qin said. How greedy. I've already given you the spine. You still want the item in my hands. You're really shameless. Jiang Qin sneered. He could give up on the spine, but he would never give up on the Dragon Ball. You're courting death. Dou Ling said as he rushed towards Jiang Qin with killing intent. Quick, enter the Gate of Warrior. Yin Hun said. The 3 of them looked at each other and quickly entered the Gate of Warrior. Kill everyone from the Dragon Clan. The Kraken's hatred towards Jiang Qin was unparalleled. Jiang Qin finally understood that these fighting souls attacked him because he had the aura of the Dragon Clan. It seemed like the Gate of Warrior and the Dragon Clan were closely related. Under the pincer attack of the Kraken and Dou Ling, Jiang Qin did not have the strength to fight back at all. Either one of them could pose a great threat to him. Jiang Qin took each step carefully. He would have been defeated if it wasn't for the great soul-forming light. Jiang Qin, I'm here to help you. Dong Huang Taiji shouted. Don't worry about me. Quickly enter the Gate of Warrior and don't let those fellas get it first. The good stuff must be behind the Gate of Warrior. Jiang Qin looked at Dong Huang Taiji. Dong Huang Taiji was extremely concerned about Jiang Qin's safety as he had become their backbone. Long Xinghua ate a few energy recovery pills and quickly followed Donghuang Taiji. This was what Jiang Chen hoped for. Long Xinghua looked at Jiang Chen's messy back. She was still very confident in him. I must survive, Long Xinghua muttered. Then she resolutely stepped into the warrior's gate. Give it to me. You're not worthy to have the Dragon Ball. Dou Ling shouted and stepped into the sky. His terrifying palms forced Jiang Chen to retreat. With the help of the 8-tentacled octopus, Jiang Chen was completely suppressed by the latter. You want to kill me? Let's see if you have the ability to do so. Jiang Chen roared in anger. The heavenly dragon sword was drawn and the roar of the dragon could be heard. The 8-tentacled octopus's pupil shrunk and his body trembled. He quickly retreated. Even though he was charging towards Jiang Chen, he was no longer as ferocious as before. Jiang Chen's dragon prestige was still suppressing him. However, Dou Ling was not afraid at all. Facing Jiang Chen's counterattack, Dou Ling's aura was surging. Jiang Chen was continuously forced to retreat. The scene was quite intense. Even though Jiang Chen was unparalleled in terms of offense and defense, he was still heavily injured by Dou Ling. Dou Ling's strength was suffocating. Be careful, Jiang Chen. Zishi roared and charged towards Jiang Chen. Donghuang Zhuqing did not want to be outdone and blocked the 8-tentacled octopus's attack. With Zishi and Donghuang Zhuqing's help, Jiang Chen became more and more skillful. Even Dou Ling was no longer able to deal with Jiang Chen and Zishi together. Dou Ling squinted his eyes and sneered, "You only know how to rely on others. This is your method, trash. Tear me apart first if you have the ability," Jiang Chen said with a dignified expression. "I'll spare your life first. I'd like to see what's behind the gate of warrior." As he spoke, Dou Ling turned around and stepped into the warrior's gate. Chapter 2637. Jiang Chen, are you all right? Zishi said solemnly. Jiang Chen was heavily injured when he fought against Dou Ling. With the addition of the Kraken, he was in a disadvantageous position. I'm fine. Jiang Chen shook his head. Even if Dou Ling turned around and left, there was still another 8-tentacled octopus. Jiang Chen's aura did not diminish at all. The 4 of them surrounded the 8-tentacled octopus and quickly captured it. It was an invisible battle soul. Nobody could do anything to it. Only the great Yu soul-forming light and the heavenly dragon sword in Jiang Chen's hands could make it fearful. Especially when the heavenly dragon sword was pressed down, the 8-tentacled octopus seemed to have seen something terrifying. Jiang Chen's sword was unconventional. Without Dou Ling, it was easy for him to deal with the Kraken. With the help of Zishi and the others, the Kraken's battle soul was instantly destroyed by the heavenly dragon sword and was suppressed by the great Yu soul-forming light. Tell me, what kind of place is this warrior's gate? Jiang Chen looked at the battle soul Lung Lung and said. He held the great Yu soul-forming light in his hand and could devour it any time. So what if I turn into ashes? At most I'll die. Anyway, the battle kingdom has been destroyed. What's the point of me living? The Kraken sneered. At the end of his sentence, his face was filled with bitterness and sorrow. You don't even have the right to choose death in my hands because I will make you wish you were dead. Do you believe that you'll be refined by the great Yu soul-forming light for eternity? The feeling of living a life worse than death should be the most satisfying. Jiang Chen smiled faintly. The Kraken couldn't help but shiver. It looked at Jiang Chen with a gloomy face and roared furiously. You're a madman. Madman. The Kraken was infuriated. However, when he thought about being used as a lamp wick to refine for eternity, he shuddered in fear. This fella wasn't joking. The great Yu soul-forming light was indeed terrifying. Say it. Tell me everything. Maybe I'll take your life. May you be reincarnated. Jiang Chen knew that the Kraken was not afraid of death. The battle kingdom that he was talking about might have already been destroyed. Since they were able to form their fighting souls, they were already indifferent to life and death. They were only left with remnant souls and the threat of death was not big. However, if the battle kingdom wanted him to be refined in the great Yu soul-forming light, it would be worse than death. What do you want to know? The Kraken said. What is the Warring States? Jiang Chen asked. This place should be called the Thunder Rush Sea. If I'm not wrong, this should be the same name. A long, long time ago the Thunder Rush Sea wasn't here, and this place was just the coastal area. The Thunder Rush Sea is our mother sea. On this fertile land, there used to be a great country called the Warring States. Above the Warring States, There was a vast territory with millions of people. From the birds and beasts in the forest, to the ferocious beasts in the mountains, to the floating creatures in the sea, to the dragon god in the water, all of them worship here. The ruler of the warring states, majestic in all directions, none dare to disobey. When the kraken was talking about the warring states, it waved its 8 claws excitedly. What a majestic in all directions, none dare to disobey. Xianxia could imagine that from the birds and beasts in the forest, to the ferocious beasts in the mountains, to the floating creatures in the sea, to the dragon god in the water, all of them worship here. The majesty of the warring states has existed since ancient times. I've read about it once in the ancient books of the Eastern Emperor sect. There was the warring states in the south and the Eastern Emperor in the west. The Eastern Emperor sect was full of legends. The ruler of the Eastern Emperor sect was on par with the ruler of the Thunder Rush Sea warring states. Dong Huangzhuqing sighed and said, after the warring states was destroyed, the Eastern Emperor sect became dispirited and no longer had the glory of the past. Indeed, the only one that could compete with the warring states was the Eastern Emperor sect. The kraken lowered its head and said, then why was the warring states destroyed? She was also very curious and continued to ask. Because of a person. To be exact, it was because of a dragon. Xianxia was shocked. The eldest of the 9 sons of the dragon, Qianxia? The kraken looked at Xianxia in shock. You know about it? It's just a guess. Xianxia shook his head. But his guess was right. It was indeed Qianxia. The existence of the Dragon Ball proved that the Ice Sea Divine Dragon Palace was indeed Qianxia's dojo. In the past, the daughter of the ruler of the warring states, Princess Bingying, fell in love with someone. Although he was not famous, he was infatuated with Princess Bingying. He was good at music, chess, calligraphy and painting. He was quite talented in literature. Although the ruler of the warring states was not satisfied with him, he could not do anything about it. However, after the warring states went to war, they found out that this son-in-law was a dragon among men. He wore a battle armor and was invincible. He led the lion of the warring states and millions of mercenaries to rule the lone dragon county. Gradually, this son-in-law became the pillar of the warring states. The kraken suddenly changed its tone and said, that's right. However, on a night when tsunamis rose one after another, 9 azure dragons arrived in the sky, overturning rivers and seas, and lightning flickered. The waves of the Thunder Rush Sea drowned half of the warring states. Millions of people died. The tsunami was like a purgatory on earth. They were only looking for one person, the eldest of the 9 sons of the dragon, Qianxia. The emperor's son-in-law who fought for our warring states' kingdom was Qianxia. Because of him, the entire warring states was destroyed. Under the rage of the 9 azure dragons, the warring states was swallowed by the 3,000-li river of the Thunder Rush Sea. That was the beginning of the destruction of the warring states. Qianxia. I never thought that the eldest of the 9 sons of the dragon, Qianxia, would be the son-in-law of the warring states. This is really shocking. The destruction of the warring states was caused by the 9 azure dragons? Xianxia said. The 9 azure dragons were just a prelude. The one who truly changed everything was Qianxia. He wanted to obtain a map from the Battle Kingdom's king for his own selfish desires. He set up such a shocking plan which led to the destruction of the Battle Kingdom. Qianxia and the 9 azure dragons are not good people. All the dragon clan are bastards. The kraken roared in a deep voice. Obviously, it was extremely angry towards Qianxia and the 9 azure dragons. It was also extremely resentful towards the dragon clan. Otherwise, all the fighting souls wouldn't have gathered towards Xianxia after he casted the dragon transformation. It's reasonable to say that. What is going on with this warrior's gate? This warrior's gate was set up by Qianxia to seal the people of the Battle Kingdom. The king of the Battle Kingdom was severely injured by the 9 azure dragons. Everyone believed that it was true and hid inside the warrior's gate. However, Qianxia didn't manage to open the warrior's gate at the last moment. Countless people of the Battle Kingdom were trapped inside the warrior's gate and died. In the end, the king of the Battle Kingdom refused to obey and was killed by the 9 azure dragons. Millions of people of the Battle Kingdom weren't spared. They either died inside the warrior's gate or were annihilated by the waves. Chapter 2638. Xianxia frowned. He knew a little about the grudge between the 9 sons of the dragon and the dragon clan. Jiang Chen found it hard to believe that Qianxia colluded with the Dragon Clan to plot against the warring state's kingdom. Although the 9 sons of the ancestral dragon were extremely cruel, Qianxia was an exception. He specialized in music and did not like to fight. Moreover, the Dragon Clan had never acknowledged the existence of the 9 sons of the ancestral dragon. Because of this, even though they were the sons of the ancestral dragon emperor, they did not receive any special treatment. They were considered as evil dragons outside the Dragon Clan. However, Jiang Chen did not know the truth. He could only enter the Warrior's Gate and find out the truth. What is the map that you're talking about? Is it worth it for the Dragon Clan to come out, the 9 elders of the Dragon Clan and Qianxia to fight for it? Jiang Chen was extremely curious about the map in the hands of the Lord of the Warring State's kingdom. It might be the real treasure. I don't know. However, my lord did not give the map to the Dragon Clan until his death. The Kraken said in a deep voice. It seemed like it was still loyal to the Lord of the Warring State's kingdom. So, behind the Warrior's Gate there's a big world? Zhou Xian inhaled a breath of cold air. It's a big world, but it's a broken world. It's impossible for anyone to live in there. This Warrior's Gate is the gate of hell to us. Qianxia not only brought us death, he brought us despair. A whole country of the Warring State's kingdom was annihilated. Tell me, how can we forgive him? The people of the Dragon Clan are all worthless. One could imagine the rage in the Kraken's heart. A broken world. This is the first time I've heard of it. Zhou Xian's expression became solemn. He had never heard of it before. This world was a parallel world. Even a spatial divine tool was extremely precious, let alone an independent world. I'd like to see what kind of world is behind the Warrior's Gate. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up as he stepped into the Warrior's Gate. When Jiang Chen took a step forward, the whole world seemed to have undergone a tremendous change. The mountains, rivers, grass and trees were all withered. Yellow sand filled the sky and dark clouds covered the sky. This was a world that was filled with hatred and resentment. One could not see the end of the world. Tall mountains, ancient trees turned into ashes. Water flowed for 1,000 miles. Dried bones were piled up and demon spirits were everywhere, numbering in the tens of thousands. Those are the demon spirits of the sea monsters. The Kraken said in a deep voice. Jiang Chen saw countless demonic spirits. There were true God realm, heavenly God realm and divine king realm demonic spirits. There were quite a few of them. It was extremely desolate and tragic. I will expiate those thousands of fighting souls. Although the great soul-forming light devoured them, it does not mean that I will refine all of them. The Kraken was slightly stunned by what Jiang Chen said. Jiang Chen's words touched him the most. They had been dead for thousands of years, but they could not reincarnate in the Warrior's Gate. It was like a prison of death. Jiang Chen's words made him feel warm. If you can expiate all the people of the Battle Kingdom, we will remember your kindness forever. The Kraken stared at Jiang Chen with a serious expression. If I have the ability, I will do my best. Jiang Chen knew that the Warrior's Gate was not simple. Especially when he could not see through the Warrior's Gate. Zixi, Donghuang Zhuqing and Chu Tianshu were the same. How big is this broken world? Donghuang Zhuqing asked. I don't know because I have never reached the end of it. I believe many people are the same as me. The Kraken's answer once again shocked Jiang Chen and the others. Infinitely great? This statement was a little hard to accept. The Warrior's Gate might be very big, but it was obviously unrealistic to say that it was infinitely big. Roar. Roar. A roar reverberated through the mountain peak. The people who were far away were shocked. Yin Hun and the others quickly retreated. There was only a young man on the mountain peak, looking down at the living beings under the dark clouds. That's the Saint Soul Mountain. It's the place where the princess of the Battle Kingdom, Princess Bingying, was buried. Princess Bingying was too ashamed to face the people of the Battle Kingdom and her father. She burned her fighting soul and buried herself in the Saint Soul Mountain. Now that I think about it, Princess Bingying was also a bitter person. The Kraken said in a low voice. Saint Soul Mountain? This Do Ling seems to have chased everyone down from the Saint Soul Mountain. Jiang Chen murmured. This fella is too arrogant. To think that he chased us down. There must be something wrong with this mountain. He Cha said while gritting his teeth. Although he was dissatisfied, they couldn't fight against Do Ling even if they joined hands. Calm down, don't be rash. Although this fella is despicable, he's not worthy for us to use our trump card. since that fella from the Eastern Emperor sect is not easy to deal with, and there's also the young city lord of the prefecture. Now that the elders have disappeared, we can only rely on ourselves. Yin Hun said in a low voice. I wonder what Dou Ling is trying to do. Lei Peng was puzzled. Dou Ling was on the Saint Soul Mountain, but he didn't know where to start. Instead he kept walking around as if he was looking for something. On the Saint Soul Mountain, Dou Ling's eyes lit up as he murmured. Divine Ancestor, I can feel your presence. Back then you couldn't escape and was trapped in the Warrior's Gate. The entire Battle God clan mourns for you. As soon as Dou Ling finished his words, the spine in his hand started to tremble. Dou Ling could feel that it was the aura of the Divine Ancestor of the Battle God clan. He couldn't be wrong. Back then, the Divine Ancestor of the Battle God clan couldn't escape from the Warrior's Gate even with his peerless technique. However, he managed to send the news back to the Battle God clan. The Saint Soul Mountain was suppressed by Qianyo and sealed the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Even an Emperor Realm expert might not be able to break the seal. Therefore you must use the blood of the Dragon Clan and the energy in my spine as support. Only under the guidance of the blood of the Dragon Clan can the seal of the Saint Soul Mountain reach its lowest level. Only then you can break the seal of the Saint Soul Mountain and refine Princess Bingying's divine bone. The map is hidden in her divine bone. The Lord of the Battle Kingdom is famous and arrogant. However, I still found the map in the end. Humph. The voice in the spine had a hint of a sneer as it said indifferently. Divine Ancestor is wise. Dou Ling said respectfully. It's a pity that I have been dead for more than 10,000 years. In order to leave behind this spine and break Qianyo's seal, my divine soul has been exhausted. I must bring this map back to the Battle God clan. With this spine and the heaven-defying map, I might be able to be reborn. Chapter 2639. Dou Ling looked at the entrance of the Warrior's Gate and looked at Jiang Chen. At that moment he could feel the dragon aura from Jiang Chen. Although Jiang Chen was powerful under the dragon transformation, he was still weaker than Dou Ling. Especially at this moment, Dou Ling needed Jiang Chen's blood urgently. Blood of the Dragon Clan, I'll use you as a sacrifice to the spine of our divine ancestor. Dou Ling charged towards Jiang Chen like a shooting star. Jiang Chen raised his blade and clashed with Dou Ling. Even Zixi and the others were shocked. Dou Ling was too terrifying. He managed to defeat the elders of the Killing Luo sect and the Heavenly Profound sect with his mid-divine king strength. Even the Formation Demon Bai Qi was defeated by him and escaped. Dou Ling's attack was unstoppable. His monstrous might swept across the world. Even Jiang Chen could only retreat in order to advance. His heavenly dragon sword swept across the battlefield and fought with Dou Ling. However, Dou Ling was too overbearing and his strength was much stronger than Jiang Chen. This caused Jiang Chen to be suppressed by Dou Ling under the dragon transformation. And this was before Dou Ling unleashed his Dou formation technique. Jiang Chen advanced step by step. Even though Dou Ling was powerful, Jiang Chen was just testing the waters. He did not have a real life and death battle. Dou Ling found an opportunity and slashed Jiang Chen's body. A drop of blood was held tightly in Dou Ling's hand. Dong Huangzhuqing and Chu Tianshu joined hands to fight against Dou Ling. Dou Ling was forced to face the three of them again. However, Dou Ling did not want to continue fighting and quickly returned to the Saint Soul Mountain. Dong Huangzhuqing and Chu Tianshu wanted to chase after him, but they were stopped by Jiang Chen. He has set up the Heavenly Lightning Rainstorm formation in the Saint Soul Mountain. Be careful and don't get close. Jiang Chen squinted his eyes and said, This fella seems to have other intentions. Zixi said, This sacred soul mountain is the burial ground of Princess Bingying. This bastard must be planning something against Princess Bingying. The Kraken said in a deep voice. Princess Bingying. Jiang Chen murmured. Dou Ling had already flown up to the Saint Soul Mountain, but they were blocked by the Heavenly Lightning Downpour formation. It was obvious that he didn't want Jiang Chen and the others to enter the Saint Soul Mountain. Dou Ling dripped Jiang Chen's blood onto the Sacred Soul Mountain and activated the spine of the Divine Ancestor. At that moment, the entire Sacred Soul Mountain started to shake. How is this possible? The Holy Soul Mountain has never experienced such an earthquake in millions of years. What does this bastard want to do? The Kraken said in a trembling voice. You must stop this bastard. This is the immortal burial ground of the Princess of the Warring States. No one can invade it. It's too late. Zishi shook his head and said. The Holy Soul Mountain had already begun to collapse. The mountain was collapsing, the majestic mountain ridge was also breaking bit by bit. The Holy Soul Mountain seemed to have been split in half. Dou Ling's eyes lit up. He was finally going to succeed. He couldn't wait any longer. Roar. Accompanied by a furious dragon roar, the entire sky seemed to be covered in thunder and rain. It was as if there were endless grievances and indignation that had no place to vent. The milky white halo and the rainbow light in Dou Ling's hand clashed against each other, as if they were trying to suppress each other. Open. Dou Ling activated the divine ancestor's spine once again. A seven-colored ray of light shot through the Saint Soul Mountain. A golden light rose from the mountain ridge like a bamboo shoot after the rain. It broke free from the shackles and shot out from the mountain ridge. It was a beautiful lady wearing a golden jade dress. Her eyes were closed and there was no sign of life, but her radiance was unparalleled. Princess Binging, it's Princess Binging. Bastard, you'll die a horrible death. The Kraken said in a trembling voice. He was right, this was Princess Binging's immortal burial ground. Such a mystical immortal burial ground. Is this lady the princess of the warring states? Jiang Qin sighed. This lady's beauty was unparalleled, it's rare in this world. Moreover, her body was incomparably mystical, as if there was some kind of magical power. The entire Sacred Soul Mountain shook the moment Princess Binging's divine body was taken out. Dou Ling tried his best but he couldn't suppress the shaking of the Sacred Soul Mountain. In the end, it was the spine of the divine ancestor that completely suppressed the collapsing Sacred Soul Mountain. The earth-shattering sound also gradually disappeared. Such a peerless immortal body. The divine ancestor said that the atlas is in her body. Looks like I'll have to refine it. Dou Ling's lips curled up as he used the three true fire to refine Princess Binging's divine body. Rumble. Deafening galloping sounds resonated throughout the heavens and earth as countless fighting souls shuttled through the empty space and charged towards the Sacred Soul Mountain. No. The Kraken's roar shook the heavens, but it was already too late. Those battle souls continued to attack the Sacred Soul Mountain, but under the heavenly lightning downpour formation, lightning struck down from the sky, turning those battle souls into ashes. It was as if the end of the world had come. The eight-tentacled octopus's roar was like a great bell, but it was still unable to stop the countless battle souls. In order to save Princess Binging, countless battle souls were annihilated by the lightning. The heavenly lightning rumbled and was deafening. Looks like we have to take action. Jiang Qin said in a low voice. So many battle souls were struck by the heavenly lightning rainstorm formation. Moreover, it was a strike of despair, they would never be able to reincarnate. The moment they were struck by the heavenly lightning rainstorm formation, it was an incomparable pain for these battle souls. They were supposed to be reborn, reincarnate and enjoy the life of the heavens and earth. But they were trapped in the warrior's gate. In the end, their battle intent turned into nothing and they became battle souls. Jiang Qin had the great Yu soul forming light in his hand. At least he could help them transcend. But the rumbling lightning was their world. No matter how powerful the battle souls were, they would still turn into ashes. Great Yu soul forming light, go. Jiang Qin threw out the great Yu soul forming light. Countless battle souls were sucked into the great Yu soul forming light by Jiang Qin. The Kraken looked at Jiang Qin gratefully. At least, compared to being unable to reincarnate, Jiang Qin's great Yu soul forming light would allow them to avoid the pain of having their souls destroyed in their next life. The great Yu soul forming light absorbed a large number of battle souls. But there were still a lot of battle souls that were turned into ashes at the foot of the Sacred Soul Mountain. Humph, you think too highly of yourself. Dou Ling sneered. Under the refinement of the three true fire, Princess Binging's body started to shine brightly. I'm finally going to get my hands on the map that will shock the world. The light in Dou Ling's eyes became brighter and brighter. Finally, when Jiang Qin soared into the sky, an ancient scroll was refined by the three true fire from Princess Binging's divine body. The scroll was opened up and countless ancient words were written on it. It was filled with mysterious phantoms. God Luo's scripture. Jiang Qin's pupils shrunk. He finally knew what kind of treasure this map was that even the Dragon Clan coveted. Chapter 2640. God Luo's scripture. Just these three words were enough to cause chaos in the Lone Dragon County and even the entire northern cold divine region. No wonder the Dragon Clan and the Battle God Clan would go to war with such a peerless treasure. Jiangchen took a deep breath. It seems like not many people knew about the god Luo's scripture. Otherwise, there would be more people coming to fight for it and the Battle God Clan wouldn't have sent a divine king expert. Back then Huolian had once told him how powerful and mysterious the god Luo's scripture was. Since the ancient times, no one knew exactly how mystical the god Luo's scripture was. But it was enough to shake the entire divine world. Everyone was excited when the god Luo's scripture was revealed. Although no one knew what it was, the fact that Dou Ling placed so much importance on it and that it was hidden in Princess Bingying's divine body proved how precious it was. What's that? Dong Huangzhuqing asked. It's not simple. This fella from the Battle God clan treats it like a treasure. It's definitely a great treasure. Zishi squinted his eyes. Dou Ling had obviously become everyone's target. Even though he had obtained the atlas, he might not be able to bring it out safely. There were so many of them, how could they allow him to take it away? This fella is a genius of the Battle God clan, he's not simple. We must not let our guard down. Chu Tianshu said quietly while looking at Dou Ling, fearing that he would make any sudden movements. That's it. We must not let this fella take the scripture away. Yin Hun's expression became serious. It's time for them to join forces. The three of them did not join the fight because they wanted to see this scene. They must be the winners in the final battle. This scripture was not simple. It must be very important for Dou Ling to value it so much. Although Yin Hun and the others did not know how precious this scripture was, they knew that they would not let Dou Ling monopolize it. I've endured it for a long time. Dou Ling was in the limelight previously. If we don't teach him a lesson, does he really think that I'm only capable of this? He Cha gritted his teeth. He had been waiting for a long time, but he hadn't used his full strength. He was waiting for this last battle. As long as he could get this scroll, he would be a true genius when he returned to the sect. The Tianxian sect and Killing Rakshasa sect had been planning for a long time for this ultimate treasure and the Dragon Ball in Jiangchen's hands. They would not let any of them go. Unless it was an ultimate god expert, they must kill everyone today. He Cha's lips turned cold. He was ready to fight at any moment to snatch the atlas from Dou Ling. It's time for us to avenge the elders. Dou Ling must die in this battle. So what if he's a powerful dragon? In the Qilian boundary, the Battle God clan has no right to flaunt their prowess. Lei Peng was also prepared to fight at any time. They only had one goal: to kill and steal. Dou Ling, give me back my elders' lives. He Cha took the lead and soared into the clouds, crossing over 1,000 mountains, displaying his overbearing aura. Yin Hun followed closely behind him and Lei Peng followed closely behind. The three of them surrounded Dou Ling. Dou Ling's eyes turned cold as he smirked. I've already expected this. Since you guys don't know what's good for you, I'll leave the Dou formation technique to you guys. Dou Ling was already prepared because he knew that once he got the treasure he would definitely attract the attacks of the experts from all directions. Therefore he had to be prepared even though he was powerful. The three of them attacked aggressively and instantly entered the range of the Dou Ling Heavenly Lightning Rainstorm formation. Although the Heavenly Lightning Rainstorm formation seemed weak under the attacks of the three of them, it was very different after the Dou Ling Restart formation was activated. Under the support of the Dou formation technique, the Heavenly Lightning Rainstorm formation changed again. Thunder and lightning accompanied the thunderstorm. Wind, fire, lightning. The three of them combined their attacks and formed an unparalleled attack. Under the fusion of wind, thunder and fire, a white light pillar rose to the sky. The attack was as powerful as a late Divine King Realm's attack and struck the Heavenly Lightning Rainstorm formation. Rumble. An incomparably shocking sound reverberated through the void, causing everyone's eardrums to tremble. Terrifying ripples spread out, causing the surrounding rocks to fly up into the air. Jiang Chen's expression became solemn. Everyone was staring at this scene. To think that these three fellas still have such a skill. The Killing Luo sect and Heavenly Profound sect came prepared. Jiang Chen said. This Dou Ling is also meticulous. This is like catching a turtle in a jar. Everyone could see that Dou Ling wasn't at a disadvantage in that attack. On the contrary, it was the Heavenly Lightning Rainstorm formation that managed to neutralize the combined attack of the three of them. Dou Ling might look like he was struggling, but he managed to withstand the attacks of the three of them with his formation. That was enough to explain everything. Let's go all out. His formation is strange, we cannot stay here for long. Yin Hun roared. The three of them combined their wind, thunder and fire, forming 3 whirlwinds in the sky. Even a late divine king would not dare to face them head-on. However, Dou Ling was not an easy opponent. He was not afraid of the 3 of them under the Dou formation technique. Bolts of heavenly lightning broke through the shackles of the sky and blocked the trio's attack. The storm was coming and blood flowed like a river. Heicha was already pushed back by the heavenly lightning rainstorm formation. His face was pale and his body was covered with traces of lightning. Big brother, I can't take it anymore. Heicha said while gritting his teeth. The Dou formation technique was much stronger than what they had imagined. Moreover, Dou Ling was waiting for them to take action. However, the 3 of them were unable to keep their composure. At this moment, Heicha was the weakest. Even though the 3 of them had broken through to the Divine King realm, the gap between the Divine King realm was still shocking. It was obvious that Heicha was not strong enough to withstand the combined attack of the 3 of them. This allowed Dou Ling to find the weakest point of the trio and unleashed an all-out attack. Heicha, you cannot fall. Yin Hun's heart skipped a beat. Heicha's defeat meant that the 3 of them were no match for Dou Ling. Even the elders couldn't escape their fate. If it wasn't for the combination technique that the sect designed for the 3 of them, they wouldn't have been able to reach such a high level. Li Peng's expression changed as he cursed in his heart. However, he knew the importance of Heicha. The 3 of them were advancing and retreating together. If one of them died, they would be greatly weakened. These 3 fellas won't be able to last much longer. Jiang Chen smiled. Chapter 2641. You're quite sharp. However, the Killing Luo sect and Heavenly Profound sect have failed. This time they've suffered a great loss. Dong Huang Zhuqing said quietly. In fact, everyone was dead except for the Eastern Emperor sect and 9 Dragon Palace. Only Long Xinghua was left from the 9 Dragon Palace. Dong Huang Zhuqing was getting more and more shocked by Jiang Chen's strength. Facing so many experts, he was still able to act so casually. Moreover, he was the only variable in their group. If the young city lord was the most powerful expert, then Jiang Chen was unfathomable. Heicha has already shown his defeat. The 3 of them are a single entity, they're bound together. As soon as Jiang Chen finished his words, Dou Ling sneered and instantly unleashed his strength, engulfing Heicha with lightning speed. He had already found their weakness and attacked Heicha with all his might. He even took a blow from Yin Hun just to kill Heicha. Big brother, save me. Heicha's pupils shrunk as his expression changed. But it was already too late. He wanted to retreat, but how could he be Dou Ling's opponent? Dou Ling's silver sword slashed through the void and Heicha was instantly killed. His body was mangled and he was split into 2. No, Yin Hun's voice was torn and his eyes were bloodshot. But it was too late when he acted. Heicha was dead. Both he and Lei Peng were sent flying away. The heavenly lightning rainstorm formation was activated. The 2 of them could only run for their lives. You guys are not worthy to fight me. Dou Ling said coldly. Dou formation technique kill. Dou Ling roared in rage. The heavenly lightning rainstorm formation was like a rain of bullets. Yin Hun and Lei Peng were no longer able to fight back after Heicha's death. They were killed by Dou Ling within the heavenly lightning rainstorm formation. What a terrifying formation. Dong Huang Taiji's expression became solemn. Compared to Dou Ling, even 10 of him wouldn't be a match for him. At this moment he couldn't help but be confident. Confidence was built on the foundation of strength. Dou Ling was on par with Dong Huang to the point that he couldn't even muster the will to resist. Elder Chu, let's attack together. Young City Lord, can we join forces to resist the enemy? Dong Huang Zhuqing said in a deep voice. Alright, let's kill the Dou Ling first. Zishi nodded silently. With Dong Huang Zhuqing and Chu Tianchu's strength, it might not be difficult for them to fight against Dou Ling. However, if they want to kill Dou Ling, he would have to join them. Otherwise, it would be impossible. Be careful. Jiang Chen wasn't in a hurry to take action because his current strength was limited. It wouldn't be effective if he acted rashly. Moreover, Jiang Chen felt that Dou Ling wouldn't be able to do much with Zishi around. After all, Zishi was a genuine late Divine King expert. Even Dou Ling had to be courteous to him. A few more are here to die. Looks like you guys really think that my Battle God clan is a pushover. Dou Ling sneered. His eyes were cold as he glanced at the void. Dong Zhuqing and the other two weren't people that the third brother could be compared to. Chu Tianshu might only be an early divine king, but her techniques weren't simple. Some mid-divine kings might not even be able to compete with her. On the other hand, Dong Zhuqing was a genuine mid-divine king. Needless to say, Zishi, the three of them instantly broke through the heavenly lightning downpour formation. Great! Dou Ling roared and soared into the sky. His silver sword caused the mountain rocks of the Saint Soul Mountain to crumble. Dou Ling wasn't afraid to fight against the three of them alone. The prodigies of the Battle God clan were unparalleled. Dong Zhuqing used the Eastern Emperor Limitless art to attack. Zishi was calm and not nervous at all. Chu Tianshu also retreated as she fought. Dou Ling couldn't make any progress under the combination of the three of them. It was naturally impossible for him to kill Dong Zhuqing and the others. Limitless flame burned the heavens and earth. Chu Tianshu held the true flame in her hand and the Saint Soul Mountain was engulfed in flames. Dou Ling's eyes were cold as he swept his silver sword across, extinguishing the true flame within 3,000 li. His palm was as fast as lightning, causing Chu Tianshu to retreat. Dong Zhuqing didn't want to be outdone. He cultivated the Eastern Emperor Limitless art to the extreme and used the God Sealing Seal to suppress Dou Ling. However, Dou Ling was like a cicada escaping from its shell. Dong Zhuqing couldn't catch him at all. Dou Ling's attacks were ruthless and deadly. Zishi blocked Dou Ling's path of retreat. The battle between the four of them was extremely intense. Xianxia started to wander around the Saint Soul Mountain while the four of them were fighting. Dou Ling didn't have the time to care about what Xianxia was doing. What's that fella doing? Dong Taiji was puzzled. He always has his own thoughts. Long Xinghua said in a low voice. She was the only one left in the Nine-Dragon Palace and she didn't know if she could escape. She and Dong Taiji were both severely injured. Even if they ate the energy recovery pill, they wouldn't be able to recover in an instant. I hope so. Murong Yun murmured. It's time to take action. This Dou Ling isn't simple. Xianxia murmured as he descended from the sky with the heavenly dragon sword in his hand. He was as powerful as a divine king realm expert. Dou Ling instantly lost his initiative after Xianxia joined the battle. Dou Ling was being suppressed by the four of them and he could only show signs of defeat. What a powerful sword. Dou Ling's gaze fell upon Xianxia's heavenly dragon sword. Dragon roars could be heard continuously. Compared to Chu Tianshu, Xianxia was not afraid at all. His heavenly dragon sword was unstoppable as it moved forward with indomitable will. There were a few times when it clashed with Dou Ling's silver sword. Xianxia did not show any mercy as the heavenly dragon sword swept across the entire Saint Soul Mountain range. Xianxia was the one who forced Dou Ling to retreat. His attack was not any weaker than Zishi's. Interesting. Dou Ling sneered as he retreated. He was about to retreat out of the Saint Soul Mountain. One-star battle formation, 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 battle formation. Dou Ling set up 3 formations in an instant, trapping Dong Zhuqing, Zishi, Xianxia and Chu Tianshu. Dou formation technique. Looks like this fella is going to use his trump card. Xianxia thought in his heart. The Dou formation technique was just the tip of the iceberg. Only the Dou formation technique that had reached the star grade could unleash its true power. Obviously, this Dou Ling could use the 3-star Dou formation technique. Be careful. Don't fall into Dou Ling's trap. Chapter 2642. However, Dou Ling's formation still managed to trap Dong Zhuqing. Dong Zhuqing was constantly being pushed back by Dou Ling's Dou formation technique. The might of the Dou formation technique was extremely terrifying. Even Zishi couldn't escape from his misfortune. Although he managed to stop the formation with his powerful technique, he still couldn't break free from Dou Ling's formation. Be careful. Chu Tianshu shouted. Xianxia's strength was not as good as hers after all. Chu Tianshu used her body to block Dou Ling's attack and the transformation of the formation was completed in an instant. Both of them used all their strength but Chu Tianshu was still pushed back. Her face was pale and she was spurting out blood. Break! Xianxia shouted. He instantly broke free from the 3 stars Dou formation technique. He shifted his position and changed the direction of the formation. He then grabbed Chu Tianshu and escaped. Dou Ling's eyes turned cold and said, "You can break free from my Dou formation technique? Do you think that you're the only one who knows how to use the Dou formation technique?" Jiang Chen said. "You're the one who killed my Battle God clan." Dou Ling suddenly realized that this fellow was the one who killed the Battle God clan, and he even learned the Dou formation technique secretly. His sins were unforgivable. "You're the one who killed the people of my Battle God clan. You even dared to learn the Dou formation technique of my Battle God clan. Today you must atone for your sins with your death." Dou Ling had 2 missions in this trip to the Thunder Rush Sea. One was to find the mystery of the Thunder Rush Sea, and the other was to find the person who killed the Battle God clan. They could sense that this person was in the Qilian region, but they didn't know where he was. But now Dou Ling was sure that this person was Jiang Chen. "You're not far from death now that you know that I'm the one who killed him," Jiang Chen said with a smile. Don't you know how strong you are? You want to go against me with just your strength? Do you think I'll have to go through a lot of trouble to kill you? You sure talk big. Aren't you afraid that the wind will cut your tongue?" Dou Ling shook his head in disdain. Chu Tianshu, Zishi, and the others' countenance slightly changed. They did not expect that Jiang Chen would dare to kill a member of the Battle God clan. How did he do it? The Battle God clan was famous for their protectiveness. It was likely that they would not let the matter rest so easily. "You're so young yet so mischievous. The one who's boasting shamelessly should be you. Now it won't be that easy for you to escape from our palms," Jiang Chen Leng said. Both of them were at each other's throats, and neither of them was willing to give in to the other. At this time they could only meet in the canyon, and the braver one would win. "Then let's see who can think until the end." Dou Ling launched a heavy punch. Although Jiang Chen and Chu Tianshu managed to escape from the Dou formation technique, Zishi and Dong Huangzhuqing could not. Dou Ling roared in anger, and the Dou formation technique was upgraded once again. Zishi and Dong Huangzhuqing were suppressed by the Dou formation technique. Dong Huangzhuqing was severely injured, but Zishi only suffered some light injuries. Jiang Chen swept his sword towards Dou Ling's sword. Shadows intersected with each other. Once again the battle between Dou Ling and Jiang Chen was at the peak of the Saint Soul realm. Although Jiang Chen's aura was not weak, Dou Ling was still able to suppress Jiang Chen even without the support of the Dou formation technique. Chu Tianshu helped Jiang Chen to stabilize the situation. "Let me help you," Zishi roared and soared into the sky. At this moment, Dou Ling finally felt pressured. Because Jiang Chen could ignore his Dou formation technique, it could be said that Jiang Chen was able to suppress his support perfectly. In this way, with the addition of Zishi, Dou Ling felt a little overwhelmed. The Battle God clan is really weak. To think that a guy who's not even at the Divine King realm made you look so miserable. You even lost the Dou formation technique. What a joke. After a wild laugh, Dou Ling's eyes were filled with anger. He turned around and looked at the peak of the Saint Soul Mountain. There was a white-clothed man standing proudly on the peak of the mountain. His aura was powerful and oppressive. His eyes were like a tiger's, cold and filled with killing intent. Beside him was an exceptional woman whose beauty could cause the downfall of a city, snuggling against him. This pair of exceptional youths, a talented man and a beautiful woman, truly unparalleled in this world. "Who are you?" Dou Ling forced Jiang Chen to retreat with a single strike. His expression was gloomy as he looked at the peak of the sky and said. Jiang Chen furrowed his brows as he looked at the man and woman who were as beautiful as jade, his expression grim. "God Luo clan Luo Qinghe." The man's expression was cold. His brows were like stars and his eyes were like swords. He looked down on everything in the world. Especially when he looked at Jiang Chen and the others, they were like ants. "God Luo clan. It's the God Luo clan. No wonder," Jiang Chen murmured. Such arrogance was naturally the symbol of a noble identity. It seemed like the God Luo clan was even more arrogant than the Battle God clan. They did not even put the Battle God clan in their eyes. However, it was reasonable for the God Luo clan to come and fight for the God Luo's scripture. However, the God Luo's scripture did not belong to the God Luo clan. "God Luo clan, even you guys want to interfere? Looks like I've underestimated you guys." Dou Ling sneered. He seemed to be disdainful of Luo Qinghe's arrogant attitude. "The scripture in your hand belongs to the God Luo clan. Hand it over to me and I might spare your life," Luo Qinghe said proudly. "Dream on. Do you really think that the God Luo clan is invincible? Since when was my Battle God clan afraid of you? What an arrogant fellow. Is that all the God Luo clan has? You're really good at bragging. Dou Ling and Luo Qinghe looked at each other. They could feel the killing intent in the atmosphere. A battle could break out any time. God Luo clan and Battle God clan are both involved. Looks like we don't have any hope this time. Dong Huangzhuqing sighed and shook his head helplessly. Any clan could eliminate the Eastern Emperor sect. The Eastern Emperor sect might be able to fight against them if it was thousands of years ago. But now the two god clans did not even put them in their eyes. Looks like the Thunder Rush Sea has attracted many forces. However, the God Luo clan and Battle God clan's participation will definitely cause a storm in the Lone Dragon County. Zishi said in a low voice. At this moment he knew that there was nothing he could do to change the situation. The strength of the two from the Luo God clan wasn't any weaker than Dou Ling. If they fought he wouldn't be able to gain any advantage. Perhaps it's time for him to stop now. Let's retreat, Jiang Chen. Zishi looked at Jiang Chen and said softly. Jiang Chen shook his head. I must get that scripture. Zishi was slightly stunned and sighed. It's worrying if Luo Qinghe continues to be so stubborn. Chapter 2643. Determined to win. These 4 words were enough to show Jiang Chen's determination. However, his strength was still too weak. It was too difficult for him to stand out amongst the Battle God clan and God Luo clan. It might even be impossible. However, Jiang Chen's determination was still the same as before. Do you know what that diagram is? Chu Tianshu squinted her eyes. She felt that Jiang Chen must know about it. Otherwise he wouldn't be so determined. Even though he knew that he was no match for the Battle God clan, he still risked his life. Chu Tianshu already knew that Jiang Chen was extraordinary. However, his talent and strength had already been revealed. He was able to fight against Dou Ling when he was only a late heavenly god. Even Donghuang Taiji couldn't do that. It won't do you any good if you know about it. Jiang Chen took a glance at Chu Tianshu. At this moment he was as calm as Mount Tai. Both Chu Tianshu and Dong Huangzhuqing were slightly stunned. Jiang Chen was too confident and he did not even put the 2 great elders of the Eastern Emperor sect in his eyes. Dong Huangzhuqing knew that he would need to go all out to defeat Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's combat strength was very terrifying. Even so, Dong Huangzhuqing and Chu Tianshu became even more curious. Zishi looked at this scene silently, because his father had told him about this before. However, he didn't know if it was true or not. Now, it seemed like Jiang Chen's determination and the interference of the 2 great god clans had proven everything. We won't have any chance of winning if we continue to fight against the 2 great god clans. Zishi was the type of person who knew when to retreat. This was his father's advice. However, he always remembered his father's advice. Don't do what you can't do. His father wanted him to see the stakes clearly. If he wasn't confident, he must not get involved in this. Otherwise, it might lead to a disaster in the Chilean region. Because even his father couldn't protect him. As the saying goes, a wise man submits to circumstances. Although Zishi was confident in his strength, he wasn't blind. Therefore he chose to retreat at this moment. As long as there is a chance of survival, I will not give up. Jiang Chen shook his head with a light smile. This was his determination, and with his strength, it wasn't impossible for him to obtain the God Luo's scripture. You're truly too stubborn. Do you know what it means by taking a step back and everything will be fine? Dong Huangzhuqing said angrily. It was rare to see such a talented genius, but he was so stubborn. Was it really that difficult for the Eastern Emperor sect to rise? Dong Huangzhuqing was disappointed with Jiang Chen's decision, but he had no reason to refute it. Jiang Chen took a step forward fearlessly. Friends of the Luo God clan, I would like to ask if De Huang is doing well in the Luo God clan? There was another concern in Jiang Chen's heart, which was De Huang. Since he entered the divine world, he had not seen De Huang again. Although the Luo God clan was the best place for him, there was no news of De Huang for such a long time, so Jiang Chen was quite worried. Luo Qinghe and Luo Xingran looked at each other. Immediately, Luo Qinghe's eyes were filled with coldness as he stared at Jiang Chen. Do you know that De Huang dog? Luo Qinghe's words made Jiang Chen frown. It seemed that this guy didn't have a good relationship with De Huang. Logically speaking, De Huang should not be looked down upon by the God Luo clan since he was following Goddess Luo. Moreover, he would definitely not suffer a loss based on his character. That's right. Jiang Chen said in a deep voice. That guy, he's going to die soon. Since you're his friend, then don't think about leaving here alive today. Luo Qinghe's expression was cold, but he was gnashing his teeth in his heart. He could not wait to eat that guy's flesh. De Huang was well known in the God Luo clan. Moreover, he was also bullied by De Huang before. That guy's stinky fart could make people tremble even if they were to wash it for 3 days and 3 nights. It would not be clean. Luo Qinghe was once pissed off by De Huang's fart. What do you mean? Jiang Chen's eyes were also cold. It seemed that De Huang was not welcomed in the God Luo clan. Moreover, this guy must have a grudge with De Huang. What do I mean? If you're not qualified to know. Since you're the friend of that De Huang dog, then you'll be the one to pay for the humiliation I've suffered in the past. Luo Qinghe's voice was as loud as a bell, like the judgment of the god of death. Even the late divine King Zhi was like facing a great enemy in front of Luo Qinghe. Really? Then you must have eaten that guy's fart. Otherwise, why would you be so angry? Ah. Jiang Chen laughed. Luo Qinghe's expression became colder and colder. This guy had deliberately provoked him. Today he would make this guy pay for the humiliation that De Huang dog had brought to him. Even if I can't defeat that damn dog, why can't I kill you, a heavenly god realm trash? Jiang Chen, be careful. Zishi shouted. However, Luo Qinghe had already started to attack Jiang Chen. Luo Qinghe was unstoppable. You can't even defeat De Huang and you still want to fight with me? Jiang Chen sneered. He held the heavenly dragon sword in his hand and faced Zishi head-on. The scarlet long blade emitted a blood-red blade light, slashing through the void. Jiang Chen blocked it with his sword and was forced back by Luo Qinghe. Luo Qinghe's eyes were filled with solemnity. This guy was not any weaker than Do Ling. His high-grade divine tool was even more threatening and unreasonable. He used his absolute strength to suppress Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen was unable to gain any advantage from Luo Qinghe even with his dragon transformation. Sword breaks the void, heaven's will. Jiang Chen slashed down with his sword, shattering the Milky Way. Donghuang Taiji took a deep breath. He might not be able to withstand it even if he had broken through to the Divine King realm. Not bad. You're quite capable. No wonder you dare to be so arrogant. Luo Qinghe said in a deep voice with a sneer on his face. He took out his long blade which was shining with dazzling light. Donghuang Zhuqing and the others were shocked. Although they were at the same level of strength, neither Chu Tianshu nor Donghuang Zhuqing could resist this sword. Divine Golden Bell. Jiang Chen took out the broken Eastern Emperor Bell. As soon as the Divine Golden Bell appeared, the dazzling light of the blade was slashed down. The Divine Golden Bell was impregnable and could not withstand Luo Qinghe's attack at all. Impossible. Even my Divine Golden Bell could not reach such a level. How long has it been since he entered the sect? To think that he could refine the Divine Golden Bell to such a level. It's terrifying. This Divine Golden Bell. Sigh. Even I can't compare to it. Chapter 2644. Good fella, you've got a good tortoise shell. Let's see how long you can be proud of yourself, you coward. Luo Qinghe sneered and drew out his blade once again. The light of the blade shook the sky and pierced through thousands of miles above the Saint Soul Mountain. The brilliance of the blade faded away and rushed towards Jiang Chen. Divine Golden Bell, God Sealing Prohibition. Jiang Chen shouted angrily. As soon as the God Sealing Prohibition was unleashed, Luo Qinghe was forced to take a step back. No matter how strong the wind was, Luo Qinghe would not budge. Jiang Chen had sealed all the blade lights. Even Luo Qinghe had lost control of his body at this moment. Luo Qinghe's facial expression changed. He took a step back and stood in the sky looking down at the heavens and earth. God Sealing Prohibition is so powerful. Looks like my 1,000 years of Eastern Emperor limitless art has gone to waste. Donghuang Zhuqing smiled bitterly and shook his head. Jiang Chen's Divine Golden Bell God Sealing Prohibition was not on the same level as his. Could even crush him. Donghuang Zhuqing had never thought that the God Sealing Prohibition could be this powerful. At that moment, even Zishi thought that Jiang Chen would be severely injured. However, both of them were equally matched. This fella. I have to look at you in a different light. Zishi said in a low voice. Even the peerless genius of the God Luo clan could not do anything to him. Looks like you really think that you're invincible if you don't show your true strength. Luo Qinghe Leng said. Although no one gained the upper hand in the battle just now, Luo Qinghe thought that he had lost to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's strength was not even at the Divine King realm while he was already a mid-Divine King. Although he was not the strongest in the clan, he was worthy of being called a genius. However, a puny heavenly god was able to fight against him. It was a disgrace to him. A genius of the god Luo clan? You're not even a heavenly god. Looks like you're just a. Dou Ling shrugged his shoulders. His young face was filled with ridicule. Shut up. Luo Xingran said. Little sister, I can play with you if you're not satisfied. However, you might have to go back to the Battle God clan with me and give birth to my child. Dou Ling pointed his sword at Luo Xingran. At this moment, sparks of anger were ignited between the two of them. A battle was about to break out. I have to get my hands on the map. I'll definitely teach that brat a lesson. Luo Qinghe became completely serious this time, because the means that Jiang Qin displayed were completely beyond his imagination. He was determined to fight to the death. Is that all you've got? In that case, isn't it my turn to make a move? The corner of Jiang Chen's lips rose as killing intent flashed in his eyes. The Luo God clan can only dream of bringing the Luo God scripture out of here. Little brat, this day next year will be the anniversary of your death. Since you insist on seeking death, I will fulfill your wish. As for that De Huang dog, I will definitely stew him for you. Luo Qinghe swept across the void and stepped on the void. His blade radiance swept across the mortal world. The radiance was boundless as he clashed with Jiang Chen's figure. Sparks flew in all directions. The heavenly dragon sword was like a dragon. Jiang Qin did not have the slightest intention to retreat. Jiang Qin moved forward bravely with the Azure Dragon's 5 steps. Every step he took was dazzling. A heavenly god realm expert was able to fight against a divine king realm expert without falling into a disadvantageous position. The blade and the sword intertwined, the battle of blood and fire. Jiang Qin was suppressed by Luo Qinghe with his strength, but Luo Qinghe could not kill Jiang Qin at all. Although Jiang Chen's strength was not as good as Luo Qinghe's, Jiang Qin had proved himself with his actions. Even so, Luo Qinghe still could not defeat him. You force me to do this. Look at my Luo River Thousand Cup. Luo Qinghe soared into the sky, holding the golden cup in his hand. Jiang Chen's eyes turned cold as it was a genuine origin divine tool. The water of the Luo River comes from the sky and rushes to the sea, never to return. Luo Qinghe's blade radiance was boundless, forcing Jiang Qin to retreat again and again. The water in the Luo River Thousand Cup flooded the Golden Mountain and completely pressed Jiang Qin under the rolling river. Isn't this the heavy water of the god Luo clan? It is said that the heavy water of the god Luo clan is unparalleled in the world. Under the 3 yuan heavy water, even the demon-subduing Vajra would not be able to keep it intact. Once the heavy water appears, the mountains and rivers will collapse. Dong Huang Zhuqing said in a low voice. His eyes were filled with shock and he took a deep breath. Jiang Qin squinted his eyes. The water of the Luo River came from the sky. What a great 3 yuan heavy water. Even a 10,000 feet tall mountain would not be able to bear so much 3 yuan heavy water. The heavy water in the Luo River Thousand Caddy Cup instantly drowned Jiang Qin and the Saint Soul Mountain. Crunching sounds could be heard as the Saint Soul Mountain was crushed into pieces. It's too terrifying, Zishi murmured. At this moment he had already taken action to save Jiang Chen's life. However, the 3 origin heavy water was too terrifying. The water of Luo River fell from the sky with unstoppable force. Zishi was sent flying by the 3 origin heavy water and he was almost crushed by it. Edited by Lifer Fingerfox. You're still too young to fight with me. 3 yuan heavy water Luo River Thousand Cup. Even if you're a late divine king, you won't be able to escape. You'll be crushed into pieces. This is your ending. Luo Qinghe's voice was extremely cold and he was overjoyed. The water of the Luo River had crushed the Saint Soul Mountain and Jiang Qin was also under it. It was impossible for him to survive. Jiang Qin is dead. Dong Huang Zhuqing sighed helplessly. However, they were no match for Luo Qinghe. The only thing they could do now was to leave quickly. Jiang Qin. Long Xinghua said in a deep voice. She did not believe that Jiang Qin would be crushed under the 3 yuan heavy water. We've been wrong since the beginning. Jiang Qin, you should be a hero when you're alive and a hero when you're dead. Dong Huang Taiji silently looked at the surging water of the Luo River that was crushing the Saint Soul Mountain. His heart was filled with endless sorrow. However, the dead had passed away. Jiang Qin had been crushed under the 3 yuan heavy water and it was impossible for him to survive. Even the 1,000 zhang tall Saint Soul Mountain had been razed to the ground. Little bastard, no matter how strong you are, you won't be able to escape from me. You're overestimating yourself. Humph. Luo Qinghe said Lung Lung. We shouldn't stay here for long. We need to leave as soon as possible. Zishi said in a deep voice. If they stayed here any longer it would be difficult for them to survive. The moment he turned around, everyone let out a sigh of sorrow. You want to suppress me with just the 3 yuan heavy water? Ah, what a fool's dream. Jiang Chen's voice reverberated in the void. Around him, 12 flaming figures broke through the 3 yuan heavy water and protected Jiang Chen like stars surrounding the moon. They were Jiang Chen's 12 fire god guards. The flames were soaring. The strength of the 12 fire god guards had reached the half-step divine king realm. Along with Jiang Chen's strength, the 12 fire god guards protected Jiang Chen in the middle. The 3 yuan heavy water could not do anything to him. Chapter 2645. Jiang Chen he's still alive? Chu Tianshu said in a low voice. Even Luo Qinghe's eyes became sharper and sharper. Good fella. Even the Luo River 1000 Cup could not kill you. You're really tenacious. Luo Qinghe's eyes turned cold. He never expected that Jiang Chen would be so difficult to deal with. Moreover, the 12 fire god guards were extremely terrifying. The 12 half-step divine king realm fire god guards would not be as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. This Jiang Chen has such a trump card. It's really troublesome. Dong Huangzhuqing did not know whether to laugh or cry. But he was very excited to see Jiang Chen breaking through the 3rd yuan of heavy water. Dong Huangzhuqing could not compete with the terrifying aura of the 12 fire god guards. What a terrifying flaming puppet. How powerful is this fella? Zishi murmured. Even he had to go all out to deal with the 12 fire god guards. Moreover, the scene of the flaming puppet breaking through the 3rd yuan of heavy water was too shocking and incomparable. Good fella. It seems that I have underestimated him. I did not expect him to have such a trump card. This flaming puppet is really worrying. Hee. Dou Ling said with a faint smile. The battle between him and Luo Xingran was also quite intense. But compared to Luo Qinghe, he preferred to face this beautiful lady. Now it's my turn. Jiang Chen's mouth became colder. Together with the 12 fire god guards, they instantly jumped into the air and surrounded Luo Qinghe. The battle has just begun, hasn't it? Jiang Chen retreated in order to advance. His heavenly dragon sword was unstoppable. The attack of the 12 fire god guards forced Luo Qinghe into a desperate situation. That De Huang dog was so difficult to deal with. I did not expect you to be so difficult to deal with. Although Luo Qinghe was shocked, he did not panic. He quickly responded to Jiang Chen's attack. Jiang Chen's 12 fire god guards completed the counterattack with a fierce attack. Jiang Chen immediately rushed forward without hesitation. The 3rd sword, solitary side. Jiang Chen was determined to kill Luo Qinghe. Therefore he did not show any mercy. At this moment, Jiang Chen swept his sword across the sky under the fierce attack of the 12 fire god guards. It seemed that the whole world of the Warrior's Gate had become completely dark at this moment. What terrifying sword chi! The expressions of Zishi, Luo Xingran and the others changed drastically. Luo Qinghe had nowhere to hide from the sword. The water of the Luo River descends from the heavens. Luo Qinghe quickly retreated. His face changed dramatically and his whole body was trembling. If this sword had hit him he would probably die with a grievance. The Luo River cup of 15-kilogram Luo River was thrown away by him and collided with the Sky Dragon sword. Jiang Chen's sword chi was not weakened at all. The Luo River cup of 15-kilogram Luo River, a primordial divine weapon, was smashed by this sword. Luo Qinghe dodged quickly and looked terrified. Water-cleaving saber, invincible. Jiang Chen's sword, solitary side, had completely overshadowed the whole sky. Luo Qinghe advanced step by step and retreated at the same time. He was in extreme pain under this sword. He would be defeated by Jiang Chen if he made a slight mistake. One sword light shone through the 14 prefectures. Luo Qinghe had displayed his swordsmanship to the extreme. What a terrifying sword. Even he might not be able to withstand this sword. Dong Huang Taiji murmured and glanced at Murong Yun. The shock that Jiang Chen had brought to him had made Dong Huang Taiji completely convinced of Jiang Chen's strength. Only Dong Huang Tai, who was in closed-door cultivation, could compete with such a monstrous genius. However, in Dong Huang Taiji's eyes, even Dong Huang Tai might not be able to suppress Jiang Qin. The sword light fell and Luo Qinghe fled in panic. He looked nervous. Ghost shadow slash. Luo Qinghe turned around and attacked again. Jiang Qin dashed towards Luo Qinghe. Jiang Qin was not afraid of Luo Qinghe at all. He must suppress Luo Qinghe completely. Otherwise, Jiang Qin would not have a good ending. This guy is too terrifying. I'm finally going to take him seriously. Chu Tianshu was shocked. From the beginning to the end, she only regarded Jiang Qin as a talented young man. However, after this battle, she knew that Jiang Qin was not inferior to those real experts. He was even more powerful than the elders of the sect. A series of ghostly shadow blade light pierced through the sky. Jiang Qin stayed in 8 directions and the fire god guards attacked and retreated at the same time. Luo Qinghe's situation was getting more and more difficult. With the help of the 12 fire god guards, Jiang Qin had perfectly confronted Luo Qinghe and he even had the upper hand in the battle. This guy from God Luo clan is really weak. He can't even deal with a heavenly god. I don't think you are that strong. Huh. Dou Ling said disdainfully. He was extremely ruthless towards Luo Xingran. It would ruin his plan if he showed mercy to her. Dou Ling would never make such a low-level mistake. The Dou formation technique was unleashed once again, perfectly restraining Luo Xingran. At this moment, Luo Xingran panicked a little because Dou Ling was much stronger than her. She couldn't stop Dou Ling's attack with just her Dou formation technique alone. Dou Ling had gained the upper hand under the layers of sword shadows and Luo Xingran could be defeated anytime. Where's your pride and confidence? Jiang Qin sneered. Luo Qinghe had become a passive target of Jiang Qin's attacks. Jiang Qin was unforgiving when he had the upper hand. He would not give Luo Qinghe any chance. He must crush this kind of trash, otherwise he would feel even more uncomfortable. Boy, do you really think that the people of God Luo clan are only capable of this? It seems like it's too early for you to be happy. Luo Qinghe said disdainfully. You should be proud to be able to force me to this stage. Even if you die, you can die with a smile. I prepared this for the little bastard of the Battle God clan. Now you shall be judged together with me. Luo Qinghe retreated in order to advance. He slashed through the void and pushed away the 12 fire gods. The blade radiance in his hand became brighter and brighter. Spiritual transferring body. Dou Ling squinted his eyes. This is the spiritual transferring body of an hierarch expert. It can transfer half of the divine origin energy into his body, allowing him to reach the half-step hierarch realm in a short period of time. Dou Ling was slightly shocked. The God Luo clan came prepared. Once the spiritual transferring body was activated, Jiang Qin's strength would not be able to withstand the suppression of the spiritual transferring body. A late heavenly god and a half-step hierarch. Jiang Qin was destined to lose in a battle of strength. No matter how strong he was or how many tricks he had up his sleeves, he would still lose all his advantages in the face of absolute suppression. This fella has activated the spiritual transferring body. This is a great injury to a hierarch expert. He would need at least 100 years to recover. Chapter 2646. The spirit transferring body could only enhance one's strength in a short period of time. For Luo Qinghe, it was just a temporary boost. However, for hierarch realm experts it would cause great damage. Thus, one could tell that the Luo God clan had put in a lot of effort for the God Luo's scripture. Generally speaking, hierarch realm experts wouldn't move out so easily. If a battle between hierarch realm experts was triggered, it might cause chaos in the entire world. Even the Luo God clan wasn't willing to see that happen. Jiang Qin, retreat. You're not his match. Dong Huang Zhuqing shouted. Jiang Qin was still fearless. He looked at Luo Qinghe with his eyes full of battle intent. Half-step hierarch realm, what can you do to me? Jiang Qin was domineering. He sneered and stared at Luo Qinghe as if he wanted to compete with the god. Ancient soaring dragon technique. Jiang Qin roared furiously and unleashed the ancient soaring dragon technique. At that moment his strength skyrocketed. Even a late divine king would not dare to take Jiang Qin's attack head-on. Great. Let's see who's tougher. Undeniably, Jiang Qin was not timid at all. He was going to fight with his life on the line. Why would he be afraid of the heroes in the world? Heavenly Dragon Battle Armor. Jiang Qin exerted all his strength. He could not be defeated in this battle with Luo Qinghe. Both of them collided in the void. The deafening sound of collision caused the ground within 1,000 miles to crack. Even the air became solid. Jiang Chen's impact was very strong. He kept colliding with Luo Qinghe, but neither of them gained the upper hand. Jiang Chen's strength was strong enough and his body was strong enough. However, he had to admit that Luo Qinghe had become a real half-step hierarch and it was difficult for him to fight against him. Without the heavenly dragon battle armor, Jiang Chen would have been seriously injured. Even so, Jiang Chen was also careful and did not dare to be negligent. Luo Qinghe completely relied on external forces, and his spirit-transmitting body made his fighting capacity reach an unprecedented peak at this moment. Haha, you want to fight with me? You're still too young. Next it will be the moment of your death. Luo Qinghe's aura had reached its limit. A half-step hierarch realm expert was incomparable to a peak divine king realm expert. Most importantly, his ability to communicate with the heaven and earth Yuan Qi had reached a dominating realm. No one below the hierarch realm could rival him. 3,000 Flames Dragon Seal. Numerous flaming mad dragons arrived one after another. The sky was filled with thunder and fire, wrapping Luo Qinghe in it. It was imaginable how dreadful the 3,000 Flames Dragon Seal was. However, Luo Qinghe stood proudly in the fire and slashed at the mortal world. The 12 fire god guards were all severely injured and their bodies were dented. So powerful, Jiang Chen thought. However, at the moment when he raised his head, Luo Qinghe had already rushed towards him. That blade seemed to fall from the sky and slashed at everything. Even though Jiang Chen used the heavenly dragon sword to block it, he was still sent flying for 800 miles. Cracks also appeared on the heavenly dragon battle armor at this moment. Jiang Chen, run, you're no match for him. Zishi gritted his teeth and said. At this moment, whoever went forward would die. It was not because they were selfish, but because Zishi's strength was not enough to resist Luo Qinghe, let alone Dong Huangzhuqing and the others. No one had expected that the battle would last until now. It was an unprecedented miracle that Jiang Chen could hold on until now. After all, Jiang Chen was only a late heavenly god. Die for me. Luo Qinghe's blade swept across the sky. The Saint Soul Mountain was filled with dust and the surroundings were shaking. Jiang Chen was pressed under the blade light. He spurted out a mouthful of blood and flew across the sky like a kite with a broken string. Everyone's heart sank to the bottom. At this moment, Luo Qinghe was too powerful. He could not fight at all. At this moment, the heavenly dragon battle armor was torn apart and Jiang Chen was severely injured. Who can fight with me? Luo Qinghe was extremely arrogant. At this moment, his strength was incomparably heaven-defying. Even he could not control his overbearing manner. Half-step ultimate god was much more powerful than Jiang Chen. It was not a level that could be surpassed by controlling one's strength. Is Jiang Chen dead? Dong Huang Taiji said while gritting his teeth. No, he won't die so easily. Long Xinghua said in a deep voice. He was like a nirvana phoenix that was reborn from the fire. He would not die so easily. Jiang Chen, are you still alive? I don't care if you're dead or not. Let's see who can save you this time. Luo Qinghe's final strike tore the void apart. Dust and gravel were everywhere. The sky was spinning as if it was the end of the world. Under that slash, everyone stared at Jiang Chen in dead silence. No one had ever thought that Jiang Chen would be able to stand up again. Zishi, Chu Tianshu and Dong Huangzhuqing were silent. Even if Jiang Chen was a 9-live civet cat, he would not be able to survive. Get out of here. You're not qualified to stay here anymore. Luo Qinghe Leng stared at Zishi and the others. He did not kill them as killing them would not solve everything. Especially the most important step, which was to raise the prestige of the God Luo clan. Moreover, there were disciples from the Chilean boundary and the son of the Reverend of the 9 boundaries among them. He was not crazy enough to kill them as a warning to others. Moreover, these people did not pose any threat to him. Dong Huangzhuqing, Zishi and the others looked at each other. They did not want to leave just like that. But what else could they do? Jiang Chen was already dead. It was useless for them to stay here. Fortunately, the people of the God Luo clan did not start a massacre, so they were spared from death. If they continued to stay here, their lives would be in danger. As long as there's life, there's hope. Scope. Dong Huangzhuqing gritted his teeth. This was the most cowardly moment in his life. But there was nothing he could do. Who asked them to be weaker than him? Even the peerlessly talented Xianxia was defeated in the end. Not even his bones were left. Xianxia, farewell. If there's a chance in my life, I'll never let them go. Xianxia sneered. Long Xinghua gritted her teeth. Her eyes were bloodshot. If it wasn't for Xianxia, she would have died many times. This battle is the most terrifying battle in our Chilean boundary. Zishi shook his head. He was extremely sad in his heart. Everyone retreated step by step. They were no longer qualified to stay in the Warrior's Gate. Most importantly, the Warrior's Gate was a coward's gate to them. Although they were unwilling to admit it, they were already defeated the moment they retreated. The word warrior had nothing to do with them anymore. Douling, it's your turn now. That little bastard is dead. Luo Qinghe squinted his eyes and looked at Douling. He did not want to fight to the death with Douling. If that's the case, both of them would suffer. Therefore, it's best for him to persuade Douling to surrender. A trash. So what if he's dead? Do you think that killing a chicken to warn the monkey will work on me? It's only a coward's action. Chop my head off if you're capable. I'll submit to you. Chapter 2647. Really? Since you're not willing to let go of the coffin in your hand, then we can only meet on the battlefield. Xingran, prepare for battle, kill without mercy. Luo Qinghe and Luo Xingran looked at Douling and pointed their swords at him. You would not be able to escape from this battle no matter what. Do you really think that you're invincible after killing a piece of trash? Then the two of you can try and see if you can break my chaotic 8 trigrams formation first. Douling pointed at the void and the formation was activated. The chaotic 8 trigrams formation used the heaven and earth Luopan as the base and the 5 elements and 8 trigrams as the support, forming a complete formation. This was set up during the previous battle and it had become a great threat to Luo Qinghe and Luo Xingran. To think that you've set up this formation earlier. You're really cunning. But even so, let's see if you can trap me. Luo Qinghe charged again, completely disregarding Douling's chaotic 8 trigrams formation. He soared into the sky and the formation was like a net, completely suppressing Luo Qinghe. Luo Xingran took a deep breath and her expression slightly changed. However, Luo Qinghe did not show any signs of defeat even though he was trapped by the invisible net. Instead, he crossed the void and broke through again. Luo Qinghe failed to break through the chaotic 8 trigrams formation after several attempts. Both of their expressions turned ugly. What's the use of a formation to suppress others? I don't believe that your formation can fight against me forever. Luo Qinghe sneered. However, Douling did not attack. How are you going to fight me if you can't even break through my formation? Douling's arrogance was on par with Luo Qinghe. Water of Luo River, come from the heavens. Luo Qinghe once again attempted to break through the formation. At this moment, Douling moved and activated the chaotic 8 trigrams formation. The sky and earth rotated and the formation became a world of its own. The heaven and earth Yuanqi was completely sealed. Luo Qinghe was defeated at every step. Douling's formation made them suffer. Take this. Luo Qinghe knew that it was useless to hesitate any longer. It was better to fight desperately than to borrow strength to fight strength. The terrifying blade radiance pierced through the sky. Under Douling's suppression, the chaotic 8 trigrams formation had completely controlled the two of them. In order to protect the formation, Douling was injured by the attack he unleashed. Let's see how long you can last. I don't believe that this formation of yours has no weaknesses. Luo Qinghe couldn't break the formation, but he was able to find the core of the formation and attack it with all his might. Douling was also having a headache. He wouldn't be able to control the situation if he couldn't protect the formation. Damn bastard, freeze for me. Battle formation technique change. Douling unleashed the Dou formation technique once again. The chaotic 8 trigrams formation was activated at this moment. Countless wind blades tore through the formation. Luo Xingran had nowhere to hide and was heavily injured. Xingran, watch out. Luo Qinghe roared like thunder, but he still couldn't protect Luo Xingran. Luo Xingran died in the Chaos 8 trigrams formation in the end. No. No. Luo Qinghe's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. His roar was like thunder that shook the sky. He rammed against the formation continuously in his rage. Douling's mouth was overflowing with blood. If this goes on, both of them would definitely suffer great losses. Luo Qinghe was like a mad bull, attacking the chaotic 8 trigrams formation without caring about his injuries. He wanted to break through the formation and kill Dou Ling. I will definitely kill you. I will definitely kill you. Dou Ling. Luo Xingran was his lover for 100 years. Luo Qinghe was completely enraged after Luo Xingran's death. No one could stop him like a beast that was about to break out of its cage. Roar. Luo Qinghe's deafening roar made Dou Ling frown his eyebrows. Luo Qinghe's attack was not able to kill Luo Qinghe even with the chaotic 8 trigrams formation. Moreover, Luo Qinghe broke through the formation and fought with Dou Ling again. Both of them were fighting with their lives on the line. Blood flowed everywhere as they fought against the heavens and the earth. You think you're the only one with a trump card? I'll show you my trump card. Dou Ling sneered as he gasped for air. His robes were dyed red with blood. Coupled with his eyes that were as deep as the ocean, he gave off a murderous aura. Spirit transferring body. Dou Ling roared in rage. His young figure emitted a domineering aura. Under the Saint Soul Mountain, sand and stones were blown away by the wind. The earth was shaking. Let's see who's stronger. Luo Qinghe had no way to retreat anymore. He must fight till the end. Both of their strengths had reached the half-step hierarch realm. That kind of destructive energy seemed to be able to destroy the warrior's gate. Get lost. Rays of sharp blade light and sword shadows cracked the earth. Tigers and monkeys howled, the wind blew and the cranes shrieked. Luo Qinghe and Dou Ling were heavily injured after the collision. They were gasping for breath and their faces were pale. Injuring 1,000 enemies and injuring 800 allies. This was a real bloody battle. Hand over the god Luo's scripture. Otherwise I'll really kill you. Luo Qinghe's eyes were filled with rage as if he could explode at any time. Do you think I'll give it to you? God Luo's scripture? Don't think that the god Luo's scripture belongs to you just because of the name. How laughable, extremely laughable. Dou Ling was never afraid of Luo Qinghe. Both of them were at the same level. If they continued to fight, one of them might fall. This is great. Seeing the two of you fighting so happily, I don't even want to come out anymore, Gagaga. A weird cry was heard as a powerful figure stood in the sky, causing Dou Ling and Luo Qinghe to tremble. It's you? You came back to die. Dou Ling harumphed coldly. This person was Formation Demon Bai Qi who escaped earlier. That was just a clone of mine. This is my true body. I was wondering why this thing is so valuable. God Luo clan and Battle God clan coveted it. Looks like it's right for me to come back. But now the two of you should be worried about your own safety, not me. Bai Qi crossed his arms and looked at the sky. Dou Ling and Luo Qinghe were heavily injured. What was there for him to be afraid of? Moreover, he was a peak late divine king. They might not be able to defeat him even if they joined hands. I Formation Demon Bai Qi want this god Luo's scripture. Really? That depends on whether I agree. Chapter 2648. You're still alive? Luo Qinghe's eyes were filled with shock. Initially he thought that Xianxia was dead. He had never thought that Xianxia would rise from the ashes. Undeniably, even Dou Ling was shocked. Xianxia was like a reborn from the ashes. You really are like a centipede that dies but doesn't fall down. Luo Qinghe said fiercely. It's not that easy to kill me. You can't even defeat De Huang and you want to fight me? Xianxia's eyes were cold. He was determined to kill. Today everyone here must die. You're already at the end of your rope. Let's see what you're capable of. I can kill you again since I've killed you once. The moment Luo Qinghe's anger met Xianxia's eyes, both of them were at each other's throats. Just nice, the three of you are all in my bag now. Formation Demon Bai Qi sneered. Xianxia stood up with his sword. His expression was calm but his aura had completely changed. At this moment he wanted to kill everyone here. No one could escape. I heard that you have the Dragon Ball. I'd like to see who's going to have the last laugh. Dou Ling squinted his eyes. The four of them were full of confidence. Formation Demon Bai Qi was no exception. He was just a clone before this. Now he's in his true form. Do you think you're fit to fight me with your mud-like body? Formation Devil Bai Qi looked at Xianxia with disdain. The current Xianxia was indeed the weakest among them. Moreover, he was almost killed just now. Now that he managed to crawl out from the mountain, what qualifications did he have to fight against him? Take one of my moves first. Formation Demon Bai Qi sneered. He unleashed his peak late divine king realm strength and struck a thunderous punch. Xianxia was instantly blown away. Can't even withstand a single blow. Array Devil Bai Qi shook his head, feeling even more disdainful of Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen stood up slowly and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Lung Lung smiled and said, "Let's see who laughs last." Jiang Chen had consumed dozens of energy recovery pills in a row. Coupled with the restorative powers of the wood spirit, he had already recovered by more than half. At this moment Jiang Chen could feel his strength rising continuously as though he was on the verge of breaking through. This is the moment. Jiang Chen raised his head and looked at the sky. Thunderclouds rolled and rolled. How could this be? What's going on? Everyone looked at the sky. Dou Ling and the rest frowned. The appearance of the heavenly lightning made the three of them feel uneasy. This brave warrior's gate is an independent space. How can there be a heavenly thunder? Formation Devil Bai Qi murmured in a low voice. The warrior's gate was an independent space. Logically speaking, it should be completely isolated from the outside world. However, the heavenly thunder appeared at this moment. This meant that someone must have broken through at this time. There must be something fishy going on, Dou Ling said. Luo Qinghe also looked at the heavenly thunder. The moment he raised his head, Jiang Chen once again stepped on the sky with the Azure Dragon's 5 steps. You're still thinking of breaking through at this time? What a joke. Luo Qinghe completely ignored Jiang Chen, because it was no different from seeking his own death if he wanted to break through at this moment. When the heavenly lightning struck down, he was already on the brink of death. Moreover, if he fought with them at this moment, Jiang Chen would probably die without a burial place even without their help. Really? Let's see who's going to cry next. Jiang Chen ignored Luo Qinghe and the others. The rolling heavenly thunder poured down like a tsunami. The mightiness of the heavenly thunder was something that even the three of them did not dare to face. They could only retreat. Jiang Chen stood in the middle of the heavenly thunder and squinted his eyes. Thunder rumbled and lightning flashed as if the sky was going to collapse. How can a heavenly god realm lightning tribulation be so terrifying? One word: drought. Heavenly thunder. Not even a divine king realm expert would be able to do it. This fella is going to die for sure. Luo Qinghe said with a laugh, and the coldness in his eyes became more intense. Such a terrifying heavenly thunder. I feel like I'm going to be stunned by it. Dou Ling sighed. Jiang Chen was calm under the heavenly thunder. Bai Qi couldn't help but shake his head. The moment the heavenly thunder tribulation strikes, it's time for Jiang Chen to die. Jiang Chen raised his head to look, his smile calm and composed. I'm going to fuse with the heavenly thunder. Who dares to go against me? Jiang Chen's expression became solemn. The one word drought heavenly thunder was much more powerful than the 9 stars heavenly tribulation lightning. Moreover, the heavenly thunder was capable of destroying the heavens and earth. Jiang Chen stood under the heavenly thunder fearlessly. The moment the drought heavenly lightning struck Jiang Chen's head, a blinding light appeared. The three of them immediately covered their eyes. Under the heavenly lightning, Jiang Chen would definitely turn into ashes, vanishing without a trace. However, something unexpected happened. Jiang Chen was not struck down by the one-word drought heavenly thunder. Instead, he was calm. When the heavenly thunder penetrated through his body, it was as if it had completed a perfect cycle. The three of them were dumbfounded. Impossible. That's the heavenly thunder. Even I can't be so calm. I must have seen wrongly. Dou Ling said in a deep voice. He couldn't believe what he saw. Oh God. He's not even afraid of the heavenly thunder? Formation Demon Bai Qi sucked in a breath of cold air as he was shocked beyond belief. I must have seen wrongly. Luo Qinghe murmured. At this moment, the 9 stars heavenly tribulation lightning in Jiang Chen's left hand and the dawn sky golden lightning in his right hand. The two heavenly thunder merged together. The dawn sky golden lightning? 9 stars heavenly tribulation lightning. Was this guy crazy? Fusing 2 types of heavenly lightning together was no different from courting death. One type of heavenly lightning might not be able to kill you, but the explosive power of 2 types of heavenly lightning was something that even they wouldn't dare to take lightly, because Jiang Chen had given them a sense of crisis. The terrifying explosion caused by the fusion of 2 types of heavenly lightning might inflict serious injuries on them. You're afraid after merging 2 heavenly thunder? Won't you guys be scared shitless if the 3 heavenly thunder are merged together? Jiang Chen smiled. However, he didn't dare to be careless. After all, this was his first time coming into contact with the one-word drought heavenly thunder. First he merged the 9 stars Heavenly Tribulation Lightning and Dawn Sky Golden Lightning. Then the next word Drought Heavenly Thunder wouldn't be that difficult. After all, the explosive power of the 2 Heavenly Thunder was enough to make the trio's expression change. The moment Jiang Chen triggered the one word Drought Heavenly Thunder, the trio's eyes turned blood red. Motherfucker. Doesn't he want to merge 3 Heavenly Thunder? Isn't this crazy? Dou Ling gulped and his expression changed. If he really merged 3 Heavenly Thunder, even an hierarch expert wouldn't be able to save them. Since you guys like to watch a show so much, let's see who can stop me after merging 3 Heavenly Thunder. Chapter 2649. Jiang Chen, let's talk this out. Don't do anything stupid. Luo Qinghe said in a trembling voice. When Jiang Chen fused the 3 heavenly lightnings together, he had completely collapsed. Once the 3 heavenly lightnings exploded, the terrifying explosion would engulf the surrounding 10,000 li. No one would be able to survive. Luo Qinghe had never thought that Jiang Chen would have such a great ability to fuse 3 heavenly lightnings together. Even if it was a joke, he had never heard of such a method before. Jiang Chen, you're a madman. Dou Ling's roar was as loud as thunder, but his heart was trembling. Formation Demon Bai Qi was no exception as he looked at Jiang Chen with a hint of prayer. The trio's face turned green. One could imagine the terrifying destructive power of the explosion of these 3 heavenly lightnings. Jiang Chen was like an emperor, standing proudly under the lightning tribulation, holding the 3 heavenly lightnings in his hand. The surging lightning energy was deafening and dazzling. The explosive energy was enough to flatten the land within a radius of 10,000 li. I don't want this jade box anymore. Jiang Chen, I'll give it all to you. I'll give it all to you. Don't do anything stupid. Formation Demon Bai Qi almost cried. He did not intend to come with his true body, but he found out that there was a great treasure in the Ice Sea Divine Dragon Palace in the Thunder Rush Sea. Blinded by greed, he came with his true body to get a share of the treasures in the Ice Sea Divine Dragon Palace. However, he was completely dumbfounded in the face of death. Who would have thought that an ordinary heavenly god realm fella could make them almost pee in their pants? This fella is really talented. Fusing the heavenly lightnings, I've never heard of it before. The Kraken murmured and hid far behind Jiang Chen, shivering. A heavenly god realm fella could unleash such a terrifying power. Countless divine king realm experts and even half-step hierarch realm experts were shocked. Everything should end now. Jiang Chen sneered. As long as one's strength had not reached the hierarch realm, it was impossible to survive the explosion of the 3 heavenly thunders. Even an hierarch would be severely injured. Although these people were very strong, Jiang Chen was confident that he could make them disappear from this world. Dawn Sky Golden Lightning, 9 stars Heavenly Tribulation Lightning, 1 Drought Heavenly Lightning. When the 3 types of lightning fused together, even Jiang Chen felt a power that could destroy the heavens and extinguish the earth. Once it exploded, even he wouldn't be able to control it. Death is your only choice. Jiang Chen and Leng Leng said with a calm expression. The heavenly lightning blossomed in their hands like a deathly lotus. The 9 colored petals of the heavenly lightning flower were cast out. In an instant the mountains collapsed and the earth cracked. Dou Ling and the other 2 exclaimed in shock. Their faces turned pale. Formation Demon Bai Qi was the most helpless one. He thought that he would definitely be the final winner with his skills. But before he could even make a move, Jiang Chen blocked his path. Formation Devil Bai Qi used everything he had and countless formations were added to his body. However, under the heavenly lightning explosion, all of the formations were destroyed in an instant. It was like a formation made of paper. Formation Devil Bai Qi was completely turned into ashes by the heavenly lightning explosion. Luo Qinghe was not surprised at all. Even though he had activated his spirit-transferring body and had reached the half-step hierarch realm, it was still difficult for him to resist the attack. The terrifying thunderbolts instantly engulfed the 3 of them. Luo Qinghe could not resist Jiang Chen's heavenly lightning fusion. Even a half-step hierarch realm could not fight back. Boom! Everything within 10,000 kilometers of the Saint Soul Mountain had been completely flattened. Jiang Chen could feel the dragon marks in his body surging once again. His strength had reached the half-step divine king realm. After this battle, his strength had increased tremendously. Jiang Chen was well prepared. It was reasonable for him to have a breakthrough this time. Jiang Chen's face was pale. Fusing 3 types of heavenly lightning was a huge consumption for him. The divine origin energy in his body was almost depleted. Jiang Chen stretched his hand and grabbed Formation Demon Bai Chi's interspatial ring in his hand. The jade box was also there. Finally found you. Jiang Chen smiled. He didn't know what was in the jade box, but the fact that it was held in the hand of a dead expert showed how important it was. The dust settled and Jiang Chen saw a man standing on top of the dust. It was Dou Ling, who was covered in blood. His hair and beard were messy. His eyes were filled with ruthlessness. Jiang Chen, I have to say that you're monstrous. But I'm not someone you can defeat easily. Dou Ling gritted his teeth. He thought that he was going to die just now, but the spine suddenly released a surge of inheritance energy that connected his body. His ancestors' remains blocked the attack for him. Dou Ling managed to survive thanks to the protection of the 9-layered formation. However, he was severely injured. At least, Jiang Chen's injuries were worse than him and he was at his wits' end. You're still not dead? If you're lucky. Jiang Chen Leng said. Now let's see if you can withstand my attack. Dou Ling looked straight ahead. Only Jiang Chen and Dou Ling were left in the warrior's gate. I won't die, but you might not. Jiang Chen smiled confidently. He's right. You'll definitely die. A white-clothed figure appeared behind Dou Ling. Her temperament was extraordinary, 1 in a million. Her expression was cold, as if she was born with a coldness that even an iceberg couldn't compare to her. Who are you? Dou Ling's pupils shrunk as he turned his head. She was a beauty that could topple a country. Her clothes were fluttering in the wind. You don't need to know who I am. Give me the God Luo's scripture. Otherwise you'll die a horrible death. The lady said faintly. This person was Yan Qingqing, the person who went through the same ordeal as Jiang Chen in the Tianqi mountain range. However, she didn't recognize Jiang Chen and didn't know who Jiang Chen was. Her expression was as cold as usual. However, it seemed like she didn't want to target Jiang Chen. Your helper is too weak. Does a lady really think that she's the savior of the world? Huh. Dou Ling said proudly. He didn't care about Yan Qingqing. Yan Qingqing didn't say anything. She had already reached the mid-divine king realm. Jiang Chen didn't expect her to improve so quickly. Moreover, he could feel that Yan Qingqing was in danger. Noisy. Yan Qingqing said coldly. Her alluring red lips curled up slightly, looking as cold as frost. Buddha's palm. Dou Ling's expression changed when Yan Qingqing struck out her palm. However, it was already too late when he turned around. That palm had sealed off all his escape routes. Even a late divine king might not dare to take this attack head-on. Jiang Chen came from behind and slashed down with his heavenly dragon sword, killing Dou Ling. The spine and God Luo's scripture fell into his hands. Chapter 2650. Yan Qingqing glanced at Jiang Chen and said, Give it to me. You've saved my life, I don't want to kill you. Jiang Chen looked at Yan Qingqing and felt a little sad. Things have changed, she doesn't recognize me anymore. However, I can't give up on her. Although Jiang Chen didn't know why she forgot about him, he must find out the reason. It's a worthy death to die in your hands. It's better than dying in someone else's hands, right? As the saying goes, dying under a peony makes one a romantic ghost. Jiang Chen chuckled. Glib, I'll only give you one chance. Otherwise, don't blame me for being merciless. Yan Qingqing frowned and her eyes were filled with anger. Jiang Chen saved her before, this was an undeniable fact. Therefore, she didn't want to become Jiang Chen's enemy. However, she must obtain the God Luo's scripture. If you tell me why you've become like this, I'll give you my life, let alone the God Luo's scripture. So what? Jiang Chen's eyes were burning. He didn't know if she could feel his feelings. Since you're so stubborn, I'll have to kill you. Yan Qingqing didn't want to see Jiang Chen like this. Although he's affectionate, it's useless to her. Even if the heavens fall and the earth shatter, the seas dry up and the rocks crumble, I will not kill you. Jiang Chen's words provoked Yan Qingqing again. This guy is a lunatic. Then die. I must get the God Luo's scripture. Yan Qingqing said nothing and charged towards Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's expression changed. He knew that Yan Qingqing was not joking. Moreover, her strength was not inferior to Dou Ling. Although he didn't know how she could improve so much in such a short period of time, her strength was undeniable. Jiang Chen ate more than a dozen energy recovery pills and recovered half of his strength. Now that he had reached the half-step Divine King realm, he could fight against a Divine King barehanded. Even a mid-Divine King was not a problem. However, Jiang Qin would not attack Yan Qingqing as she was his most beloved. Buddha's palm. Yan Qingqing continued to attack. Terrifying palm prints were unleashed one after another, piercing through the sky. Jiang Qin did not dare to be careless. He retreated in order to advance. He only defended and did not attack. Even so, he was still forced to retreat by Yan Qingqing. Such a terrifying Buddha's palm. What kind of technique is that? Could it be that Qingqing has something to do with Li Zongheng's Buddha's palm? Jiang Qin frowned. He couldn't help but feel curious. However, facing Yan Qingqing's overwhelming attacks, Jiang Qin could only take one step at a time. Don't dodge if you have the guts. Yan Qingqing's attack was ruthless. Her slender legs rose up and her white long robe fell down. Jiang Qin did a somersault and dodged Yan Qingqing's attack. He then approached Yan Qingqing and grabbed her with one of his hands. However, Yan Qingqing did not hold back at all. She did not show any mercy. Her exquisite face was filled with murderous intent. She did not show any mercy to Jiang Qin. Step by step, Jiang Qin couldn't withstand her thunderous palm without using his dragon transformation. Jiang Qin had never felt such pressure before. He was afraid that he would hurt Yan Qingqing if he used too much strength. However, she was not stingy at all. Each of her attacks was fatal, causing Jiang Qin to be exhausted. Even so, the corner of his mouth still carried a smile. This was love. Get lost. Yan Qingqing found an opportunity and struck Jiang Qin's chest with her palm. Jiang Qin was sent flying and spurted out a mouthful of blood. However, the corner of his mouth was still smiling elegantly. How can you still smile? I'll make you cry later. Yan Qingqing's ruthless gaze was like the fury of an ice queen. Jiang Qin's smile suddenly stopped at this moment. Jiang Qin did not dodge at all. At this moment, he took on Yan Qingqing's attack head-on and suffered another heavy punch. His face turned pale and his injuries became more severe. However, Jiang Qin did not stop and flew towards the sky. The moment he flew past Yan Qingqing, he instantly casted his dragon transformation and protected Yan Qingqing behind him. A giant fire dragon rose from the ground, engulfing the mountains and rivers as it soared into the sky. Its target was Yan Qingqing. Jiang Qin roared and drew his sword. His sword would never be aimed at the person he liked. Only his enemies could enjoy this bloody feast. Jiang Qin endured his injuries and blocked the impact of the flaming dragon with lightning speed. The flames burned out and engulfed Jiang Qin. At that moment, Yan Qingqing turned around and realized that Jiang Qin had blocked the attack for her. If it wasn't for him, she would have been engulfed by the flaming dragon. Yan Qingqing was a little confused at that moment. What kind of person is this guy? Just what kind of existence was he? Could it be that there were really inseparable and messy feelings between the two of them? When Yan Qingqing raised her head again, Jiang Qin had already escaped from the flames. However, his body was covered with injuries from the flaming dragon. Even the 5 elemental true fire couldn't protect him. What a terrifying flaming dragon. Jiang Qin's heart trembled. He raised his head and saw that the flaming mad dragon was 1,000 zhang long, covering the sun and the sky, hovering above the Saint Soul Mountain. It was a dragon soul, not a real dragon. However, the strength of a dragon soul had reached the hierarch realm. Jiang Qin was shocked. What kind of dragon is this? Lowly fella, do you think you're qualified to have this diagram? God Luo's diagram belongs to my dragon clan. Give it to me. The flaming dragon's aura was gloomy and unparalleled. The dragon's prestige was unparalleled. It was Jiang Qin's first time feeling such a dreadful dragon's prestige. It was the strongest dragon he had ever met. It should be a real dragon. The flaming dragon breathed out true fire. The fire pillar rose to the sky and buried Jiang Qin and Yan Qingqing within it. Jiang Qin roared and rose from the ground. His sword shadow floated across the void. The dragon's prestige was unparalleled. 5 elemental trigram fire formation. Jiang Qin shrouded Yan Qingqing and himself in the formation. The 5 elemental trigram fire formation became extremely hot under the terrifying fire pillar. It seemed like it could collapse at any time because the dragon soul was too powerful. A hierarch realm dragon soul. Jiang Qin felt suffocated when he heard about it. Why did you save me? I wanted to kill you, but you saved me time and time again. Yan Qingqing's eyes were burning. She felt a little uncomfortable. Because I love you, Jiang Qin said with a smile. But his smile was quite forced. The 5-elemental trigram fire formation might be destroyed by the fire pillar at any time. That's all. Yan Qingqing suddenly felt a little lost. Chapter 2651. Jiang Chen looked calm. However, in the next second, the 5-elemental trigram fire formation could no longer withstand the terrifying fire pillar. The flaming mad dragon's roar was deafening. I don't like to owe others. Yan Qingqing said in a deep voice. She made a hand seal and pointed at the sky with her jade-like finger. For 10 years I have been an ox and horse for all living beings. For 30 years I have been a dragon and elephant for all Buddhas. For hundreds of years I have been a part of all living beings. Buddha and elephant Buddha appear. After the incantation, Yan Qingqing made a hand seal and 1,000 zhang tall Buddha and elephant appeared. It was almost on par with the flaming mad dragon. The golden light shook the heavens and earth. The Buddha and elephant was invincible. Even Jiang Chen was speechless. Isn't this too terrifying? Qingqing, oh Qingqing. What have you been through? In the God realm, who exactly are you related to? Just this Buddha and elephant alone could fight against the heavens and earth. It was like a palm strike from Buddha. Who could withstand it? It's the Buddha and elephant? Little girl, who are you? The flaming frenzied dragon roared furiously. Flames rose up from its body and its eyes flickered. However, under its attack, even the Buddha dragon elephant was pushed back and shattered into pieces. Yan Qingqing spurted out a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground. Jiang Chen's pupil shrunk. He quickly caught Yan Qingqing. The Buddha and elephant was indeed terrifying and powerful. However, it was not something she could control. Most importantly, the Buddha and elephant required a huge amount of divine origin energy. Her divine origin energy was almost depleted in an instant. How could she fight against a hierarch realm dragon soul? Are you all right? Jiang Chen looked at Yan Qingqing and held her hand tightly. He slowly raised his head and his eyes became extremely cold and sharp. Evil dragon, I will kill you today. Jiang Chen's roar shook the heavens. Even Yan Qingqing was startled. The current Jiang Chen was like a peerless demonic god. His aura alone was enough to make people tremble. His strength wasn't strong, but his gaze was enough to make the flaming berserk dragon's breath stagnate. Could it be that this fellow wants to fight with me? What an idiot. At this moment, Jiang Chen was thoroughly enraged. This berserk inferno dragon had hurt the person he loved the most. It was fine to hurt him, but to hurt the most important person in his heart, Jiang Chen would definitely go crazy. At that moment, Jiang Chen glanced at the flaming mad dragon. The latter's heart skipped a beat, but it remained calm and collected. No matter how terrifying he is, he's just a half-step divine king. How could he fight against me? Flaming mad dragon thought to himself. At this very moment, above the thunder rush ocean, an illusionary figure could be seen flying across the sky. It was as though the entire sky had turned dark. The day had turned into night. The thunder rush ocean was so dark that one could only see endlessly. Moo moo. Above the ocean, a low moo sound could be heard. All the fishes within 1,000 li were shaken to their core. All the sea monsters that were below the divine king realm were killed. This sword of yours is very strange. It actually has such a dense dragon might. I really have a whole new level of respect for it. Furthermore, you can actually transform into a half-human, half-dragon. Interesting, really interesting. Hee hee. The berserk inferno dragon said with a cold smile. His dragon breath was released and flames rose to the sky. Within 1,000 li, Jiang Chen was engulfed in flames. Those who follow me will prosper, those who oppose me will perish. Heavenly dragon sword, slay the dragon's soul. Heavenly Dao, kill the wolf. At this moment, the berserk inferno dragon did not expect that the heavenly dragon sword in Jiang Chen's hand was a primal origin treasure. As soon as the heavenly dragon sword was unleashed, the shadow of a dragon could be seen. Between the heavens and the earth, there was a huge pressure pressing down. The berserk inferno dragon could feel the aura of death. The heavenly dragon sword turned into a dragon sword and soared into the sky. There was only one target, the berserk inferno dragon. Jiang Chen's silhouette was like a peerless emperor. He stood on the dragon sword and looked majestic. The void was shattered and cracked. "Oh, this is impossible." The berserk inferno dragon roared and retreated. However, Jiang Chen's silhouette merged with the dragon sword. The heavenly dragon sword, which was a primal origin treasure, could ignore the berserk inferno dragon's dragon breath. The dragon aura on the heavenly dragon sword was even stronger. Even the berserk inferno dragon felt a trace of fear. Moreover, Jiang Chen's gaze was like a judgment from hell. When the sword fell, 10,000 swords were broken. The dragon breath was exhausted and the fire dragon was defeated. The berserk inferno dragon's soul was slashed by Jiang Chen's sword. A painful roar resounded through the sky. The berserk inferno dragon's shadow became more illusory. Jiang Chen looked at the sky, standing on the head of the berserk inferno dragon. He looked like an angry Vajra. His majesty was as majestic as the sky. Evil creature, I'm suppressing you with the heavenly dragon's strength. Are you convinced? Jiang Chen shouted. He slashed his sword on the berserk inferno dragon's head. The berserk inferno dragon felt intense pain and roared continuously. It had never thought that this fellow would be able to suppress it. His strength was only at the half-step divine king realm. However, the berserk inferno dragon had to admit that Jiang Chen's heavenly dragon sword had completely suppressed its attack. Jiang Chen's heaven-dominating Dao and his terrifying gaze made the berserk inferno dragon fearful. Ao Gufeng am not afraid of anyone. I've already died once. If it wasn't for the god Luo's scripture, my 9-dragon soul wouldn't be hiding here. Ao Gufeng said while gritting his teeth. Although his bones were tough, Jiang Chen did not hold back. He slashed his sword again and again, causing great damage to the berserk inferno dragon. The dragon soul was getting weaker and weaker. Then die. Jiang Chen glared at Ao Gufeng, his killing intent surged. Big brother, save me. Ao Gufeng roared in a deep voice. His sorrow was overflowing as he raised his dragon head. Big brother? Jiang Chen's heart skipped a beat. Seems like there's more than one berserk inferno dragon. Suddenly he recalled what the 8-clawed octopus said. The 9 dragons of the dragon clan descended here to seize the treasure. Moreover, they even had Qianxia's help. This berserk inferno dragon might be the almighty expert of the dragon clan that perished in the warrior's gate. Otherwise, how could a dragon soul possess such terrifying strength? Moreover, his dragon soul was well protected. Human brat, you're too conceited to dare touch the people of my dragon clan. A golden berserk inferno dragon soared into the sky. Another change took place between the heavens and earth. Behind the golden dragon, 7 other berserk inferno dragons followed. Wind, fire, thunder, lightning, earth, wood, metal, stone, jade. 9 true dragons indeed. Chapter 2652. The 9 dragon souls had all reached the hierarch realm. Without a doubt, these 9 dragon souls belonged to the 9 elders of the dragon clan who had destroyed the battle kingdom millions of years ago. Even so, the 9 dragon souls still had the power to destroy the heavens and earth. What sword is that? Can even make the 6th elder look so embarrassed. This dragon aura is not any weaker than ours. Is this guy also a member of the dragon clan? That's possible. That guy is actually able to use dragon transformation. After that, his dragon aura will become even more real, comparable to ours. Even ordinary members of the dragon clan might not have such a dense bloodline power like ours. Let's ask him first. This guy is very talented. He might be a member of our dragon clan. Even if he's from the dragon clan, he should be killed for being so disrespectful to the 6th elder. The thunder dragon elder Ao Guyue, who had been silent for a long time, pondered for a moment and looked at Jiang Chen. Kid, are you a member of the dragon clan? Ao Guyue's arrogant manner made Jiang Chen feel disgusted. These people were blindly arrogant and thought that they were a member of the divine dragon clan. Little did they know that they were just remnant souls that had lost their glory years ago. Dragon clan? Hee, I really don't want to be a member of the dragon clan with you. 9 dragon elders, you should have been dead for millions of years. Don't you know what it means to be a centipede that dies but doesn't fall down? You've really made the dragon clan feel sad. How many people have you killed in this battle? You're all high and mighty, so you naturally don't know that you've destroyed an entire prosperous country. Not a single person survived. For your own selfish desires, other than greed, what else do you have? Jiang Chen's words hit the heart, causing the 9 dragon elders to suffer in silence. Their faces were extremely gloomy. How dare you? You don't know what's good for you. How dare you go against the dignity of the dragon clan's elders? It's really disappointing. You have the bloodline of the dragon clan, but you don't care about the dragon clan. You must be killed. The 3rd elder bellowed furiously. The 9 dragon souls no longer had any leeway to criticize Jiang Chen. The sword in his hand is a good item. It is worthy of our dragon clan's collection. The fifth elder sneered. Yes, the primordial origin treasure is indeed a good thing. If it wasn't for him, who knows when we would be able to break the seal. Was the attack of a hierarch realm expert really made by this little guy? I can't believe it. The elders of the dragon tribe spoke one after another, as if they were all extremely interested in Zhang Chen's life and death. You've stirred up trouble. Now that the 9 dragon souls have appeared, none of yous can escape. Yan Qingqing glanced at Zhang Chen. Lung Ling said. Others might not be able to walk out, but my woman will definitely be able to walk out alive. Zhang Chen smiled faintly. Yan Qingqing snorted coldly and no longer spoke to him. A bunch of shameless old things. Now they're already thinking about my heavenly dragon sword. Zhang Chen sneered and said disdainfully. The greedy faces of these elders were really disgusting. Why are you talking nonsense with him? Boss, let's kill him first. Humph. Rumble. Along with a deafening sound, an ancient bronze coffin rose from the ground. The sky was filled with grayish mist. The 9 dragon souls were all stunned. It's the princess of the Battle Kingdom. We must destroy her. We were almost killed by her in the past. Otherwise, Qianxia wouldn't have sealed us for millions of years. We will never forget this humiliation. Aogyue said in a deep voice. The battle that year was earth-shattering. The 9 of them joined hands to suppress Qianxia. Qianxia was about to be killed by them, but he was saved by the princess of the Battle Kingdom. In the end, the princess of the Battle Kingdom blocked the attack for Qianxia. Qianxia was so angry that he used himself as a cauldron to suppress the 9 dragons for millions of years. Zhang Chen's fusion of thunderbolts unintentionally broke the seal and allowed the 9 dragon souls to escape. How could Aogyue forget about this? The princess of the Battle Kingdom was probably a reincarnated immemorial figure. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to block their attack. However, Qianxia didn't know about this. At this moment, a handsome white-clothed man was standing on top of the ancient bronze coffin. He was holding a bamboo flute and his eyes were calm. He started to play the flute softly. The sound of the flute was pleasing to the ears. Damn it. This guy's soul is still alive. The third brother said while gritting his teeth. Back then Qianxia was even stronger than me. If it weren't for the 9 of us joining hands, he wouldn't have died. Aogyue said Lung Lung. No one knew how strong Qianxia was back then. However, even the joint attack of the 9 emperor gods could not gain any advantage over him. It was imaginable how terrifying Qianxia's fighting strength was. Now that Qianxia was accompanying the princess of the Battle Kingdom in the ancient bronze coffin, Aogyue had to be careful. No matter how strong he was when he was alive, he's just a remnant soul now. He has suppressed us for all these years and is about to disappear. Why should we be afraid of him? The prestige of the dragon clan cannot be erased. Anyone who dares to stop us will be killed. The second brother said domineeringly. His long and narrow eyes were filled with killing intent. Such a handsome man. Could he be Qianxia? Zhang Chen murmured. This man was stepping on the ancient bronze coffin and playing the flute. He looked like a weak scholar who stood aloof from worldly affairs. Zhang Chen could not associate him with the unparalleled leader of the 9 sons of the dragon Qianxia. Qianxia, your soul has not been erased yet. Aogyue pointed his sword at Qianxia and roared. The white-robed man looked at Zhang Chen and ignored Aogyue. The aura on your body feels very familiar, but it's also very annoying. The white-robed man frowned and Zhang Chen looked solemn. Is it because of the ancestral dragon emperor's aura? Lady, let me borrow your body. I can only rely on you to resurrect my beloved wife. 9 Phoenix sacred body, only you are worthy of my beloved wife. After he finished speaking, the white-clothed man looked at Yan Qingqing with blazing eyes. Your wife is dead. Zhang Chen said indifferently. Even if she is dead, I still want to resurrect her. I don't want to kill you and I don't want to hurt you. Don't force me. The white-robed man looked at Zhang Chen. Zhang Chen's stubbornness made him unhappy and uncomfortable. If you want to touch her, you have to step over my body. Zhang Chen said coldly. Do you know who you are talking to? Qianxia, the leader of the 9 sons of the dragon. Zhang Chen said. Since you still dare to disobey me? I wanted to save you but you are so stubborn. What does this lady have to do with you? She is also my beloved wife. Chapter 2653. Who's your beloved wife? Yan Qingcheng frowned and said with dissatisfaction. However, she hated the white-clothed man more. He wanted to use his body to resurrect his beloved wife. Even she doesn't want to admit it. Who do you think you are? Qianyo sneered and shook his head. He looked at Jiangchen with disdain. The Battle Kingdom has already been destroyed. You still want to resurrect the princess. Qianyo, do you really think that you're the venerable emperor? You're just a remnant of your soul now. Aogyue said sarcastically. Qianyo's gaze finally fell on him. That year, if this guy didn't break the seal, how could you guys see the light of day again? I, Qianyo, have no desires in my life. I have no conflicts with the world. Why do you guys want to frame me? I didn't kill them, but they died because of me. Millions of innocent people of the Battle Kingdom suffered. I, Qianyo, will not be able to absolve myself from the blame even if I die 10,000 times. I have no intention of living today. I will use the last of my soul energy to revive Princess Bingying. I will let her know that the 3,000 great worlds are not something that I can control. I don't want to bear the hatred of the past forever. Qianyo murmured. His eyes were filled with sorrow. Princess Bingying died with hatred. She thought that Qianyo was a spy of the Dragon Clan. He joined the Battle Kingdom to get her father's god Luo's scripture. This was also the reason why Qianyo's soul was immortal. Qianyo used all of his strength to suppress the 9 elders of the Dragon Clan. The Warrior's Gate was sealed by the 9 elders. They swore to fight to the death. In the end, the entire Battle Kingdom was trapped in the Warrior's Gate and turned into white bones. Qianyo's hatred was all because of the 9 elders of the Dragon Clan. Humph, your words are even better than singing. Since you are a member of the Dragon Tribe, you should work for the Dragon Tribe. Your birth has already determined your fate. If you do not fight for the Dragon Tribe, you are the scum of the Dragon Tribe. The 3rd elder shouted angrily. This is the biggest joke in the world. Dragon Clan? You bunch of elders of the dragon race who take advantage of your seniority. Which one of you has ever treated me, Qianyo, as a member of the dragon race? In the eyes of the Dragon Clan, we, the 9 sons of the Dragon Clan, are the abandoned sons of the Dragon Clan. Yet you insist on treating us like puppets. How can there be such a good thing in this world? Since the Dragon Clan doesn't acknowledge me, why should I acknowledge the Dragon Clan? You bunch of old fogies, it's too easy for me to kill you. So what if you're 9 great god emperors? In the end, he was still suppressed by me for millions of years. Who could do anything to me? Even if the Heavenly King tries to stop me today, I won't show any mercy. From the moment you chased after me, I no longer belonged to the Dragon Clan. Qianyo said proudly. From the very beginning, I've never been a dragon. Qianyo felt bitter in his heart. He could choose anything but his birth. The dragon race was an identity that he could never get rid of. It was an honor, but it was also a tragedy. The 9 sons of the Dragon Clan, all of you are ugly. You shouldn't exist in this world. Humph. Aogyue waved his sleeve and ignored Qianyo's words. Even Jiangchen sighed. Qianyo was a bit pitiful. He was misunderstood by everyone and was born from resentment. Even though he had turned into a spirit, he still couldn't get rid of this misfortune. Qianyo's emotions were stirred up, especially his blood-red eyes. Jiangchen shook his head. Qianyo was probably completely swallowed by hatred and resentment. One's appearance was born from one's heart. Qianyo wanted to revive the princess of the Battle Kingdom and let her know that he had worked hard for millions of years. He wanted her to understand that he was not the traitor. In addition to the resentment of millions of people of the Battle Kingdom, Qianyo's soul was in extreme pain. His soul no longer belongs to him. Jiangchen said in a deep voice. He was born from thousands of resentment. He was alive not only to suppress the elders of the 9 Dragon Clan, but also to clear his own grievances. However, Qianyo, who was swallowed by hatred, was no longer the kind, elegant young man who was good at music and stood aloof from worldly affairs. Qianyo was dressed in white, looking handsome and unparalleled. However, who could he tell the sorrow in the depth of his soul to? No one can stop me. Otherwise, I will kill you without mercy. I can trap you for millions of years. I can make sure that you will never be able to reincarnate. Qianyo was domineering and pointed at Aogyue and the others. However, Aogyue's expression changed. This Qianyo was extremely difficult to deal with. A centipede would not fall down even if it died. If a war broke out, they might not be able to gain any advantage. Qianyo, don't forget that no matter what, You are a member of the Dragon Clan whether you admit it or not. Don't you want to die for the sake of the Dragon Clan? Once the God Luo's scripture is obtained by others, the consequences will be unimaginable. The 9 of us have risked our lives for millions of years just to get this God Luo's scripture. Now that the God Luo's scripture is about to be obtained, you are still trying to stop us. How can you be worthy of your identity as a member of the Dragon Clan? Aogyue did not want to fight with Chunyo to the death. Otherwise, their dragon souls might not even have the chance to leave this place. With their strength, if they returned to the Dragon Clan, they would have the opportunity to rebuild their golden bodies. After all, the cultivation of the Emperor realm was not obtained for no reason. If they continued to fight with Chunyo, this madman, they would be the ones suffering. The ending of being trapped for millions of years had already given them the biggest reminder. It was like a warning bell. Therefore Aogyue did not want to gamble. He was afraid that if he lost, all his previous efforts would be in vain. He was not the only one behind Aogyue. There were 8 brothers and 9 elders of the Dragon Clan. In the battle that happened millions of years ago, none of them survived. All 9 great emperors had fallen. It was a great loss for the Dragon Clan. Now if Aogyue and the others wanted to return to the Dragon Clan, this was their only chance. And all of this depended on the God Luo's scripture. As long as Bingying is resurrected, I can obtain eternal life. No one can stop me. I will destroy everything. The warrior's gate, the strong are invincible. Chunyo said in a domineering manner, completely ignoring Aogyue and the others. Even if it was 9 Hierarch Realm dragon souls, he would still fight for his beloved wife. It was indeed fascinating. Jiangchen looked at Yanqingqing. He would not let anyone touch his beloved wife. Even if it meant death, he would still fight until the end. We are only after the God Luo's scripture. As long as you help us get the God Luo's scripture, we will help you resurrect Princess Bingying. If you want to resurrect Princess Bingying by yourself, I'm afraid you will have to sacrifice your own dragon soul. If both of us are injured, what can you do even if you defeat us? Do you still have the ability to resurrect Princess Bingying? Aogyue said in a deep voice. He wanted to pull Chunyo to his side. Otherwise, the battle would be extremely tragic if he fought Chunyo alone. They were not willing to accept that. Chapter 2654. Although Aogyue and the others were not weak, this was the best way to ensure their safety. Otherwise, even if they defeated Chunyo in the end, it would still be impossible for them to get the God Luo's scripture and leave this place. There were no eternal enemies, only eternal benefits. In front of absolute benefits, he had enough reasons to convince Chunyo. As long as Chunyo was not stupid, he would know that this was a great opportunity. They did not need to make a big fuss about it, and everyone would be happy in the end. Aogyue believed that with Chunyo's thoughts and his persistence at the moment, his words would definitely move him. Most importantly, although Chunyo was crazy, he could still tell right from wrong. He was just too persistent in reviving his beloved wife. Chunyo became silent because he knew that what Aogyue said was reasonable. If they could take what they needed and bury the hatchet, things would not be so difficult. We will take what we need and not interfere with each other. It's not easy for you to kill us, and it's also very difficult for us to kill you. We are all dragons, but killing each other will be a joke to the outsiders. This should be the basic respect and trust, right? That year both of us were injured. What's there to be afraid of if we fight again? But things aren't as simple as you think. We can get what we want, and you can also get what you want without any effort. We only have one common enemy, and that is that brat with the aura of the Dragon Clan. He isn't a true Dragon Clan member. Aogyue said faintly. It seemed like he was negotiating with Chunyo, but what he said was reasonable. Chunyo could not help but be tempted. Jiangchen gritted his teeth and snorted. This bastard, he dares to incite Chunyo to attack me. Damn bastard, despicable dragon. You have really opened my eyes. They want to kill you and use me to revive the dead princess of the Warring States Kingdom. Yanqingqing slightly raised her beautiful eyes and said in a deep voice. Qi Restoration Pill. Jiangchen threw 10 Qi Restoration Pills to Yanqingqing. The latter was slightly stunned, but she still held the pills tightly. Why do you want to save me? Is it worth risking your life? Yanqingqing was puzzled. There was no memory of Jiangchen at all in her memory. Moreover, he had risked his life to save her several times. He even gave her the Great Bright Lord's relic. He didn't even ask about the relic when it was so close to him. Alright, it's a deal. Qianyo and Aogyue looked at each other and finally made up their minds. They knew that Aogyue was telling the truth. This was their best chance to defeat Zhongchen, who was only a half-step divine king. Great. Qianyo, no matter what, the Dragon Clan will be grateful to you for getting the God's scripture. The Dragon Clan will be grateful to you. Once I get back to the Dragon Clan, I will definitely reward for you. Aogyue laughed and said. Qin Jiang were Chen's. Jiang Gyue and Jiang would be in to kill. Jiang Qiu. How he will be he. How could he fight against the son of the dragon Qianyo? Put down the God's scripture and hand over that woman. Then you might be able to live. I can guarantee that you won't die. After all, you have the bloodline of the Dragon Clan in your body. Although I don't know whether you are a real dragon, I don't want to kill anyone from the Dragon Clan. Aogyue pretended to be benevolent and said. Stop pretending. Do you still remember that you are from the Dragon Clan? Will the Dragon Clan be so cruel to kill millions of people of the Battle Kingdom? Will the Dragon Clan kill the son of the Dragon Clan by hook or by crook? Nice words. The Dragon Clan is really powerful. If you want to kill, just come at me. I Zhongchen do not need others to comment on my actions. Zhongchen said in a deep voice. His cold eyes swept through the surroundings. Qianyo's eyes became colder and colder. She doesn't know what's good for her. Boss, why are you still talking nonsense with her? My brothers can't wait any longer. Furthermore, he didn't show any mercy when he was dealing with Brother Hua. The damage to Brother Hua's dragon soul is all because of him. If I don't kill him today, how am I going to explain to the ancestors of the Dragon Clan? Aogyue sneered. All right. If that's the case, let's fight. I won't lower my head even if I die. You want to use my woman to resurrect your beloved wife? Qianyo, I can only say that you're talking nonsense. I won't regret it even if I die today. I Zhongchen will never lower my head. Zhongchen stood in the void with his sword in his hand. His eyes were cold. Aogyue and the other 9 Hierarch Realm Dragon Soul Elders and Qianyo were all ready to fight. Since you insist on courting death, don't blame us. We, the Dragon Clan, are not despicable and shameless. I gave you a choice, but you don't know how to cherish it. Aogyue said with a faint smile. However, they had already begun to move closer to Zhongchen. The 9 Dragons Elders and Qianyo's aura covered the sky and completely shrouded Zhongchen and Yanqingqing in it. Solitary side. Zhongchen directly displayed the dragon transformation. Under the dragon transformation, Solitary's sword shadow cut through the sky. However, it was vulnerable in front of the 10 Hierarch Realm Dragon Soul experts. The sword shadow was instantly destroyed. Zhongchen was also forced to retreat with a pale face. Buddha Dragon and Elephant appear. Yanqingqing did not hesitate and directly displayed her killer move. The Buddha Dragon and Elephant shook the earth. However, it was still like a piece of paper in front of the Hierarch Realm Dragon Soul experts. She was instantly forced to retreat and was seriously injured. Zhongchen felt helpless for the first time because the 10 Hierarch Realm Dragon Souls were too strong. They were Emperor Realm experts from thousands of years ago. It was self-evident how terrifying the 10 Hierarch Realm Dragon Souls were. Zhongchen roared with a ferocious expression. He caught Yanqingqing's body. However, she was already like a kite with a broken string. Although she was in Zhongchen's arms. They are too strong, too strong. Yanqingqing's eyes were filled with the color of death. To be exact, it was despair. In front of the 10 venerables, they were as weak as babies crying piteously for food. Zhongchen's eyes were filled with tenderness and a slight smile. Don't worry. I will never let anyone hurt you unless I die. Yanqingqing was slightly stunned. She did not know why, but there seemed to be a layer of mist in the depth of her eyes at that moment. Zhongchen slowly stood up. He was a man. He could only fight till the end. He would not give up until the very last moment. However, this was his last trump card. This time, it should be called the Ghost Prison Ashura Sword Formation. Zhongchen's eyes were replaced with a touch of coldness. 10 Hierarch Realm Dragon Soul experts, so what? Chapter 2655. Yanqingqing could only see the gentle side of Zhongchen, but when Zhongchen turned around and picked up the Qingfeng sword, he was already prepared to face death. Right now, Zhongchen only had one trick up his sleeve, and that was the little Ashura sword formation that had undergone great changes. The Ghost Prison Ashura Sword Formation in the past was called the Little Ashura Sword Formation by Zhou Xian because he was not strong enough. But this time the Ghost Prison Ashura Sword Formation that was formed by 108 heavenly divine tools, Zhou Xian wanted to see how strong it was. When they were fighting before, Zhou Xian had already set up a huge formation around the entire Saint Soul Mountain. Even Do Ling did not notice it. Moreover, Zhou Xian wanted to set up this huge formation to ensure that nothing would go wrong. But at this moment, even though Zhou Xian was full of confidence, he still did not know if he could win against the 10 Venerables. Because he had no way out at this moment, he had to fight with his life on the line. The 10 Venerables took a step forward and the void was torn apart. Zhou Xian did not dare to be careless, he took the initiative to attack first. The Ghost Prison Ashura Sword Formation instantly spread out, enveloping the entire Saint Soul Mountain. In an instant, a third of Zhou Qian's divine origin energy was drained. Zhou Qian's face darkened. This was the most terrifying part because the Ghost Prison Ashura Sword Formation consumed too much of Zhou Qian's energy. Even if he kept eating energy recovery pills and the recovery power of the wood spirit, it was still not enough for him to reach his peak state. The formation was formed, the wind was flying. Between the heavens and the earth, the 108 heavenly divine tools soared into the sky like 108 comets. Even Zhou Xian was shocked by the scene. The heavenly dragon sword was like an immemorial azure dragon, traversing between the heavens and the earth, triggering the Ashura sword formation. What a terrifying sword array. To think that even I would feel a trace of danger. Yeah, this sword formation is really terrifying. 108 heavenly god tools perfectly fused into a formation. Does give people a sharp feeling. That's right. If it was in the past, I would be able to break it with a single finger. But we absolutely cannot let our guard down now. This sword formation is definitely not simple. That sword with the aura of a dragon guarding the area is definitely a primal origin treasure. The 9 great elders of the dragon tribe were all ready for battle. At this moment, they were not afraid of Zhou Qian's Ghost Prison Ashura Sword Formation at all. Interesting. In this way I won't feel a sense of accomplishment after killing you. Chunyo Lung said. Right now he only had Yan Qingqing in his eyes. Yan Qingqing was his target. Zhou Qian's life and death had nothing to do with him. You're like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. You're courting death. Chunyo charged into the sky once again. He was determined to break through the sword formation. Then why don't you try and see if my sword formation is more powerful or if you guys can break through it? Zhou Qian roared in anger. He was determined to kill the 10 reverends. They had been dead for thousands of years, but they were still as powerful as before. If it was an ordinary divine king or even a hierarch, they would have been suppressed. However, Zhou Qian would never bow down to them. Yan Qingqing looked at the scene silently. It was impossible for her not to be touched. This guy had forced his way into her heart. It was extremely difficult for her to kick him out. 108 heavenly divine weapons. You're really impressive. A half-step divine king. Who would have thought that this fella could possess so many divine weapons? Even a hierarch expert or a top-notch sect might not be able to possess such a great amount of weapons. That's right. Yan Qingqing was shocked. However, controlling such a terrifying formation would consume a lot of Zhou Qian's strength. His divine origin strength, essence, chi and spirit would all be depleted. He needed to put in a lot of effort to fight against the 10 reverends. It was not something that could be achieved with just a formation. Zhou Qian must be vigilant. Otherwise, no matter how strong the formation was, it would not be able to unleash its true power. Zhou Qian was calm. At this moment he was relaxed because the Ghost Prison Ashura Sword Formation had become his trump card. At this moment, sword shadows pierced through the Ashura Sword Formation. Zhou Qian was stunned. It was impossible for anyone below the hierarch realm to survive in this formation. Even a half-step hierarch would be shredded into pieces by the sword shadows. At this moment Zhou Qian was really powerful. The Ashura Sword Formation once again showed Elder Jiulong and Qianyo what a peerless technique was. A mere half-step divine king kid could fight against the 10 reverends with just a sword formation. It was really amazing. Rays of cold light became the main color of the Saint Soul Mountain. The cold light and sword shadows pierced through the mountain, causing the 10 reverends' expressions to change. However, they were still hierarch experts. Zhou Qian could not imagine what it meant to be a hierarch expert. Any one of them could easily crush him. However, in this formation Jiang Qin was the one and only king. The sword shadows were blurred and the cold light flashed. Countless shadows were left in the void. The 10 reverends used their speed and strength to fight against the Ashura sword formation. Jiang Qin's expression was extremely serious. The sword formation was unstoppable. 3,000 miles of mountains and rivers were destroyed. The Ashura sword formation swept through the void with its supreme sword shadows. It's too strong. Although the sword shadows can't kill us in one strike, we can't defend against more and more sword shadows. This guy is really despicable. Shut up. This is not the time to play around. Give it your all. Otherwise no one can save you. Our only chance now is to break through the formation. The 10 of us should attack one part of the formation together. We might be able to break it. That's right. No matter how strong his formation is, the one controlling it is just a half-step divine king trash. If we attack one part with all our strength, we can definitely make him lose control of the formation. Everyone kept nodding their heads. At this moment Qianxia also silently nodded his head and joined in. The 10 reverends launched a powerful attack. Jiang Qin also saw their collision. The 10 reverends launched a joint attack towards the sword formation. Even though Jiang Qin was prepared for it, he was still pushed back 800 feet by the impact. He spurted out a mouthful of blood and his face turned pale. He looked as miserable as he could be. Jiang Qin wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and soared into the sky again. He controlled the formation and the sword formation. Although the formation shook violently from the impact, it did not collapse. Myriad swords returned to origin. Sky Annihilation. Chapter 2656. Let's continue. I'd like to see how long this guy can last. He should have exhausted all his divine spirit power in order to maintain such a great formation. Pa, you're right. Third brother, as long as we continue to attack, I don't believe that this guy can overturn the sky. No matter how capable he is, he still has to die. The dignity of the great emperor is inviolable. Everyone concentrated and attacked the sword formation again. The huge impact sent Jiang Qin flying again. Jiang Qin's body was covered with blood. Yan Qingqing's heart skipped a beat when she saw this. Does this guy not want to live anymore? Jiang Qin's mouth became colder and colder. He had no choice but to move forward. Then let's see who can last longer. Once again Jiang Qin swallowed 10 energy recovery pills. With the recovery of the wood element, although his physical strength and profound qi were being depleted, he was still able to recover a little, so he didn't fall into a passive state. All of you stop for a while. Jiang Qin grinned with a fierce look in his eyes. Dou formation technique, it's time for you to use it. Jiang Qin pointed at the sky and the sky changed its color. Under the Dou formation technique, the Ashura sword formation became stronger once again. The Ghost Prison Ashura sword formation was strengthened by at least 30%. The Ghost Prison Ashura sword formation had become a great killing weapon that could dominate the world. The indomitable sword intent had completely turned into a killing intent. The Ghost Prison Ashura sword formation became unstoppable once again. The sword shadows were everywhere. This guy has the secret of the Battle God clan, the Dou formation technique. The Battle God clan is one of the ancient clans. I didn't expect that the Dou formation technique would be leaked. It's really sad. Be careful, we can't use all our strength to break through the current formation. Every time the sword shadow slashes down, it causes great damage to our dragon souls. The only divine weapon guarding this formation is the primal origin treasure with dragon breath. Its lethality to our dragon souls is simply unbelievable. Even Aogu's face suddenly changed. After the Dou formation technique, the Ashura sword formation made them feel a great threat again. So what if they're the 10 venerable ones? You're still trapped in my formation. Jiang Qin sneered, but his profound qi was not as strong as before. Jiang Qin knew that his profound qi would be depleted as time went by, and that would be the time of his death. After all, the 10 reverends did not live up to their reputation. Every one of them was a great sovereign who could cover the sky with a single hand when they were alive. They were peerless, heroic and peerless. You go first, quickly leave the brave warrior's gate. Jiang Qin glanced at Yan Qingqing. If Yan Qingqing didn't leave at this moment, he wouldn't feel at ease and he would be afraid. Moreover, their target was Yan Qingqing. Jiang Qin wouldn't allow Yan Qingqing to be trapped. Yan Qingqing knitted her brows and stared at Jiang Qin. I'm not leaving. Why not? If you don't leave now, I'm afraid I won't be able to protect you. Jiang Chen looked at Yan Qingqing. This stubborn girl, could it be that she had thought of me? But Yan Qingqing was still calm and said, "We'll advance and retreat together. We will advance and retreat together. If I leave and you die, I will definitely regret it." Yan Qingqing's words made Jiang Chen speechless. But she said, "I'll regret it," instead of, "I'll be sad." Jiang Chen knew that in her heart he was still an insignificant passerby. "Go!" Jiang Chen shouted angrily. At this moment the Ashura sword formation was going to exhaust Jiang Chen to death. His face was extremely pale and his eyes were extremely cold. But Yan Qingqing was indifferent. "Don't shout at me." At this moment, Yan Qingqing glared at Jiang Chen with her beautiful eyes. Jiang Chen had no choice but to continue fighting with Yan Qingqing because he was in a very dangerous situation. If this goes on, Jiang Chen would be exhausted by the Ashura sword formation sooner or later. Although the Ashura sword formation was strengthened by the Dou formation technique, the amount of divine origin energy required was huge. It was not easy for Jiang Chen to be able to control such an unparalleled sword formation with his current strength. Jiang Chen gritted his teeth. Within the sword formation, sword shadows filled the air. It was still unstoppable. The monstrous sword mightiness shocked even the hierarch experts. If this goes on, we'll be exhausted to death. We must find a way to get out. Otherwise we'll fail miserably again. I don't want to be killed by a half-step divine king kid. I'm the great emperor of the dragon clan. We can't go on like this. Jiang Chen was anxious, but they were also anxious. They did not know how long Jiang Chen could last. Jiang Chen also did not know how much strength they had left to resist the sword formation. I can still vaguely control the warrior's gate. This is our last chance. At that time the formation will be weakened for a moment. We can use this opportunity to break through the formation. Qianxia said in a low voice. This warrior's gate was completely under his control previously. However, his strength was too weak now. Compared to a great emperor, he was completely vulnerable. Moreover, in this formation he could barely communicate with the will of the heavens and earth. This would cause a slight break in the formation. That would be their chance. In fact, Jiang Chen had consumed more than half of his strength. At this moment he could not hold on any longer. Warrior's Gate, I shall live forever. Qianxia looked straight ahead and clenched his fist. The weather between the heavens and earth seemed to have changed. The Warrior's Gate also trembled. Jiang Chen frowned. His persistence had reached its breaking point. Along with this tremble, the Ashura sword formation started to show signs of crisis and became weaker. No. Aogyue shouted angrily. No one wanted to die in Jiang Chen's formation, especially them. They were the great sovereigns who had been famous for millions of years, the elders of the dragon clan. If they were to die in the hands of Jiang Chen, it would be too shameful. Moreover, no one would know about it. Aogyue and the others gathered their strength and joined hands with Qianxia. When the Ashura sword formation showed a slight flaw, they flew up to the sky and swore to break through Jiang Chen's Ashura sword formation. Jiang Chen could feel the determination of the 10 reverends. At this moment he was exhausted. Even though the wood spirit had reached its limit and the cheer-covering pill could not heal his injuries, Jiang Chen looked like he had aged 100 years. His face was full of wrinkles and his forehead was full of white hair. He looked like a handsome young man, but now he looked old. Rumble. Chapter 2657. Jiang Chen's aura was so weak that it was beyond their imagination. Even Yan Qingqing did not expect it. Are you all right? Yan Qingqing asked worriedly. Jiang Chen knelt down on one knee and stood up with his sword. He slowly stood up with a smile hanging on the corner of his mouth. However, his wrinkled face made Yan Qingqing feel sad. Cough cough. I thought that my injuries were already very serious. Now it seems like he's in a worse state than us after using this sword formation. Huh. Lao Si said with a sneer. Jiang Chen couldn't even withstand a single blow right now. A gust of wind could even blow him down. He was extremely weak. What a good half-step divine king. You're the strongest half-step divine king I've ever seen. Even in the immemorial era, your talent is still outstanding. Qianxia said in a low voice with a hint of surprise in his eyes. However, Jiang Chen was still defeated. How could Jiang Chen defeat the 10 reverends by himself? I did not lose. Jiang Chen's eyes were filled with determination. If it was not for the trembling of his worldview, the entire Warrior's Gate would have trembled violently, causing a hole to appear in the formation. Even if Xianxia died, he could still drag the 10 of them down with him. Although Xianxia was defeated, he was still defeated. His body was now empty, he had lost all of his profound qi. Even his potential had been sucked out. He was like a rotten tree that was on the verge of death. You're indeed a great emperor. However, it's a pity that you still have to die. Those who stand in the way of the dragon clan will be killed without mercy. Aogyue said. Go to hell. At this moment, the flaming mad dragon soared into the sky and approached Xianxia. Get past me first. Yan Qingqing stood in front of Xianxia without hesitation. Yan Qingqing was struck away by the flaming mad dragon and fell beside Xianxia. At that moment, Xianxia could feel that Yan Qingqing's life force was fading away. Bastard! Get lost. Qianyo struck with his palm and the thunder shook the mountains and rivers. The fiery dragon was forced back. If Aogyue didn't help, he would have already died. Qianyo! What are you doing? Old Five shouted. What am I doing? His attack almost destroyed this woman. What do you think I'm going to do? If she dies, my Princess Bingying will have no hope. At that time I will make all of you die with her. Even if you're just a soul, I'll beat you to the point where you'll never be able to reincarnate. Qianyo's anger pierced through the sky, making Aogyue and the others speechless. The fiery mad dragon was originally going to attack Xianxia, but who would have thought that at this moment, the woman would recklessly stand in front of Xianxia? Xianxia's hands were trembling, his eyes were bloodshot. Yan Qingqing's life force was slipping away. Although she didn't die, he didn't know how long she could last. Why are you so stupid? Why did he help me block this attack? Why? Xianxia said in a heart-wrenching manner. But no matter what, he couldn't make any sound. Because I don't want to owe anyone. Yan Qingqing smiled faintly, but the smile on her face was a bit forced. Her pale face was still as beautiful as before, but it was like a withering flower losing its life force. Xianxia's eyes were wet. His heart became as firm as a rock. Why can't I even protect the woman I love? Give her to me, I'll let her live. Qianyo said in a deep voice. His eyes shrunk and focused on Yan Qingqing. Kid, quickly hand over the god Luo's scripture. Otherwise you'll die a more horrible death than her. Old Three sneered. Xianxia smiled bitterly, hugging Yan Qingqing in his arms, feeling her life force slipping away bit by bit. Even his wood spirit couldn't do anything to Yan Qingqing. The attack of a hierarch had given Yan Qingqing enough to spare. There's only one chance for her to live. This is your only chance. Qianyo looked at Xianxia. Xianxia slowly raised his head, looking at Qianyo and the 9 dragons elder. At this moment his eyes were like a demon god, filled with murderous intent. No one would have thought that the 10 of them who possessed the soul of an emperor realm expert would feel fear from the bottom of their hearts. I want the sky to change for me. I want the earth to collapse for me. Xianxia's words sounded like a whisper, but it made the 10 of them feel extremely sad. Even Qianyo felt extremely uncomfortable. He seemed to have seen this gaze once before. It was in the ancient times, so long ago that he couldn't even remember where he saw it. Xianxia slowly stood up like a peerless devil god. His pair of eyes were invincible. At this moment he didn't look like himself anymore. Brothers, let's kill this fiend quickly. If we're too slow, something unexpected might happen. Aogyue said in a low voice. Qianyo also realized that something was wrong. The 10 venerables had completely joined hands at this moment, ready to kill Xianxia. At this moment, Xianxia had a strand of white hair on his forehead. His face was full of wrinkles, but his eyes were like a ghost from the ancient times, making people shudder. Go to hell. Aogyue took the lead. But at this moment, Xianxia was attacked by the 10 reverends and was sent flying. But surprisingly, after suffering the fatal attack of the 10 reverends, Xianxia slowly stood up. I want all of you to be buried with her. Xianxia's eyes were as cold as a knife. There was no trace of emotion in his eyes. His eyes were red with anger. Tower, come. At this moment, Xianxia had no other choice. He only had the Zulong Tower in his heart because only the Zulong Tower could suppress the 10 venerables. However, he did not know where the Zulong Tower was. Xianxia had no other choice. All he could think of was the Zulong Tower. The sound of the tower could travel thousands of miles, and the sound could be heard from the 9 heavens. You are deliberately mystifying. deliberately mystifying. Even so, you still have to die. Everything will be over once you die. Aogyue sneered. Thousands of miles away on a desolate mountain, a black-clothed man holding an iron cudgel suddenly raised his head. His eyes were like torches and his golden fiery eyes could see through the void. Because at this moment, the Zulong tower in his arms began to tremble. The black-clothed man's eyes became more and more fiery, but his heart was trembling. The black-clothed man was holding the Zulong tower, but he could not control that terrifying power. In the next second, the Zulong tower traveled through the void and flew to the 9 heavens. Little Chinzi, I knew that you are still alive. The black-clothed man said while gritting his teeth. His eyes were misty. If he was not Long Shirsen, who else could he be? Above the void of the northern cold divine region, a golden light shrouded the hearts of all the experts. Chapter 2658. Tower come. Jiang Chen's voice reverberated in the sky. Even the god of heaven can't save you. Qianxia said disdainfully and struck out with his palm. Jiang Chen's eyes swept across the area. In an instant, Jiang Chen stood up with difficulty. He was severely injured and his body was riddled with holes. Zulong Tower, shake the world. Let all your descendants kneel down. Jiang Chen shouted. A golden pagoda appeared in the sky, kept growing bigger and bigger. The golden light was dazzling and the dragon chi filled the air. It seemed like the entire warrior's gate had been covered by it. What treasure is this? The fifth brother's face turned pale. He felt that his soul was going to be crushed by the tower's might. It was a restraint that came from the deepest part of his soul. Plop. The 10 honored elders were all suppressed by the tower's might and they all kneeled down on the ground. The suppression that came from the deepest part of their soul was something that they could never imagine. Is this a senior almighty of the dragon clan? Aogyue took a deep breath and felt the aura from the Zulong tower. He was happy and sad at the same time. This tower, does it belong to our dragon clan? Such a powerful dragon aura. Even our clan leader didn't have such a terrifying aura. I feel that my soul is being restrained. It must be an almighty of our dragon clan. Where did this guy come from? Aogyue and the others didn't know if they should be happy or sad. They were the 9 Emperor Realm elders of the Dragon Clan, but they were suppressed by the aura of the Dragon Clan and they couldn't even fight back. Jiang Qin held the Zulong Tower. At that moment he was like a peerless god of war, standing on the sky and his aura was unstoppable. Father. Sim. Impossible. This is impossible. Qianxia's body trembled. He couldn't believe that the ancestral Dragon Emperor had died in the immemorial war. How could he still be alive? However, it was his father, the ancestral Dragon Emperor's aura. He would never mistake it for someone else. Qianxia never thought that he would be able to see his father again. Although he did not know what the tower was, he could feel the ancestral Dragon Emperor's aura. Suppress him. Jiang Qin roared as he grabbed the Zulong Tower. The 10 venerables were all suppressed by the Zulong Tower. Their auras weakened and their faces turned pale. Have mercy. Jiang Qin frowned. His expression was cold, but his anger had gradually subsided. The 10 people who controlled the Zulong Tower were all suppressed by Jiang Qin to the edge of life and death. A bunch of evil beast. The face of the Dragon Clan has been completely thrown away by you. The ancestral Dragon Emperor's shadow gradually appeared. The 9 Dragon Elders and Qianxia stared at the ancestral Dragon Emperor. It's really you, Qianxia muttered. Even though he found it hard to believe, he still saw his father, a father who was not fit to be a father. Your Lord Ancestral Dragon Emperor? Aogyue had seen the statue of the ancestral Dragon Emperor in the forbidden grounds of the Dragon Clan. The person in front of him looked exactly like the statue. You guys are not fit to call yourselves the Divine Dragon Clan. I'm so disappointed. The ancestral Dragon Emperor sighed. His eyes were cold as if he did not care about Aogyue and the others at all. Lord Ancestral Dragon Emperor, you must save us. You are our savior. Lord Ancestral Dragon Emperor, the fate of the Dragon Clan is in your hands. Aogyue said. He was extremely excited. To him, since the ancestral Dragon Emperor had appeared, they must be safe. The rest of the elders of the Dragon Clan were excited too. The ancestral Dragon Emperor was the leader of the immemorial Dragon Clan. Even the Great Elder, who was the leader of the Dragon Clan after the immemorial era, did not have the face to see the ancestral Dragon Emperor. But they met the ancestral dragon emperor here. At this moment, no one dared to act rashly because the ancestral dragon emperor was the supreme being of the dragon clan. If the news that the ancestral dragon emperor was still alive were to spread to the dragon clan, the entire divine world would change. However, at this moment the ancestral dragon emperor looked at Chunyo. After all, no matter how bad Chunyo was, he was still his son. Child. To think that your soul is still alive. Chunyo said coldly. It seemed like the relationship between the father and son was not good. After all, none of the sons of the 9 dragons looked like their father. Moreover, they were all evil. Although Chunyo was the only one who stood aloof from worldly affairs, he was still listed as one of the 9 peerless beasts by many. Of all the things I shouldn't have done, they are all my remnants. Xianxia, can you spare his life for my sake? The ancestral dragon emperor seemed to have aged a lot in an instant. He looked at Xianxia with a pleading look. Xianxia became silent. He had to admit that the Zulong Tower and the dragon transformation skill played a huge part in helping him reach where he was today. The ancestral dragon emperor had saved his life before. Xianxia could not ignore the ancestral dragon emperor. Gratitude was the only thing he should do. If he could not even do this, then he would have wasted his life. But they killed my beloved wife. Xianxia said. His killing intent did not decrease. I don't need your charity. What's the point of having a father who did not raise me up? Put away your hypocrisy, ancestral dragon emperor. At this moment, a white shadow slowly floated over from the peak of the mountain. He was dressed in white and had an aura that was comparable to Yan Qingqing. Binging. Chunyo's eyes were filled with tears. He cried like a child. I can save your beloved wife, but I hope you can spare my husband's life. Princess Binging looked at Xianxia. Xianxia's heart skipped a beat. Can you really save my beloved wife? Princess Binging smiled and nodded. She then looked at the ancestral dragon emperor and bowed. Father. The ancestral dragon emperor nodded. He looked calm but his heart was trembling. Binging, you? Chunyo looked at Princess Binging in disbelief. He did not expect Princess Binging to be so gentle to him. I have already seen through everything. When I chose to die alone, I already understood your intentions. However, millions of innocent people of the Warring States Kingdom died in vain. As the princess of the Warring States Kingdom, how can I not care about myself? The ones who killed them were the 9 evil dragons, not you. You were just a pawn in their game for no reason. You can live, but I will not be able to face the people of the Battle Kingdom. Now that I am able to save her life, it's better than building a 7-floor pagoda. Princess Binging murmured. At this moment the 9 dragon elders looked awkward. Because they could feel the ancestral dragon emperor's anger and Princess Binging's hatred. Well, if I do that, you will never be able to reincarnate. Chapter 2659. At this moment I hope that you can understand that your obsession will only harm you. Anyo, the reason why I love you is because I love your noble character and righteousness. If it's the current you, I don't like you and I will never like you. Obsession has swallowed your conscience, causing you to be consigned to eternal damnation. Princess Binging's words made Chunyo feel ashamed. That's right, since when did I become so selfish? You would never be like this in the past. But I don't want to leave you. What's the difference between me and death if I'm alone? Chunyo smiled bitterly. The rise and fall of fate, the moon in the sky, the stars in the sky, everything has its own destiny. If I die, I might be able to live on in another way. If I live, I might die completely. Princess Binging said and looked at Xianxia. Please believe me, I will save your wife. Xianxia had no reason not to believe her as it was his only chance. Xianxia suddenly turned around. Chunyo, the ancestral dragon emperor and Princess Binging looked at them. Xianxia knew that the 9 dragon elder must be killed. He wanted to avenge Yan Qingqing and give Princess Binging a satisfactory answer. You have done all kinds of evil, millions of people of the Battle Kingdom were forced to death by you. Today I will kill all of you. Xianxia said and took a step forward with Zulong Tower in his hand. The entire world trembled. Lord Ancestral Dragon Emperor, save us. I beg you, Lord Ancestral Dragon Emperor, you must save us. The 9 of them knelt down and begged for the Ancestral Dragon Emperor's protection. However, the Ancestral Dragon Emperor sighed. An eye for an eye. Moreover, they forced millions of people of the Battle Kingdom to death. That was a huge country. No one would be able to wash away their sins. This is your only ending. You only have yourselves to blame. The Zulong Tower in Jiang Chen's hands sank and the 9 ultimate God Realm dragon souls were instantly crushed by the Zulong Tower, their souls scattered. The suppression of the Zulong Tower on the 9 venerables made it so that they couldn't fight back at all. This was a suppression that came from the depths of their souls. They couldn't fight back. The ancestral dragon emperor closed his eyes silently. The dragon clan was built by him. As the first dragon emperor after the creation of the world, he had the responsibility and obligation to protect the dragon clan. But at this moment he was speechless. Because these 9 dragons had killed more than millions of innocent lives. Most importantly, an entire country had perished under the oppression of the 9 dragons. If they did not take revenge, it would be difficult for the dragon clan to face the world. Furthermore, they had destroyed his daughter-in-law's home, causing Qianxia to carry the resentment for thousands of years. Princess Bingying's eyes were filled with tears. At this moment she finally got her revenge. However, he could no longer see his father's figure. Father, the truth has proven that I didn't choose the wrong person. It's the 9 dragons that were wrong. Princess Bingying looked at the sky with a calm heart. The only thing she could do now was to help Yan Qingqing resurrect. Moreover, Yan Qingqing was still alive. Ying, Qianxia said while gritting his teeth. Once Princess Bingying resurrects Yan Qingqing, she would definitely perish and Princess Bingying would no longer exist in this world. This is my destiny. Anyo, don't worry. In my heart you'll always be the one I love. I'm already dead and I've been dead for thousands of years. You want to resurrect me? Is there any meaning for me to live alone in this world? Without you I'll still be alone in this world. What can I do? So don't be stubborn. Our fate will be broken one day. It's not the end, it's just our fate. What was the difference between a person living in pain and being dead? So don't waste your time, fool. I've never blamed the past. The moment Princess Bingying turned around, Qianxia wanted to say something, but he couldn't say anything. He was wrong from the beginning. He was extremely wrong. It's not too late to realize it now. Luckily, he didn't make a huge mistake. Otherwise, even if he resurrected Princess Bingying using Yan Qingqing's body, it would be the saddest thing for her. Qianxia smiled. Father, I've never done anything evil in my life. I've never let anyone down. I'm different from others. The 9 sons of the dragon aren't necessarily bad. It's just that I don't want to be enemies with others. I just want to live a peaceful life. Jiangchen, I'll leave the warrior's gate to you. If you can obtain it, it'll be a great fortune. You might not be able to find out the secret of the warrior's gate right now, but one day you'll understand the great use of the warrior's gate. Perhaps I'll be a good person in my next life. Qianxia said in a low voice. He turned around and stepped into the sky. His figure turned into golden light and disappeared between the heaven and earth. Let me enlighten you. Jiangchen held the great Yu soul-forming light in his hand. The wick of the great Yu soul-forming light was lit up. Returning strike is also considered as achieving the great Tao. In this life I've let you down. The ancestral dragon emperor murmured. He looked a little lonely. Qianxia burning his soul and reincarnating might be a new beginning. Although Princess Bingying didn't turn around, her face was already filled with tears. Jiangchen didn't say anything. Perhaps this was the best ending. Princess Bingying saved Yan Qingqing's life. At this moment she was about to disappear. She bowed towards the ancestral dragon emperor and turned into blue light. A blue crystal appeared on her forehead and imprinted itself on Yan Qingqing's forehead. This is what my mother left for me. It's indestructible and can be passed down for hundreds of generations. It can protect you and your family. I hope you'll be happy forever. Thank you, Princess. Jiangchen bowed towards the blue light. This was his courtesy and gratitude towards Princess Bingying. This bow was something that Jiangchen had to do. Senior, what is this warrior's gate? Jiangchen looked at the ancestral dragon emperor and asked. Warrior's gate. To think that the warrior's gate is in his hands. Countless years have passed. The heroes of the world have been searching for the warrior's gate. Although I don't know what the warrior's gate is, at least its existence can change the world. As for those who truly understand the warrior's gate, I'm afraid only a few people from the ancient times would know about it. However, even the Emperor Realm experts didn't know about the warrior's gate. Even I've only heard about it. At least it's better than the god Luo's scripture. Because the warrior's gate used to be a world. Chapter 2660. If this really used to be a world, then why was this world in such a dilapidated state? Could this be a lost world, inherited from the immemorial era? Xianxia murmured. However, he had no idea how to keep the warrior's gate. This warrior's gate is not that easy to control. Even Qianniu did not manage to fully control the warrior's gate. Otherwise, the 9 dragons would not be his match. The ancestral dragon emperor said. I wonder if the Zulong Tower can contain the warrior's gate? Xianxia asked curiously. After leaving the warrior's gate, Xianxia tried to use the Zulong Tower to contain the warrior's gate. However, he realized that he could not fit the warrior's gate. The Zulong Tower could be big or small. It was a true spatial divine tool. However, the warrior's gate could not fit inside. Is this warrior's gate really hard to contain? How did Qianniu manage to control it? Xianxia frowned. A true treasure was in his hands, but he did not know how to use it. It should be because you are not strong enough. You should at least reach the hierarch realm to be able to control the warrior's gate. When you can comprehend the law, a world in a flower, a Bodhi in a blade of grass, perhaps this warrior's gate will not be so hard for you. The ancestral dragon emperor could only use this as an explanation. Even the ancestral dragon emperor did not know what the warrior's gate was. His strength was only at the half-step divine king realm. It was impossible for him to control the warrior's gate. Xianxia smiled helplessly with a hint of bitterness at the corner of his mouth. This was an indisputable fact. Qianniu, who could barely control the warrior's gate, was at least an emperor realm expert. However, Xianxia couldn't be compared to an emperor realm expert now. The warrior's gate, it's actually the warrior's gate. It's really a great bargain. Master's means are really great. It's said that even the god emperors don't know about the warrior's gate. I'm afraid that Master will be very happy this time. A black-haired, purple-eyed young man stepped on the waves and went deep into the Thunder Rush coast. A gleam of light flashed in his eyes and turned into a rain of swords, collapsing the entire Thunder Rush coast. His imposing manner was monstrous as he passed through the waves. Even a hierarch expert would find it hard to walk in the waves. However, the purple-eyed young man was walking on flat ground. The aura of the dragon clan? The purple-eyed young man frowned and his expression was a little solemn. When the dragon race attacked, they were definitely not ordinary people. With his sharp senses, he instantly sensed the aura of the dragon race. In front of the Ice Sea Divine Dragon Palace, Xianxia and the ancestral dragon emperor looked at each other helplessly. Even the Zulong Tower couldn't contain this warrior's gate. Yes, this myriad chi cauldron might work. Xianxia's eyes brightened up. He wanted to use the myriad chi cauldron as the foundation to contain the warrior's gate. However, it failed in the end. Even the myriad chi cauldron couldn't do it? Xianxia's eyes were filled with disappointment. However, it was an indisputable fact. The myriad chi cauldron and the Zulong Tower had failed. Xianxia had done his best. Who? At this moment, Xianxia suddenly turned around and saw the purple-eyed young man. Lad, is this a place where you can come? You want to touch the warrior's gate? What a wishful thinking. Oh, it's the dragon soul of the dragon clan. Not bad. The purple-eyed young man Lung Ling said. Unbeatable. The ancestral dragon emperor's voice reverberated in Xianxia's mind. These 3 words had explained everything. Moreover, this person's strength had opened Xianxia's eyes. This person was much stronger than anyone he had met before. He had met a few hierarch realm experts. Even the hierarch realm experts in the No Beginning formation and the 10 hierarch realm dragon souls were not as strong as this purple-eyed young man. His eyes seemed to be filled with unparalleled strength, making Xianxia have no way to fight against him. Xianxia's fighting spirit was still there, but he knew that even if he used all of his skills, he would still not be a match for him. Let her go. The purple-eyed young man looked at Xianxia and said in a commanding tone. Who are you? Xianxia frowned. He could use the Great Void technique to escape into the Zulong Tower even if he was not a match for him. However, this guy was too terrifying. Xianxia had never thought that he had offended this person. Moreover, he wanted Yan Qingqing. Xianxia would not agree even if he had to die. You don't have the right to know. The purple-eyed young man shook his head and snorted at Xianxia. He was extremely disdainful, as if he was not willing to say a word to Xianxia. She's my woman. Giving her to you? Dream on. Xianxia's expression was cold. Lung Lung looked at the purple-eyed young man. The latter sneered and continued, "It's my first time meeting such an arrogant guy like you. Die." The purple-eyed young man waved his hand and Xianxia quickly retreated. His expression suddenly changed as if he was facing a formidable enemy. Boom! The ancestral dragon emperor stood in front of Xianxia calmly. However, he knew that he had used up all of his soul power to block the attack. "Old fella, do you really want to get involved in this? Although I do not want to offend the dragon race, it does not mean that I do not dare to kill you." The purple-eyed young man Lung Ling said. "You're not even afraid of the dragon race. You've surprised me. But judging from your aura, you should be from that place." The ancestral dragon emperor smiled and looked at the purple-eyed young man. However, the purple-eyed young man did not dare to act recklessly. His attack was blocked by the ancestral dragon emperor just now. He had started to take the ancestral dragon emperor seriously. Not everyone could make him take the ancestral dragon emperor seriously. However, a dead dragon soul was able to block his attack. This meant that this fella's strength was terrifying. At least, his strength when he was alive should be far beyond his reach. "You can feel my aura?" The purple-eyed young man was even more afraid of the ancestral dragon emperor. "You've come a long way from the Middle Region Divine Land. You must be tired. However, I'm afraid that you're not qualified to take away the warrior's gate. You should at least have a pagoda." The ancestral dragon emperor's words made Xianxia confused. He did not know what the ancestral dragon emperor was talking about. He also did not know where the ancestral dragon emperor came from. The Middle Region Divine Land was the center of the divine world. It was the heaven that every strong cultivator yearned for. It was the pinnacle of the divine world. "I am Buddha Longxiang's 8th disciple Yuanqing. May I ask, Senior, are you acquainted with my master? Today Yuanqing is here for the warrior's gate. I hope Senior can give face to my master. I don't want to be enemies with the dragon race." Chapter 2661. Buddha Longxiang. Interesting. Back then even the Buddha Longxiang would have to address me as Senior, when he saw me. The ancestral dragon emperor smiled faintly. However, Yuanqing's face looked terrible. "May I ask, Senior?" Yuanqing asked carefully. "You don't have the right to know who I am. Get out of here. Otherwise I'll kill you," the ancestral dragon emperor said faintly. However, Xianxia was worried. The ancestral dragon emperor did have some tricks up his sleeves. However, Xianxia was already at his limit. If Yuanqing were to fight with his life on the line, Xianxia would be in trouble. The ancestral dragon emperor did not have any means to fight against Yuanqing. The ancestral dragon emperor wanted to see if he could scare Yuanqing. If he failed, he would have to run away. The warrior's gate would have to be handed over to him. Xianxia was more worried than the ancestral dragon emperor. His and Yanqingqing's lives were in the ancestral dragon emperor's hands. "Senior, although I don't know which senior of the dragon clan you are, I can't disobey my master's order. If I can't bring the warrior's gate back, I'm afraid I won't be able to answer to my master," Yuanqing said while gritting his teeth. He had already given the ancestral dragon emperor enough face. However, if they really had to fight, he would not back down. Because the opponent was just a dragon soul. It was impossible for him to have the same fighting strength as him when he was at his peak. Yuanqing had to give it his all to take the warrior's gate. "Humph. Stubborn. Are you forcing me to take action?" The ancestral dragon emperor harumphed coldly. Yuanqing was shocked. If the dragon soul were to take action, he might not be able to gain the upper hand. "Then this junior shall have a taste of Senior's skills." Yuanqing gritted his teeth tightly as he spoke silently, yet he was as if he was facing a great enemy in his heart, and he didn't dare slack off in the slightest. "This fella seems tough. The warrior's gate is too tempting. Sco. I can't take the warrior's gate anymore. There's still a long way to go. I'm going to sleep soon. That attack just now had exhausted my soul power. His strength has reached the realm of a half-step divine emperor." The ancestral dragon emperor's voice appeared in Xianxin's mind. Xianxin was shocked. Although he had guessed that this fella was very strong, he had never expected that this fella had already reached the half-step divine emperor realm. Not to mention the Chilean boundary, even in the Lone Dragon County, this fella was probably an expert who could cover the sky with one hand. This fella had come for the warrior's gate. It seemed like Xianxin had no chance at all. All right. At this moment, Xianxin was prepared to escape at any time. A half-step divine emperor was not only invincible but also an overlord. No matter how confident Zhou Xian was, he knew that it was impossible for him to have a life-and-death battle with that guy. A wise man submits to circumstances. It wasn't that Zhou Xian didn't like this saying, but he had no choice but to do so. That's great. As soon as the dragon soul finished speaking, Yuan Qing took the defensive stance. His expression was solemn and dignified. However, the ancestral dragon emperor entered the Zulong Tower in an instant. Zhou Xian was no exception. He carried Yan Qingqing and ran away. He casted the Great Void technique to the extreme and ran away from the lightning sea. At this moment Yuan Qing was dumbfounded. He was prepared to face his greatest enemy, but he never expected the other party to run away. Isn't this too ridiculous? In an instant Yuan Qing knew that he had been fooled. The dragon soul was definitely not his match. Otherwise, why would it run away? Motherfucker, you dare to fool me? Let's see where you can run to. Yuan Qing gritted his teeth. He was fooled, how could he not be angry? Even in the central region divine land he was a respected existence. A half-step divine emperor. Not everyone could have such strength. As the 8th disciple of Buddha Longxiang, he could do whatever he wanted in the Central Plains divine land. However, he had suffered such humiliation in this remote place. Naturally, Yuan Qing wouldn't let it go. How dare you? Leave your life behind. Yuan Qing instantly turned into a ray of light and soared into the sky, chasing after Zhou Xian. Even though Zhou Xian had casted the Great Void technique to the extreme, the distance between them was still shrinking. If it was a hierarch expert, Zhou Xian might still have a chance to survive. However, Yuan Qing was a half-step divine emperor, an existence that could cover the sky with one hand. Zhou Xian did not have the courage to resist at all. Motherfucker, this fella is too strong. Where did this bastard come from? Zhou Xian cursed. However, it was useless. When he rushed out of the Ice Sea Divine Dragon Palace and stood on the Thunder Rush Sea, a huge wave broke through the sky and pushed Zhou Xian back again. If he were to rush into the wave, Zhou Xian knew that even if he was a divine king, he would be smashed into pieces. On one side there were huge waves covering the sky. On the other side, there was a ferocious beast chasing after him. Zhou Xian was in a dilemma. Humph. Kid, why aren't you running anymore? Why don't you run? I was almost fooled by you. It's just a dragon soul. I really thought that you're a peerless expert of the dragon clan. Turns out that you're just a coward. Hee. What a joke. Yuan Qing sneered and looked at Zhou Xian. Zhou Xian was in a dilemma. There was only one way, and that was to hide in the Zulong Tower. However, he might not be able to escape if he fell into the Zulong Tower. This half-step divine emperor might be able to force them out. Even if you want to die, you should at least give me a good reason. Tell me, who are you? Why do you want to kill me? What's the relationship between you and Qingqing? Zhou Xian squinted his eyes and said, You're not qualified to know. Humph. Since you know that you're going to die, I'll give you a quick death. Yuan Qing casually threw out a palm strike. Zhou Xian was forced into a difficult situation and was heavily injured once again. However, at this moment, a black screen appeared in the sky. It was as if night had fallen. Not only Zhou Xian, even Yuan Qing raised his head and looked at it. He couldn't see the end of it. A black shadow seemed to be floating above the sea, blocking all the sunlight outside. Zhou Qian's eyes were filled with disbelief. Edited by Lifer Fingerfox. Is this a sea monster? Zhou Qian murmured. The corner of his mouth twitched. What is this gigantic creature that covers the sky and the sun? What kind of monster are you? Show yourself. Yuan Qing bellowed angrily. However, the shadow that blotted out the sky was simply too big. He simply could not catch a single trace of it. At that moment, be it Zhou Xian or Yuan Qing, none of them moved because the shadow was too terrifying. The 1,000-zhang wave that was enough to kill a divine king actually did not feel anything when it hit his body. The shadow was so huge that one could not even see the end of it. It was truly terrifying. Yuan Cheng's face turned pale. He suddenly thought of a legend. Chapter 2662. There was a fish in the northern underworld called Kuan. The Kuan was so huge that it was unknown how many thousands of miles long it was. When it transformed into a bird, it was called Peng. The back of the Peng was unknown how many thousands of miles long it was. When it flew, its wings were like the clouds in the sky. This was a legend. No one had ever seen a Peng. Whether it was a fish or a bird, no one knew. However, at this moment Yuanqing could not find any explanation to describe the colossal creature that was 3 feet above his head. Is this really a Kuan? Yuanqing's heart trembled. Even if it was still too terrifying. Even a half-step divine emperor like him was scared to the point that his legs turned to jelly. This was a colossal creature that could cover the sun and the sky. Even an emperor realm expert might not be able to fight against it. Jiang Qin squinted his eyes and his heart trembled. He did not dare to act rashly. After all, he did not know how big this colossal creature was and where its end was. There was a fish in the northern underworld called Kuan. The Kuan was so huge that it was unknown how many thousands of miles long it was. Jiang Qin murmured. If he was not mistaken, this should be the legendary Kuan. Jiang Qin did not expect to see such a terrifying existence in his lifetime. Compared to the 9 sons of the dragon, this Kuan was a legendary existence. No one had seen it before, or those who had seen it were all dead. Just this silhouette alone was enough to blot out the sky and cover the sun. No one could stop it. In this boundless thunder rush sea, no one knew what kind of existence it was. Not only Jiang Qin, even Yuanqing felt suffocated as if he was facing death itself. The vastness of the sea was incomparable. This black figure was as vast as the sea. It was hard to see the end of it. However, whether it was a Kuan or not, no one could tell. Roar. An ear-piercing roar shook the heavens and earth. Even though Jiang Qin managed to hide in the Zulong Tower in time, he was still shaken to the point that his scalp went numb. His face turned ashen and blood spurted out from his mouth. There was only endless fear left in his eyes. Even though he was in the Zulong Tower, this sound that seemed gentle but was enough to shake the heavens and earth was enough to make people tremble in fear. The first to bear the brunt of it was Yuanqing. Even though he was a half-step martial emperor, he did not have any leeway. Yuanqing covered his ears with his hands and his face was pale and bloodless. Under the roar, Yuanqing was still unable to withstand the vibrating sound. Blood flowed from his 7 orifices and he was heavily injured. Under the impact of the huge waves, he almost fell into the deep sea. It's too scary. At this moment, Yan Qingqing frowned and woke up from her slumber. Because of this voice, it was hard for her to maintain her slumber. Are you all right? Jiang Qin asked worriedly. Seeing that Yan Qingqing had woken up, Jiang Qin was completely relieved. There was a blue light shining between her eyebrows. It seemed like this princess of the Battle Kingdom was really extraordinary. I'm all right. Anyway, thank you. Yan Qingqing said in a low voice. Motherfucker, what is this thing? Is it really a Kuan? Yuanqing cursed in his heart. However, he had no time to care about anything else. He could not help but shiver and was about to run away. However, it was too late. That was because the gigantic shadow seemed to have revealed the color of the sky at this moment. The white clouds were still there and the blue sky was still there. However, in the next second, a gigantic bloody mouth appeared in the entire sky. One couldn't see the nostrils, the eyes, or the size of the mouth. One could only see that the black eagle was like a curtain descending from the sky. Yuanqing's face was as pale as a sheet, and his heart was like dead ashes. No. Yuanqing frantically ran for his life. He pushed his speed to the limit. He stepped on the air and even used a single step to teleport. However, it was still useless. When the huge shadow descended, Yuanqing was finally swallowed up. The waves rose 3,000 zhang high. Jiang Qin was shocked. This was the real unparalleled thing. A half-step divine emperor was swallowed in one gulp. He could not run away even if he wanted to. The gigantic black eagle lasted for half an hour before it disappeared into the horizon and dived into the deep sea. Jiang Qin did not know whether it was a real Kuan or what it was. However, it did swallow Yuanqing in one gulp. There was no doubt about the outcome of the battle. The emperor's posture was like a joke in front of the black shadow. What is that? Yan Qingqing murmured. Obviously, she was shocked by the huge black shadow. However, she did not know what it was. Even at the last moment, she did not know what it was. The moment the black shadow disappeared, Jiang Qin felt like he had just survived a disaster. He was supposed to be on the brink of death, but Yuanqing was swallowed by the black shadow at this moment. To him, it was like a timely help. Jiang Qin heaved a long sigh of relief and his heart calmed down. No fixed form, no forgetting form, no sky, no terrain, no shape of time. A world in a flower, a Bodhi in a blade of grass, a thought in a heart, a wither and bloom in a year. A voice suddenly resounded in Jiang Chen's heart. Jiang Chen's heart trembled and he was shocked beyond words. Where did this voice come from? However, after hearing the voice, Jiang Chen's heart became dignified. It seemed like a Zen word, but it also seemed like a kind of affirmation to him. Jiang Chen suddenly raised his head and looked at the huge black shadow that had already disappeared on the coast. Is that you? Jiang Chen murmured. It seemed like the voice came from afar, from the end of the world. No fixed form, no forgetting form, no sky, no terrain, no shape of time. A world in a flower. Jiang Chen kept repeating in his heart. At that moment, Jiang Chen's state of mind had undergone a great change. It was hard to explain, but Jiang Chen knew that the feeling was real. Jiang Chen opened his eyes and looked ahead. The world had become extremely clear and transparent. On the Thunder Rush coast, there was a bluestone gate that seemed to be easily obtainable. Warrior's Gate, open. Jiang Chen shouted in a deep voice. The Warrior's Gate instantly changed into the height of a human and appeared beside Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen stretched out his hand and grasped it. The Warrior's Gate was sucked into his body. Jiang Chen was overjoyed. His facial expression became more and more excited. Needless to say, the Zen words just now had given him the means to control the Warrior's Gate. Even the Zulong Tower and the myriad Qi Cauldron could not contain the Warrior's Gate. However, he had found the way to open the Warrior's Gate from those inexplicable words. Undeniably, it sounded like a fairy tale. Jiang Chen was even more certain that the black shadow that went far away must have the intention to help him. Otherwise, how could it swallow a half-step divine emperor? Jiang Chen looked at his dantian. Sure enough, the Warrior's Gate fell on his dantian quietly. Jiang Chen moved his mind and the Warrior's Gate opened. Jiang Chen's soul power instantly spread out the world of the Warrior's Gate. However, in the next second, Jiang Chen was dumbfounded because he could not see the end of the Warrior's Gate. Even though he had controlled the Warrior's Gate and could travel thousands of miles with one thought, he still could not find the edge of the Warrior's Gate. Chapter 2663. This brave Warrior's Gate is really extraordinary. However, I don't know how to use it now. Jiang Chen stopped thinking about it and kept the Warrior's Gate. From now on he would have another life-saving item. He did not care how big the Warrior's Gate was. At least in the future, other than the Zulong Tower, this Warrior's Gate would be a great weapon. However, he would not tell anyone about this secret. Jiang Chen opened the jade box. There was a white jade thumb ring in the box. There were some green flaws on it, but it was exquisite. Even someone like Jiang Chen who did not like external objects was tempted by it. Jiang Chen wore the thumb ring on his thumb and did not feel anything strange. However, the white jade thumb ring gave off a clear and cool feeling. There are words. Jiang Chen looked at the white jade thumb ring. There were 4 words written on it. Lord of Battle Kingdom. Could this be the item of the Lord of Battle Kingdom? Jiang Chen kept it with a peace of mind. Since the Battle Kingdom no longer existed, this white jade thumb ring would probably become an item without an owner. Next would be the spine. Although the divine yuan energy contained within it had been used up by Dou Ling in order to resist the explosion of his fusion of thunderbolts, it was still the skeleton of a monarch realm expert. Could be said that it could be used to refine the 9 Supreme Saint Bones pill. Only the Dragon Ball could bring the Zulong Tower to the next level. Jiang Chen could be said to have returned from a rewarding journey with the Rushing Thunder diagram and the God Luo diagram. However, the danger was not something that could be revealed to outsiders. Do you know that person who was engulfed by the shadow? Jiang Chen looked at the distant shore and asked in a low voice. Yan Qingqing shook her head. He knew that she was not lying. However, that person came for her. The 8th disciple of the Buddha Dragon Elephant was worth investigating. Yan Qingqing used her ultimate technique, the Buddha Dragon Elephant. All of these made Jiang Chen's mind turn. The God Luo's scripture is yours. I'm leaving. Yan Qingqing said. She knew that she couldn't attack Jiang Chen anymore. Even if she attacked him, she might not be his match. It would be useless for her to stay here. Jiang Chen wanted to urge Yan Qingqing to stay, but he realized that he had no reason to do so. If she wanted to tell him, even if he didn't ask, she would still tell him the truth. Jiang Chen had countless doubts in his heart, but he could only choose to remain silent. Yan Qingqing turned into a stream of light and soared into the sky. She passed through the 1,000-meter-tall waves. Everything had been settled, but that black shadow had become an eternal mystery in Jiang Chen's heart. The Wind and Thunder Canyon was swallowed by waves and once again disappeared at the end of the coast. Above the sea, the gale rolled up the dark clouds and the dark clouds shrouded the sea. A group of petrel gradually flew away. 3,000 zhang tall waves surged violently. Jiang Chen's eyes shone. Strike 3,000 li water. Let the storm come more fiercely. Alone, Jiang Chen faced the challenge head-on. He broke through the waves and soared into the sky, merging with the giant waves that had yet to subside. Jiang Chen's strength had reached the half-step Divine King realm. However, he had experienced a life-and-death battle after his breakthrough, so his foundation was not stable yet. Therefore, Jiang Chen wanted to temper himself in the waves. God Luo clan above the Luo River. The clear river water covered the entire Tsang mountain flowing towards the sea. The red maple trees in the forest were blown by the wind, hundreds of flowers were blooming. The south was sunny, it was like spring all year round. The north was frozen, it was snowing. Separated by a river there were thousands of people. A skinny young man with a cold expression was standing on the head of the Luo River. His hands were placed behind his back, his eyes were filled with killing intent. His aura was vigorous and domineering. The young man was incomparably handsome. His lips were red and his teeth were white. His eyes were clear and transparent. Even the most beautiful woman in the world would feel inferior in front of him. For a man to be born so handsome, it could be said to be a great spectacle. Luo Qinghe is dead. This time even the elders have miscalculated. A voice that was as gentle as jade echoed in the young man's ears. A beautiful woman wearing a long white gown stood beside him and lightly said, "I have expected it." The young man shook his head and smiled. Luo Qinghe is too arrogant and eager for quick success. I am curious that he can succeed. Do you know why the elders do not want you to go? The woman said in a low voice. Her lips moved slightly, she looked worried. Why? Because that person is him. As the one chosen by the God Luo clan, you cannot leave now. If it was not because of you, who could stop me from leaving? The young man sneered as he looked at the endless Luo River with disdain in his eyes. The woman's lips curled up and her face was blushing. She was Goddess Luo. I believe that you will shock everyone in the clan's internal competition. Now, let me show you the peerless cultivation technique that I have been practicing. The young man said with a straight face. After that, he leaped into the Luo River and instantly turned into a big yellow dog. 36 dog paddling forms. Luo Qinghe, that bastard, damn it. We the people are so happy today. Goddess Luo didn't know whether to laugh or cry as she looked at Big Yellow roaring in the Luo River. Lingju City Lord Mansion. Zi Qingtian, who was dressed in purple, stood in front of the stone statue. He looked at the direction of the Thunder Rush Sea and sighed. Unexpected, really unexpected. Even the God Luo clan and the Battle God clan are here. The 10 great sects are all dead. It's not a good sign for our Chilean boundary. It's a pity that this Jiang Chen has my heart, but he can only dream of the underworld. I can't use him in the end. Zi Qingtian knew that Jiang Chen had great potential. Most importantly, Jiang Chen had the ability to rival Zishi, and he was only a late heavenly god. It was a pity that the heavens were jealous of geniuses and it was not something that he could control. Zishi's expression was solemn and he sighed sorrowfully. Jiang Chen's departure had caused great sorrow to the 10 great sections. Only a few people from the Eastern Emperor sect and Long Xinghua of the 9 Dragon Palace had survived. It was too miserable. If it wasn't for the fact that the God Luo clan did not want to offend the Reverend of the 9 Boundaries, Zi Qingtian of the Chilean Boundary, they might not be able to return safely. This time it's good that you can return safely. I hope that the Luo God clan and the Battle God clan won't be implicated. No matter which side wins, our Chilean boundary won't be implicated. Chapter 2664. The battle for Tongxian Mansion should not be affected too much. After all, those who went out from the 10 great sects are not their true core disciples. Heavenly Profound sects Xianxia, Killing Luo sects Gui Gu, Eastern Emperor sects Donghuang Tai, are not among them. Zishi said in a low voice. The 10 great sects had suffered great casualties this time. However, they were only second-class prodigies. The true core disciples did not appear in the Thunder Rush Sea. They were all focused on their cultivation for the battle for Tongxian Mansion. I hope so. Zi Qingtian murmured. There was an ominous premonition in his heart. It was impossible to hide from it even if one wanted to. However, he did not know what would happen in the battle of the profound connection divine palace. Ziqingtian was still a little worried. On the surface of the Thunder Rush Sea, the waves were thousands of zhang high. The rolling waves came from thousands of miles away. Jiang Qin stood on top of the waves, ignoring the wind and rain, clouds and thunder. He was like a peerless god of war, fearless and fearless. His pair of cold eyes seemed to be able to see through all the demons and monsters in the world. Jiang Qin was on the sea for half a year, enduring the storm, the sun, the rain, the waves, the torrents, the bones, the spirit. His strength became more and more solid, completely stabilizing at the half-step Divine King realm. Jiang Qin was with the sea monsters. The 6 Divine King realm sea monsters within 3,000 miles were all defeated by Jiang Qin. However, Jiang Qin did not kill them. Instead, he became friends with them. Jiang Qin could kill the Divine King realm sea monsters with his bare hands. In the past half a year, Jiang Qin had been reborn and reached a new height. Jiang Qin's aura became much more powerful. He had the aura of a king. Half-step Divine King realm, his foundation was as solid as Mount Tai. Jiang Qin was confident that he could tear an ordinary Divine King apart. It's time to embed the Dragon Ball on the Zulong Tower. Jiang Qin murmured. When he embedded the Dragon Ball on the Zulong Tower, he had jumped a few levels. He did not know what kind of surprise he would get. The moment Jiang Qin took out the Dragon Ball, he could feel the attraction between the Dragon Ball and the Ancestral Dragon Pagoda. It was as if there was a tacit understanding between the two of them, wanting to fuse together perfectly. Jiang Qin held the Ancestral Dragon Pagoda and the Dragon Ball in his hand and combined them together. The Ancestral Dragon Pagoda shone brightly, shaking the 9 heavens as if the heavenly thunder was rumbling. On the sea, dragons and carps were leaping and the billowing waves once again appeared beside Jiang Qin. Thousands of demons were galloping. They were all worshipping the Zulong Tower from thousands of miles away. Dragons were not only the nemesis of all demonic beasts on land, but they were also the king of all creatures in the water. All the sea demons bowed down to Jiang Qin at this moment. All the demonic beasts below the hierarch realm were waiting for Jiang Qin's orders. As soon as the Zulong Tower appeared, tens of thousands of demons cheered. The Dragon Ball and the Zulong Tower were perfectly compatible. Jiang Qin had already expected this. However, it was not the same as before. The Zulong Tower opened several levels consecutively. However, it was still ever-changing. When the 89th level was opened, the flow of time became even slower. Will the 90th level be opened? Jiang Qin murmured. As the golden light shone from the Zulong Tower, the 90th level of the Zulong Tower slowly opened. Jiang Qin's eyes became excited. The 90th level of the Zulong Tower was different from the 89th level. Jiang Qin could feel that the 90th level of the Zulong Tower would be different from the previous one. There's always someone better. Jiang Qin frowned. On the 90th level there were only 4 words floating in the air. Golden seal inscription. There's always someone better. What does this mean? Jiang Qin could not understand. However, these 4 words made one's imagination run wild. Now that the Ancestral Dragon Emperor was in a deep slumber, he had no way to know about these 4 words. However, after thinking about it for a while, Jiang Qin did not think too much about it. After all, these 4 words were not important to him. The most important thing was that the suppression power of the Zulong Tower had become stronger. Moreover, the flow of time within the tower had become much faster. Jiang Qin knew that every time he opened a level of the Zulong Tower, it might bring him something different. It was getting harder to open the Zulong Tower now. The next time he opened it, even if he obtained a Dragon Ball, he might only be able to open 1 or 2 levels. Jiang Qin's curiosity drove him to get more Dragon Balls. "Awoo, I just slept in. I'm so sleepy." The fire Qilin yawned, looking bored. At this moment, Jiang Qin could feel that the Qilin's strength had become stronger. "You've been sleeping since you got injured?" Jiang Qin said in disdain. "That's right. My waist and back are aching and my legs are cramping after sleeping." The fire Qilin looked wronged and said innocently, "How did I manage to break through just by sleeping?" Jiang Qin spurted out a mouthful of blood. "You bastard, you're still not satisfied. Breaking through in your sleep? You're really shameless. How's your strength now?" Jiang Qin asked. "Around the peak early Divine King realm. But it's more than enough to deal with some mid-Divine King realm experts. Plus, I have some inherited memories in my mind. I'm afraid I'll need some time to digest them. The fire Qilin pouted as if he was dissatisfied. I've been training hard but I still can't surpass you. Jiang Chen sighed. Beasts had inherited memories, but he could only rely on his pair of iron fists to create his own world. After all, in the Qilin clan, I'm already so handsome that I don't give anyone a chance to live. The fire Qilin curled its lips, looking as if it was ashamed in its heart. It had a smug expression on its face. You're the only one I know who's shameless to the extreme. Jiang Chen said in disdain. A man and a beast left the Thunder Rush Sea after traveling for 1,000 miles. However, the moment the fire Qilin walked out of the Zulong Tower, the heavenly lightning struck his head. Jiang Chen couldn't help but laugh. God will punish you. You're only handsome for 3 seconds. Except the heavenly lightning baptism. Damn it. I thought there wouldn't be any heavenly lightning. I should have stayed in the Zulong Tower. The fire Qilin didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Jiang Chen couldn't help him with the heavenly lightning baptism. Fortunately, the fire Qilin had reached the peak early divine king realm. At least it was impossible for the heavenly lightning to kill him. You're not loyal at all. The fire Qilin said fiercely. Jiang Chen turned around and left. Chapter 2665. You're still too weak now. You might not be able to turn the situation around. Even with my help we might not be able to do anything. Jiang Chen, I, fire Qilin, am not a coward. But I want you to know, don't make unnecessary sacrifices. It's not impossible for you to return to Linhe boundary when you're strong enough. It might not be difficult for us to fight against a sect, but those sects that have existed for hundreds and thousands of years are not simple. Plus, there must be some experts in their ranks. Our chances are too slim. Fire Qilin said solemnly. Jiang Chen nodded. I understand what you're saying, but I feel that if I don't go now, I'm afraid that I'll regret it for the rest of my life. It's as if there's an indomitable force pushing me to take revenge to get back what I've lost. That time when I escaped from Linhe boundary, it was quite embarrassing. Jiang Chen smiled bitterly. He had made up his mind to return to the Linhe boundary. He must win this war and make the entire Linhe boundary restless. The things that had been suppressed in his heart for too long would cause him to fall ill. Jiang Chen had to vent it all out. Linhe boundary, Clear Stream Sect's territory, a small city at the border. Wang clan was the leader of the 3 great clans in Gai City. However, Wang clan wanted to break through and unify the 3 great clans. The other 2 great clans were getting stronger and stronger. One of their disciples was cultivating in Heavenly Star Sect while the other was cultivating in Ghost Eye Sect. Wang clan was getting more and more threatened. The head of Wang clan, Wang Yunquan, looked solemn and worried. If this continued, Wang clan would lose their position as the leader in a few years. Head, I have a plan. Do you think it's worth a try? Wang Jinji smiled. As Wang Yunquan's advisor, he came up with half of Wang clan's ideas. Wang Yunquan's eyes lit up. He looked at Wang Jinji and said, let's hear it. Minister Jiang might be our savior. Wang Jinji smiled. Minister Jiang? Are you talking about Jiang Zhen? Wang Yunquan frowned. Although Minister Jiang ascended from the immortal world, he is very talented and not an ordinary true god can compare to him. His strength is also very strong. In the future, our Wang family might still need to rely on Minister Jiang. Although he's only at the peak void god realm, I believe that Jiang Qing will be able to shine in less than 20 years. Wang Yunquan said with a serious face. However, he really couldn't think of any way that Wang Jinji could get Jiang Zhen to help them through this crisis. Oh no. That's not what I meant, Patriarch. Wang Jinji pretended to be profound. Wang Yunquan's expression changed. Wang Jinji knew that the time had come. He couldn't let his appetite drop too much. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to bear the anger of the Patriarch. A few days ago when I saw Minister Jiang drinking wine with the woman he brought back, Minister Jiang spoke of the worries in his heart. He said he has a son in the god realm and this son's name is Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen? What's wrong? The god realm is so big and there are more than 1,000 people named Jiang Chen. Isn't our city's second fool also called Jiang Chen? Wang Yunquan said in puzzlement. Have you forgotten, Patriarch? That Jiang Chen who stirred up a bloodbath in Linhe boundary a few years ago? Profound Feng sects Jiang Chen fought against hundreds of sects by himself, but he escaped in the end, causing the hundreds of sects to lose face. As for that Jiang Chen, as far as I know, he's also from the immortal world. Wang Jianji's words made Wang Yunquan surprised. You're saying that this Jiang Zhen might be Jiang Chen's father? Is there some connection between the two of them? It's hard to say. But both of them came from the immortal world and they both have a son named Jiang Chen. Moreover, both of them appeared in the Linhe boundary at the same time. If we send Jiang Chen to the Clear Stream sect or the Divine Pill sect, I can guarantee that those who hate Jiang Chen to the core will reward us handsomely. At that time, we'll be able to form a relationship with a great sect. Most importantly, even if they just give us something, it's enough for us to dominate the Guyi city. Wang Jianji squinted his eyes. Wang Yunquan understood the plan in his mind, but Wang Yunquan fell into deep thought. But after all, I owe Sir Jiang a debt of gratitude. Back then, if my good-for-nothing youngest son hadn't met him in the forest, he might have died. What I'm doing is really against morality. Wang Yunquan could not help but shake his head as he sighed. Although he was not a gentleman, Jiang Zhen was his son's savior. If he pushed Jiang Zhen out at this time, it would be no different from biting the hand that fed him. Who would dare to rely on him in the future? That Jiang Chen is someone that everyone in the Linhe boundary wants to kill. If we help those great sects to find Jiang Chen's father, it'll be considered as a merit. It's not a shameful thing. I believe everyone will understand you, Master. Every man for himself and heaven and earth destroy him. We're forced to do this. The situation of the clan is getting worse. The other two great clans are eyeing us. They're like jackals, wolves, tigers, and leopards. They'll be a huge threat to us at any time. We can't miss this opportunity, Master. You must know that those who achieve great things don't bother about trifles. Wang Jianji said earnestly. If he still couldn't make up his mind now, when Jiang Zhen grew stronger, they wouldn't be able to change his mind. Wang Jianji tried his best to persuade Wang Yunquan again and again. You're right. Those who achieve great things don't bother about trifles. One's success is built on the bones of thousands. This time I, Wang Yunquan, have let you down. Don't blame me when you're dead. Wang Yunquan clenched his teeth and looked solemn. He seemed to have made a big decision. If he did it well, it would change his life. Get ready. I'll summon him to the martial arts practice hall tomorrow. All right. Don't worry, Master. Leave everything to me. Hee hee. Wang Jianji sneered. Jiang Zhenhai, there's no woman that I can't get if I want her. The sky was clear and bright. The bamboo forest was lit up by the moonlight. A beautiful couple. Jiang Zhenhai's greatest pride was his son. There was no one in the immortal world who didn't know about him. Under his son's brilliance, he became the emperor. However, Jiang Zhenhai didn't want to live in the immortal world for the rest of his life. He only had one thought in his heart, his son Jiang Chen. Jiang Zhenhai didn't expect to meet the only woman that could move his heart after entering the immortal world. He even saved her when they were in the forest. It was a cliché. After the hero saved the beauty, the two of them fell in love and respected each other. In the end, as they were descending the mountain, the hero saved Wang Yunquan's youngest son Wang Ping by chance. Wang Yunquan repeatedly requested to stay here as a guest elder. Chapter 2666. Brother Zhen, let's leave this place. I don't really like living under someone else's roof. I still like to live the life we like, quiet and pleasant, simple food, the mountains as my companion, the water as my neighbor. That's the life I want. Lin Riyue said with a smile. During this period of time, Wang Jianji had harassed her time and time again, making her feel miserable. However, she was living under someone else's roof and she didn't want to make things difficult for Brother Zhen, so she wanted to leave this place. She liked Jiang Zhenhai because of his free and easy personality. He was a real man of iron blood, but he didn't chase after fame and wealth. He didn't want to be associated with the secular world. This was what a real man should be. In her eyes, Jiang Zhenhai's lack of pursuit was not because he was dispirited, but because he really looked down on the secular world. That was the purest nature that she was chasing after. All right, I also don't want to be restricted in this city. Wandering around the world might be more suitable for us. Jiang Zhenhai said with a smile. The reason why he stayed here was mostly because of Wang Yunquan's advice. Otherwise, he wouldn't want to stay here either. No matter what, he felt like he was living under someone else's roof. How could Jiang Zhenhai not know that Wang Jianji had evil intentions towards Lin Riyue? He just saw through it but didn't say it out loud. Since you've made up your mind, I'll suggest it to Brother Wang tomorrow. You should pack up tonight. All right. Lin Riyue smiled like a flower. This was what she loved, especially what Zhang Zhenhai said a few days ago. Zhang Zhenhai broke through the immortal world and came here with only one purpose, and that was to see his son. One day in the immortal world is 1 year in the immortal world. In the blink of an eye, 1,000 years have passed. Zhang Zhenhai looked at the bamboo forest outside the window. His heart was full of thoughts. Lin Ryue knew Zhang Zhenhai's sadness and hugged him tightly from behind. The next day, Zhang Zhenhai was preparing to bid farewell to Wang Yunquan. "Oh, good morning, Brother Zhang. I was just looking for you," Wang Jianji said with a smile that was 30% feminine and 70% fake. "Tell me, I'm in a hurry to see Brother Wang. I have something important to tell him," Zhang Zhenhai said impatiently. "It just so happens that I wanted to talk about this matter as well. The patriarch of the clan has invited you to the martial hall. I haven't seen Brother Zhang display your skills for a long time. Today the patriarch had a sudden impulse and asked me to invite Brother Zhang to exchange pointers." "Lead the way," Zhang Zhenhai said in a low voice. He had a bad feeling in his heart, but Zhang Zhenhai did not doubt him and followed Wang Jianji to the martial arts hall. In the martial hall, dozens of clan guests and several elders were all present. There was a kind of somber atmosphere, each of them had a serious expression, and their eyes were filled with ominous glints. Was this really a spar? Zhang Zhenhai muttered to himself. "Ah, Brother Zhang, it's been a few days since we last met, but you look even more spirited than before. You and I are both on the same day of cultivation, and I'm itching to see if Brother Zhang's strength has improved greatly," Wang Yunquan said with a laugh. "I came here today because I have something important to tell you. Brother Wang, in a few days I will be leaving your mansion with my wife. I am very grateful for your hospitality and inconvenience," Zhang Zhenhai said. "Brother Zhang is leaving? Did I, Wang Yunquan, treat you poorly? Brother Wang has done so much for the Wang clan, and I have always been grateful for your kindness. However, Brother Zhang did not treat me as a brother, which makes me feel disappointed." Wang Yunquan sighed and said helplessly, but his heart was slightly shaken. Did this guy know that I was going to attack him? But even if he wanted to leave, it was too late now. "Brother Wang, you worry too much. I am very grateful to you. How could I have such thoughts? It's just that my wife likes to live a free and unrestrained life, and staying in one place for too long is a bit boring." Zhang Zhenhai shook his head and said, "Today I am very happy. Let's not talk about this, Brother Zhang. How about we spar first?" Facing Wang Yunquan's insistence, Zhang Zhenhai was also very helpless. After all, he was indebted to Wang Yunquan for this period of time, and now that he insisted on leaving, he wanted to spar with Wang Yunquan. "Cui Shihui, play with Brother Zhang," Wang Yunquan said with a smile. Zhang Zhenhai's expression became serious. After all, Cui Shihui was an early true god, and even he might not be a match for him. Even though he had the strength of a half-step true god, he would still lose if he fought against Cui Shihui. "Brother Cui, please show some mercy." "That's for sure." Cui Shihui sneered and took a step forward. His lightning-fast attacks did not leave any chance for Zhang Zhenhai. Zhang Zhenhai had to use all his strength, but Cui Shihui's attacks were ruthless, and he wanted to take Zhang Zhenhai's life. Zhang Zhenhai's heart sank, and he knew that something was wrong. At this moment, Wang Yunquan threw the wine cup onto the ground, causing it to explode. Dozens of experts surrounded Zhang Zhenhai and attacked one after another. Faced with so many experts, Zhang Zhenhai had no way of fighting back and was instantly defeated. Puff. The four of them pressed Zhang Zhenhai down and kneeled in front of Wang Yunquan. "Wang Yunquan, what is the meaning of this?" Zhang Zhenhai said. "What do I mean?" You really have the guts to say that. Let me ask you, is your son called Zhang Chen?" Wang Jianji sneered. Zhang Zhenhai was stunned and said, "How did you know? Then why didn't you tell me the truth? Don't you know what Zhang Chen has done in the Linhe boundary? He is the sinner of the whole Linhe boundary, and everyone has the right to punish him. We failed to kill him during the 100 Sect War and he escaped. If the other sects knew that Zhang Chen's father is hiding in our Gai City's Wang family, then we will become the public enemy of the Linhe boundary. At that time, any random sect could destroy the Wang clan. Do you know? Now you are still pretending to be innocent. Zhang Chen deserves to die, and so do you. If we don't hand you over to the other sects, how can we face Zhang Chen's crimes in the Linhe boundary?" Wang Jianji was forcing Zhang Zhenhai to be speechless. At this moment he finally knew why Wang Yunquan wanted to attack him. It was a slander. Moreover, he was Jiang Chen's father. Jiang Zhenhai's expression was extremely gloomy as he was trapped here not long after he entered the divine world. Damn it. I Jiang Zhenhai was a hero and I am honest. But I was harmed by a scoundrel like you. How sad and ridiculous. Ah. Jiang Zhenhai laughed and said with a touch of sadness in his eyes. Not only did he not give Rue a good life, but he also made her fall into a trap. Wang Yunkun, you ungrateful man. Did you treat me like this when I saved your son? I can only blame myself for being blind. Jiang Zhenhai gritted his teeth and said, regretting what he had done. You asked for it. Jiang Zhenhai, since you have admitted it, what else can you say? Send him to the Clear Stream sect immediately. I want everyone to know that Jiang Chen's father was caught by our Wang family. Wang Yunkuan's eyes lit up. Once he sent Jiang Zhenhai to the Clear Stream sect, he would be rewarded handsomely. At that time, the Gai City's Wang family would not be a small family anymore. With the development of the Clear Stream sect, the Wang family would grow day by day. All of you will be punished. Chapter 2667. Retribution. Haha, I am Retribution. You're still too young to fight with me. Jiangzhen, although your son is heaven-defying, he is now like a stray dog. He has already disappeared from the Linhe boundary. No one knows if he is dead or alive. If I hand you over, I might be able to lure a foolish son into the trap. Wang Jianji sneered and looked at Jiang Zhenhai with disdain. Bring him to the Clear Stream sect immediately. We must leave a good impression on them. Boss, you go personally. Wang Yunkuan looked at his eldest son Wang Ling and said in a deep voice. He was afraid that there would be any mistakes. Another 8 mid-True God Realm guest elders followed Wang Ling, Wang Yunkuan, Wang Jianji. You'll definitely get your retribution. I Jiang Zhenhai will not let you go even if I become a ghost. Jiang Zhenhai said while gritting his teeth. It's too late to say anything now. But since we're quite familiar with each other, I'll take care of your pretty lady for you. Wang Jianji said with a beaming smile. In his heart he was already very excited. Jiang Zhenhai's body trembled with anger. His face turned green and he gritted his teeth, but he still could not break free from the crowd. You bastard! Jiang Zhenhai's eyes were filled with bloodlust, but it was useless. He was still forced out of the Wang family by Wang Ling and the others. Under the bamboo forest, Lin Rue anxiously waited. She wore a green dress and her figure was curvaceous and exquisite. Indeed, it would cause one's imagination to run wild. Sister Lin, what are you doing here? Wang Jianji suddenly appeared behind the bamboo forest and looked at Lin Rue with a smile. His eyes were filled with passion. Facing Lin Rue's fairy-like figure, he couldn't stop himself even if he wanted to. Wang Jianji had been waiting for this moment for a long time. He had already set his eyes on Lin Rue, but he didn't have the chance to do so. Now that he had successfully kicked Jiang Zhenhai out of the Wang family and into the Clear Stream sect, his chance had naturally come. Please mind your words, Wang Jianji. We're not that close yet. Lin Rue said coldly. Suddenly Lin Rue's heart sank. Why is he here? Moreover, he was so unbridled. Where was Brother Zhen? Where did he go? What did you do to Brother Zhen? Lin Rue suddenly raised her head and said in a deep voice. You keep calling me Brother Zhen, it's making me jealous. But you are quite smart. I like this kind of woman the most. But do you think you can escape from me now? If you obediently become my little beauty, perhaps I can still spare your life. Otherwise, it won't be so simple. Wang Jianji's gaze was gentle. He was using threats and promises to make Lin Rue submit. Although it was exciting to force himself on her, it made him a little unhappy. You guys took Brother Zhen away? Why? He's the benefactor who saved Wang Yunkuan's son. You guys are biting the hand that feeds you. Lin Rue's face was filled with coldness. What she was worried about had finally happened. This Wang Jianji was indeed not a good person. Ever since he entered the Wang clan, he had always felt uneasy towards her. Now that his true colors had been revealed, he made Brother Zhenhai the scapegoat. Lin Rue's face was filled with regret. Your Brother Zhen is not as simple as you think. The Devil King Jiangqin, who caused the War of the 100 Sects in the Linhe boundary, is his son. He is destined to be despised by the people. It's natural for the father to pay for his son's debts. Since Jiangqin could not be found, his father has to bear the responsibility for everything. Now that Jiang Zhen has been sent to the Clear Stream sect, the news will soon spread across the entire Linhe boundary. However, that Jiangzhen, no, he should be called Jiangzhenhai, he will not die anytime soon. The Clear Stream sect and the 100 sects will not kill him easily, they will use him to lure Jiangchen out. And you guys are benefiting from it. The Wang clan is trying to curry favor with the nobles and you are trying to kill me. Your plan is too good. Lin Riyue sneered. Her heart was trembling with anger. However, with her strength, it was impossible for her to go to the Clear Stream sect to get Jiangchen back. She was just a woman, what could she do? What a smart woman. You still have the right to choose. Don't wait for me to get angry, it'll be too late by then. Wang Jianji harumphed. Dream on. If Brother Jin is alive, I'll be here. If Brother Jin is dead, I will not live alone. Oh? And a chaste woman at that. I like people like you. I want to see if you can escape from my palm. Wang Jianji raised his eyebrows and revealed a ruthless expression. He pounced towards Lin Riyue like a beast. Lin Riyue's figure was agile. She retreated in order to advance. Not bad. I didn't expect a woman like you to be so capable. Unfortunately, you're with Jiang Zhenhai who doesn't know how to flirt. Watch my spear. Wang Jianji stabbed his silver spear towards Lin Riyue. Lin Riyue had a white jade sword in her hand. It was many times better than Wang Jianji's silver spear. Lin Riyue used her jade sword to suppress Wang Jianji. At this moment, Wang Jianji realized that he was no match for this woman. Bitch, how dare you attack me? Wang Jianji flew into a rage out of humiliation, but he still wasn't Lin Riyue's match. His spear flickered, but his speed was extremely slow. On the other hand, Lin Riyue's sword shadows were everywhere, forcing Wang Jianji into a desperate situation. Lin Riyue's sword slashed down, causing blood to splatter everywhere. Wang Jianji screamed miserably, his face pale. But Lin Riyue didn't behead him, she wanted to end his bloodline. You. Wang Jianji was terrified. His face turned pale and his body trembled. He did not dare to take another step forward. At the same time, Wang Jianji's silver spear was cut into two by Lin Riyue. It's nothing more than a spear tip made of wax and silver. I'll keep you alive for now. When Brother Xinzhen returns, you'll die for sure. Lin Riyue kicked Wang Jianji to the ground. Wang Jianji's tears flowed down like rain. Not only did Lin Riyue cut off his manhood, but she also almost sent him to heaven with that kick. Lin Riyue did not dare to delay for too long and directly chased after the Clear Stream sect. She did not know if she could stop them, but Lin Riyue had still underestimated them. They directly used the teleportation array and not long after, they arrived at the Clear Stream sect. When Lin Riyue caught up to them, Wang Ling had just entered the Clear Stream sect with his people. Lin Riyue's tears flowed down like rain. Her eyes were filled with love. She blamed herself because she could only watch Brother Xinzhen being captured and brought into Clear Stream sect. If what Wang Jianji said was true, Brother Xinzhen's life would be in danger. It's all my fault, Brother Xinzhen. 10 days later, more and more people came to the Clear Stream sect. Lin Riyue saw everything, but there was nothing she could do. She was only a peak void god and had yet to reach the true god realm. Even an ordinary disciple could easily crush her. The Clear Stream sect was the #1 sect in the Linhe boundary. I see that you've been sneaking around here for a few days. Why? Are you trying to sneak into Clear Stream sect? Lin Riyue's body shuddered. A white-clothed young man appeared behind her silently with a smile on his face. Lin Riyue was stunned for a moment. What does it have to do with you? Who are you? Who I am is not important. What's important is that the disciples of Clear Stream sect will not let this matter go. What do you think? Chapter 2668. You're from the Clear Stream sect? Lin Riyue subconsciously took 2 steps back and looked at Jiangchen cautiously. You haven't answered my question. Are you trying to sneak into the Clear Stream sect? Jiangchen said with a smile. He had been watching her for a long time, but he didn't know why she was guarding the outer region of Clear Stream sect. With her strength, she couldn't even be a sentry. It was impossible for her to be a spy. This made Jiangchen very curious. Since you're not from the Clear Stream sect, why are you asking me who I am? Lin Riyue said with a gloomy face. Her pretty face was filled with righteousness. Jiangchen smiled and shook his head. He was just curious. Since she was not from the Clear Stream sect, then his worries were unnecessary. I'm here to find trouble with the Clear Stream sect. Jiangchen crossed his arms in front of his chest and said faintly. He was calm and composed and quite proud of himself. Just you? Although you're strong and I might not be your opponent, do you know how big the Clear Stream sect is? It's the #1 sect in the Linhe boundary. Who do you think you are? What qualifications do you have to challenge the Clear Stream sect? What a joke. Lin Rua looked at Jiang Chen with disdain. She knew that she was no match for this young man. She harumphed coldly and quickly left. Such an interesting woman. Jiang Chen rubbed his nose. He was mocked by a woman who was not even a true god. However, he was not a calculative person. He let Lin Rua leave carefully while he strode towards the entrance of the Clear Stream sect. Over the past 10 days, Jiang Chen had destroyed more than 20 sects of various sizes. All of them had been the ones who'd attacked him the most, and the ones who'd bullied his men and women the most. In the entire Linhe boundary except for the top 10 sects, everyone was in danger. In the guest hall of the Clear Stream sect, 6 Divine King Realm experts were gathered. Even a half-step Divine King Realm expert was not qualified to be here. A cold, austere, gloomy and terrifying aura filled the hall. The 6 of them all had solemn expressions on their faces. You've all given me a lot of face by coming to the Clear Stream sect to discuss this matter. More than 20 sects, all the elders and disciples above the heavenly god realm were killed. There were more than 3,000 of them. Apart from the weaker disciples, it's really a pity. Xianyuan Zhong said. An old man in a green robe shook his head and sighed. He was the sect leader of the Clear Stream sect, Xianyuan Zhong. As the leader of a sect, the 10 great sects except for the Heavenly Star sect were all here. Xianyuan Zhong was elected as the chief disciple of the Linhe boundary. This Jiang Chen is too presumptuous. We spared his life in the past. I never expected him to make a comeback. He even wants our Linhe boundary to bow down to him. What a wishful thinking. Li Batian said in a deep voice with a pale expression. Ghost Eye sect had also suffered a great loss in the past. Never had he thought that Jiang Chen would appear in Linhe boundary again. Jiang Chen was here to settle the score with them. Jiang Chen is challenging us by destroying more than 20 sects consecutively. If we don't accept it, doesn't that mean that all the sects are afraid of him? We can't let this matter go. He was able to escape because he had the support of a few great sects in the surrounding regions. I don't believe that he's still so powerful. This time all the experts of the 10 great sects are here. Even the reverends of the 9 boundaries won't be able to save him. Dan Feng said faintly with a cold expression. However, he had already made up his mind. The Divine Pill sect also suffered a great loss when they tried to annihilate Jiang Chen. Now that Jiang Chen had appeared in front of everyone again, he was obviously here to stir up trouble. If they don't take revenge, how could they survive? Jiang Chen dared to return to the Linhe boundary. It means that he has his own plan. Looks like he's confident that he can defeat all the great sections. If that's the case, let's fight with him. Let's see who will have the last laugh. Li Xie said disdainfully. No matter how strong he was just an ant in the eyes of these Divine King Realm experts. It is said that Jiang Chen's strength has reached the half-step Divine King Realm. Many great sects without a Divine King were annihilated by him. His speed of growth is too fast. We must not underestimate him. This time we must kill him in one strike. Di Longhuai said in a low voice. Half-step Divine King Realm? Is there a half-step Divine King here? If he comes, I'll be the first to kill him. I'm afraid he won't dare to step on the Qingping mountain. Li Xie said proudly. He was not afraid of Jiang Chen's return at all. Rumors stop with the wise. Elder D, how can you boost the morale of others and diminish your own? Dan Feng said with a smile. Di Longhuai smiled bitterly and nodded silently. Since this Jiang Chen dares to appear again, we must make sure that he won't be able to return. Otherwise, how can we, the 10 great sects, maintain our prestige in the Linhe boundary? More and more sects are in danger now. We must uphold justice. Sect Lord Xianyuan, what do you say? Li Batian said in a deep voice. Everyone here hated Jiang Chen to the core. Moreover, Jiang Chen was the one who ran away from them. Now this reckless guy came back to Linhe boundary and messed with Feng Yun again. He's courting death. Killing Jiang Chen is a must. However, I have an even more powerful trump card. Even the Sky Lord cannot save him. Xianyuan Zhong let out a faint smile and remained calm. Oh. So Sect Lord Xianyuan is prepared. Looks like we're worrying for nothing. Dan Feng's eyes lit up. He finally opened his eyes. I'm all ears. The others were looking forward to it. Jiang Chen's father is in my hands. This time, even if he didn't come, I'll gather everyone here to discuss this important matter. Using his father as a hostage, no matter how powerful he is, he'll still give in. Unless he's a deranged beast. Xin Yuanzhong stroked his beard and said confidently. Isn't this too despicable? Dan Feng was stunned. Despicable? Hee. How many of our people have he killed? How many innocent lives were taken by him? It's not despicable if we can kill him. There are many paths to the heaven-connecting boundary. Let's see if we can seize the opportunity. Di Longhuai said disdainfully. He had no sympathy for such people. However, they couldn't remember who it was that had forced Jiang Chen into such dire straits. If that's the case, isn't it as stable as Mount Tai? Killing Jiang Chen is a must. That's right. Now that we have something on him, we can attack from both sides. However, I think killing Jiang Chen will be a piece of cake for everyone here. This time, I'll crush his bones and scatter his ashes to pay respect to the innocent souls of our dead disciples. Chapter 2669. In the sky above the clear stream sect, the clouds were like dogs. The silver river stretched for 800 li. The forest was like a torch, like the roof of the sky. Jiang Chen stood above the clear stream sect. The clear stream sect stretched for thousands of li. The size of the sect was shocking. The mountains were high and the rivers were dangerous. Even the sect's formation was extremely powerful, almost on par with Jiang Chen's Azura formation. Jiang Chen had to be careful. At this moment he felt uneasy in his heart, as if there was a great pressure in his heart. However, he had no idea why he was feeling this way. Perhaps it was because this was a battle with his back against the wall, and he had to bear even more things. He had already made preparations for a life and death battle, but the one who died must not be him. Jiang Chen is here. Old dog of the clear stream sect, come out and accept your death. Jiang Chen stood proudly in the sky and shouted coldly. His voice could be heard from 1,000 miles away. The clear stream sect was shaken. Countless people had been killed by the clear stream sect. However, no one dared to challenge this great sect. As one of the pillars of the Linhe boundary, the clear stream sect's strength was obvious to everyone. What? Jiang Chen? Looks like the rumor is true. This fella has really returned to the Linhe boundary. There was a rumor that he had destroyed more than 20 sections. Looks like it's true. I heard that Jiang Chen had left the Linhe boundary a few years ago. To think that he dares to come back. Isn't he courting death? This bastard has done too many evil deeds. Today shall be the day he dies. How dare he come to my clear stream sect? Why don't he take a piss and look at himself in the mirror? Who does he think he is? Our clear stream sect is the #1 sect in the Linhe boundary. Why should we be afraid of a kid? People nowadays are getting more and more arrogant. Does he really think that he has 3 heads and 6 arms? There's a path to heaven but you didn't take it. There's no door to hell but you chose to seek death. If he dares to return to Linhe boundary, that will be the day he dies. Everyone from the clear stream sect was shocked by Jiang Chen's voice. However, in their eyes, Jiang Chen was courting death. No matter how strong he was, how could he go against the entire Linhe boundary? Did he have the capital to do so? Moreover, the 10 major sects had gathered at the clear stream sect. Obviously, they were already discussing how to deal with Jiang Chen. Although the people of the clear stream sect were shocked, they did not panic. What should come has finally come. Di Longhuai sneered. He squinted his eyes and looked in the direction of the sect. Good timing. Our 10 sects are gathered at the clear stream sect and he still dares to come here. Today Dan Feng will make sure he doesn't leave. Dan Feng said proudly. I want to meet him. Back then he fled like a stray dog. Now he has the guts to come back and cause a ruckus. Li Batian took the lead and dashed out of the sect. The 6 of them stood in the sky above the clear stream sect. The 6 divine kings had an imposing aura. What a gathering of heroes. The people of the Divine Pill sect and the Ghost Eye sect have become the dogs of the clear stream sect? Jiang Chen stood proudly. He was not afraid at all when facing the experts from all directions. These people were all familiar faces. Why would Jiang Chen be afraid? Although he was only a half-step divine king, it was as easy as flipping his palm to deal with them. These divine kings were not worth mentioning in his eyes. Those experts that he did not dare to fight against in the past were just like chickens and dogs now. Nonsense. Son of a bitch, how dare you come back to the Linhe boundary? It's a pity that we didn't kill you back then. Li Batian shouted. You wanted to kill me back then. But can you do it? You can't kill me now. Jiang Chen smiled confidently, causing the 6 great divine kings to secretly chuckle. Isn't this fella thinking too highly of himself? Does he think that he can sweep across the Linhe boundary with his half-step divine king cultivation? Wishful thinking. Today is the day you die. Jiang Chen, surrender. Since you're here, it's impossible for you to run away. Xianyuan Zhong said faintly. He looked like he was very confident, as if everything was under his control. With Jiang Chen's father in their hands, why would they be afraid that Jiang Chen wouldn't give up and let them capture him? At that time it would be clear whether he was a real hero or a real coward. I don't even put you guys in my eyes. I only have one goal today, to trample the Clear Stream sect to the ground. Jiang Chen pointed at the sky. His aura was soaring and he was not afraid of anyone. Haha, this is ridiculous. You're still talking so eloquently even when you're about to die. Jiang Chen, you've disappeared for so long but you're still so arrogant. Now I'll show you who's the real expert. Initially I didn't want to do it because you're a junior. But now that you've made me feel disgusted, I must kill you to avenge the innocent people of the Linhe boundary. I must give them a perfect explanation. Li Batian took a step forward. His eyes were filled with coldness and disdain. Jiang Chen was just a half-step divine king. How could he be compared to a divine king who had reached the divine king realm for thousands of years? Only you? I'm afraid that's not enough. Jiang Chen smiled. Aren't you afraid of losing your tongue? You'll have to get through me first if you want to trample the Clear Stream sect to the ground. Li Batian was incomparably domineering, like a god of war. His eyes were like torches as he stared at Jiang Chen. You said you're not a dog of the Clear Stream sect, to be able to protect your master to this extent. I've underestimated you. It's sad that the Ghost Eye sect has such an ingrate like you. Huh. Jiang Chen said with a laugh, purposely angering Li Batian. The latter's eyes became colder and colder. He became even angrier after being called a dog of the Clear Stream sect by Jiang Chen. He charged towards Jiang Chen with killing intent. How many rounds do you guys think Jiang Chen can last against Brother Li? Dan Feng said with a smile. He was not worried about Li Batian at all. Although Jiang Chen had been reborn and was extremely talented, he was still overestimating himself compared to the older generation experts. His strength was undeniably rare in the younger generation. But when compared to a divine king, his strength was greatly discounted. Which divine king was given such a title for free? I bet he can't last more than 10 rounds. Di Longhuai said with a smile. I said 3 rounds. Chapter 2670. This is the great elder of the Ghost Eye sect. I've heard of Li Batian's name since 1,000 years ago in the Linhe boundary. Jiang Chen is going to die this time. Aha, the great elder of the Ghost Eye sect is going to take him down easily. Do you think he will be able to fight back? You're right. I didn't expect it to be this boring. Li Batian is a peerless expert. Jiang Chen is going to die for sure. Everyone was looking forward to Li Batian defeating Jiang Chen with an overwhelming advantage and finally becoming a peerless genius. However, defeating a half-step divine king did not mean that he was invincible. After all, there was still a huge gap between their strengths. However, when Li Batian clashed with Jiang Chen, he felt a great shock. In the first exchange, Jiang Chen was fighting him with his bare hands without a shred of fear. In the second exchange, Jiang Chen had already given up all defense and attacked with lightning speed when Li Batian was unprepared. In the third move, Jiang Chen was like a crazed dragon, crushing Li Batian with an unstoppable momentum. In the third move, Li Batian was pushed back by Jiang Chen. Under the impact of the dragon, Li Batian's face turned pale and blood spurted out from his mouth as he was pushed back 800 zhang. This scene shocked the entire Clear Stream sect. Who would have thought that Jiang Chen would be able to defeat Li Batian in just 3 moves, without giving his opponent any time to react? That was an absolute advantage. Li Batian couldn't believe that he was defeated in just 3 moves, and in such a miserable manner. He was defeated by Jiang Chen in front of thousands of people. Li Batian's eyes widened in disbelief as he was defeated by Jiang Chen in just 3 moves, and in such a miserable manner. Jiang Chen retracted his hands and stood upright. His attacks were as fast as lightning, and when he retracted his hands he was still like a virgin. He was like a grandmaster, calm and composed, full of mettle. I've said it before, 1 isn't enough. Dan Feng was dumbfounded. Wuxia was dumbfounded. Even the sect leader of the Clearstream sect, Xianxia, was dumbfounded. In their eyes, everything was like an illusion, as if it was a lifetime ago. However, Li Batian had indeed lost miserably. He really only used 3 moves, Wuxia murmured in shock. He had thought that Li Batian would be able to defeat Zhou Xian in 3 moves. However, he did not know whether to laugh or cry at the turn of events. Was Li Batian weak? Not weak. Was Zhou Xian strong? Other than Li Batian, who had fought with him, everyone else was still in a state of confusion. Was it over just like that? What a strong fellow. Li Batian gritted his teeth as waves of shock surged in his heart. He had underestimated this fellow. Isn't this too scary? Repelling Li Batian in 3 moves? Oh my god, did this guy pop out from a crack in a rock? Are my eyes playing tricks on me? The one who was defeated was Li Batian. No wonder he dared to return to the Linha boundary. He's fearless. Looks like even Divine King Realm experts could not gain any advantage against him. Amongst the crowd, countless disciples were looking up to Zhou Xian. Even though they hated Zhou Xian to the core, they were also in awe of him because he was too strong. To think that there was such a talented devil king amongst the younger generation. They did not know if it was a blessing or a curse. At least it was not good news for the Clearstream sect. Zhou Xian was calm and relaxed as he smiled faintly. However, the tens of thousands of disciples looked at him and sighed. Apart from fear, there was also respect and admiration in their eyes. This was a true monster. Zhou Xian is indeed courageous and knowledgeable. Li Batian am ashamed. Li Batian gritted his teeth. However, a defeat was a defeat. Although he was unwilling to accept it, it was an undeniable fact. Everyone felt like they had just woken up from a dream. So Li Batian had really lost to Zhou Xian. This guy is too monstrous. Perhaps we should not hold back anymore. This battle is imperative. We must kill this monster and get rid of the scourge of Linha boundary. Xianxia said. Dan Feng, Li Xia elders, thank you for your trouble. When Xianxia finished his words, the others silently nodded their heads. Dan Feng, Dan Kue, Li Xia, Li Batian, Di Longhuai, Di Longqing, the 6 Divine King Realm experts gathered together. At this moment, the 6 of them were ready to take action at the same time to kill Zhou Xian. 6 at once. That's more like it. I've said it before, 1 is not enough. Zhou Xian's smile vanished. His eyebrows were straight like swords and his eyes were bright like stars. His gaze was like a shooting star, piercing through the sky with a domineering air. 6 divine kings at once, so what? You can still laugh so arrogantly even when you're at death's door. You've impressed me. You're destined to be remembered in history after today's battle. However, your name will go down in history. Dan Feng said disdainfully. Although Li Batian had lost, the 6 divine kings were going to take action at the same time to be safe. Zhou Xian would not be able to escape from them. That's right. If we don't kill you now, we'll be nurturing a tiger in our bosom in the future. When will Linha boundary ever be peaceful? Kill without mercy. Li Xia stared at Zhou Xian angrily. He had long regarded Zhou Xian as a thorn in his flesh. The top disciples of the 3 sects had been slaughtered by Zhou Xian. This was an indisputable fact. That was why everyone was furious. A bunch of old farts. Today is the day of your death. Die together. Zhou Xian stood with his sword in his hand, walking in all directions, fighting against 6 divine kings alone. The tens of thousands of disciples who were watching were all excited and excited. Zhou Xian stood on a cloud and fought against 6 divine kings with his half-step divine king realm. He didn't even use his dragon transformation and fought against the divine kings with his bare hands. What a high-spirited and high-spirited scene. Zhou Xian's aura was terrifying. Facing 6 divine kings, he was not at a disadvantage at all. The 6 of them did not dare to be negligent. Li Batian's defeat had proven everything. If anyone dared to look down on Zhou Xian, it would be courting death. Zhou Xian was no longer the same as before. He had the prestige of a divine king at the half-step divine king realm. Although they were shocked, they did not hesitate at all. This fella is too fucking strong. When can I be half as good as him? That's right. It's making my blood boil. Although Zhou Xian is a true devil incarnate, I have to say that his strength is just too strong. We're no match for him. That's right. We see him as our opponent, but he won't even look at us. This is the gap between us. You're a genius, why did you become a thief? Even I feel that it's a pity for Jiang Chen. He's fated to die at such a young age. He can only blame himself for thinking too highly of himself. Being strong doesn't mean that he can do whatever he wants. The experts of the entire Linhe boundary have joined hands, can't they deal with him? What a joke. Humph, he's overestimating himself.